and driving the search for its meaning. This type of rupture occurs in the context of limited wholes, that is to say, in relation to the inscription of the paternal metaphor and the second extraction of jouissance or separation. In this case, anything new will be interpreted with regards to the general logic anchored in this basic structuring. The subject can restore the scaffolding of his affective discourse, his ideals, his rational justifications, his singular perception. All the components of his world will remain in place, endowed with their own specific meaning and value. Indeed, the paternal metaphor produces a beginning that contains its own ending. The subject is founded by a prior inscription that offers the possibility, by anticipation, of limiting the incidence of any eventual failure. However, another type of rupture exists, which brings the object into play. This obstacle is embodied by the presence of the psychoanalyst, Brodsky, 315. In Beckett's work, such presence can be found in the opacity of this drive object, which he situates at the heart of creation with the term empêchement, MP, 57. This hindrance that Beckett evokes in Painter's de l'empêchement in relation to painting escapes any stability instituted on the side of the eye or the physical object. It cannot be circumscribed or located. Here, the term object points not to the object created by lack, but to the one that is refractory to the effects of meaning because it is anchored in the unlimited. Thus if the S1 becomes an SM, swarm, in a play on homophony 137 Lacan, 1975b, 130, the value of any given term will perpetually change according to the uncontrollable movements of jouissance. No construction will remain permanent. Faced with this abyss, the character can attempt to palliate it with a material object. Some characters stop and, by turning the page, reveal the presence of the text they are reading from. Thus Krapp peruses the ledger enumerating the episodes recorded on his tapes. Farewell to He Turns Page Love, K. 217. Here, the effect produced confers an ironic appearance on the evocation of a love that, for the character, no longer has any sublime nature, to the point where Krapp is incapable of completing his own utterance from memory. In Ohio Impromptu, reader hesitates regarding the formulation he reads, and is obliged to verify it. After so long elapsed that as if never been. Pause. Looks closer. Yes, after so long elapsed that as if never been. Now with redoubled force the fearful symptoms described at length page 40 paragraph 4. Starts to turn back the pages. Checked by L's left hand. Resumes relinquished page. Oi, 446. In these examples, the discourse is consigned to the page, it is externalized, and thus belongs to the other. It is composed of utterances devoid of enunciation, and the reader's position is comparable to that of the narrator of the Unamable, who will not assume the words he pronounces, or to the one in How It Is, I say it as I hear it every word always. Hi, 42. The subject is manifestly excluded from this reified language. Nothing permits him to appropriate the text, to fill in the gap separating him from words. On this subject, and in relation to Krapp, Stephen Connor points to the tension between the written and the spoken, resulting from the written text's iterability, 2007, 143. This notion requires however to be linked to the structural fact that in these texts, the symbolic register is not inscribed in the subject. The latter is thus often obliged to seek after his words, as actor Sammy Frey showed most remarkably, in his staging of Premier Amour. 138. The place of the material object thus goes beyond the presence of the written text, pointing to the character's need to latch onto an external tangible inscription that will afford him physical support. Such is the vital function that Bruno Genest, 2014, ascribes to the motif of the hand, in texts For Nothing and How It Is, and that Marie Jejsik sees in Hackett's Bench, described in What, Jejsik, 165-7. This search for material support also marks the interruptions in Winnie's speech, each time she turns towards one of the objects stowed in her bag or arranged on the mound around her. In the plays, the breaks often take the form of an auditory manifestation, signaled by the emission of a brief sound, the faint single chime, FF, 399, of footfalls, the knock of Ohio impromptu, the bell that becomes progressively more tyrannical, in Happy Days. M's hiccup, in play, has a similar status. According to Rosemary Pountney, it also serves to emphasize the dichotomy of his situation. His request for pardon is clearly doubly meant. 33. This splitting is equally present in the contrast between the uncontrollable physical manifestation and the polite expression intended to cover it up. It is important to approach this sound marking the interruption in its relation to language. Chris Ackerley associates Neary's hiccup with Hipposis's betrayal of the Pythagorean mysteries, 2014, 22. In Footfalls, each of the sequences constitutes a whole, totally disconnected from the others. Tunning, 160. It is impossible to articulate or absorb them within a strictly coherent overall composition. The chime that announces the beginning of each new sequence appears as a pure signifier, devoid of any content, but whose efficiency resides in reactivating the movement of the play. The origins of this motif could perhaps be traced back to Dream of Fair to Middling Women, where Belacqua's sounding of a bell is associated with a break that appears in Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, the score of which the narrator consequently quotes, Laws, 2013, 93-6. Comparable to the signal that inaugurates a ceremony, it is addressed to those present, here, the spectators, but also to the other. Indeed, as invocation, or the phatic function, Lacan, 2004, 318, it resonates in the emptiness of the other, creating the space in which the pacing and the dialogue can unfold. It also calls on the latter to be present, to witness the ceremony and thus give it consistency. This is the hypothetical other who observes May's ceaseless torment, and who wishes that she may find peace. The chime thus enters in resonance with the motif of the church, and not merely the one described in the sequel, FF, 402, but also the idea that such a place might suggest the possible but ever uncertain existence of an other, as represented by the appeal to God, in various texts by Beckett. As an anchoring that establishes a form of alliance with the other 139, and in its identical repetition, it forms a structuring counterpoint with regards to the metonymical movement of May's pacing and her fiction. In Ohio Impromptu, the knocks punctuate a progression that can be established as follows: 1. Little is left to tell, Oi, 445, 446, 447, 2. Nothing is left to tell, 448, 3. Knock, 448, 4. Silence. Like the chime of footfalls, the knock appears as a compact signifier, closed in on itself, opaque, unbreachable, evoking no variation or modulation contrary to the story, which possesses its lyrical musicality and its articulated evolution. The movement towards silence described here expresses the truth of this sound structure. The story is drawn towards the end of saying, then the knock impels speech again, but is emptied once more, and falls back into silence. Because of this movement, combined with an increase in the intensity of the narration, the story loses its autonomy. To the benefit of its dramatic function, the story is an integral part of listeners' experience, on stage, during the performance. Like May in Footfalls 140, listener is possibly inventing his story for himself, and his alter ego appears to embody this function, conferring on the play its dramatic quality. As a pure signifying intervention detached from any signifier, the knock has an operative, efficient value. Its link to the real is signaled by the fact that it always returns at the same place. Lacan, 1973, 49. It is always other, it cannot be absorbed within the enclosure of meanings. In the course of the play, listener remains mute, his knock replaces speech, testifying to his powerlessness to formulate a request and, at the same time, the absence of the dialectic usually associated with the genre of the conversation between two interlocutors. The knock expresses a speechless distress, signaling the urgency with which listener seeks to attain, by means of this reading, a pacification to calm his torment. The knock marks the point where the outside L'insurrection de molécules 141, the insurrection of molecules, MP 35, for example, penetrates the stage area. If the outside is designated by the story, it is in no way exhausted by it, and it can be understood that the real story of listener will forever remain unknown to the spectator, it will remain excluded from any narrative. The knock thus marks the place where extreme order and extreme disorder meet. The knock also expresses listener's effort to assimilate or appropriate the text. He lodges himself in the written text by imposing pauses, as if he were seeking to make the last sentence soak in, instead of leaving the text to unfold without a break. Stephen Connor also notes the dual nature of these knocks, whereby the listener pauses, perhaps to assure himself of the truth of what he has just heard, 2007, 147, while, at the same time, he actually pushes the moment of ending further into the future. The knock thus has a dual value, being the sign of both a halt and a new start. On one hand, insofar as it confirms the punctuation and retroactive looping of the signifier, the knock is equivalent to the word more, used in Rockaby, and on, in ill seen ill said, or the word again, in a piece of monologue, that allow the character to establish an utterance. Like Winnie's I say, it reveals the effort to latch onto the utterance as such, to the exclusion of any dissimulated or equivocal dimension. Thus, little is left to tell. In alas/L knocks with left hand on table / little is left to tell. / pause. Knock / in a last attempt to obtain relief, oi, 445. As Marjorie Perloff notes about embers, the only way of interrupting the continuity of water and fire sounds, it seems, is to introduce another sound, one that is finite, and hence controllable, rather than continuous, 1999. The intervention of the knock interrupts the text, causing reader to repeat his first sentence. Only when listener makes the knock heard once again can reader resume, repeating the second sentence. The pause thus created allows listener to assimilate the first utterance, before moving on. In this way, he aligns himself as much as possible with the other, conceived of as treasury of signifiers for want of a symbolic inscription as a subject. The story recounted is not his, none can belong to one who is radically devoid of any historicity. And yet, he needs a story that comes from without, which he takes in as best he can, a voice that composes his intimate theater. The interruptions mark the moments by virtue of which he can appropriate that which he can never really internalize. As in Footfalls, the knock acts as a substitute for the invocation whose function is to silence the ceaseless voice, and create a space whereby the subject can exist in relation to a symbolic other. Imperative of the superego. Interruptions also testify to the presence of an imperative force. Thus, at the beginning of Embers, a play which, according to Clas Ziliakis, 89, counts more than 200 pauses, Henry manifests a size Zion by means of which he gives orders, appearing as a sort of stage director of himself, on. See. Voice louder. On. He moves on. Boots on shingle. As he goes. Stop. Boots on shingle. As he goes, louder. Stop. He halts. See, a little louder. Down. See. Voice louder. Down. E. 253. The sea composes the background of this play, producing a sound that Henry finds unbearable, since the sea has taken his father, and Ada it would seem, and threatens also to claim Henry, Pountney, 110. He seeks to stifle it with his speech, but it reappears whenever he falls into silence, see, still faint, audible throughout what follows whenever pause indicated, 253. In spite of the incessant and unbearable presence of the sea, Henry must resort to the imperative in order to start moving, leaning on an external element, for want of being able to find the determination within himself. He hoists himself up to the status of an active being, by appropriating the necessary linguistic tools. As the incipit of this play shows, It is not sufficient for Henry to utter the order once only, he must reiterate it, louder, in order for the action to take effect. He feels the necessity of uttering these words audibly, so they may act on a body that, since it is devoid of an inscription in the other, is reduced to a state of inertia. This imperative is an integral part of the Beckettian necessity to go on precisely at the point where the subject finds himself devoid of any means to do so, as expressed, for example, in the well-known explicit of the unum able, I can't go on, I'll go on, U. 407. Finding himself in an intermediate zone, with no means at his disposal to say, since everything remains irremediably on the side of the other, he nonetheless experiences the obligation to say. Here it can be noted that while the works such as the trilogy and texts for nothing situated this effort to move forward in relation to traversable space, TFN 3, 111, and the endless linear movement of prose, Beckett ultimately turns the drive to go on towards the logic of the symbolic, with its concomitant breaking point. This position between appears as a strictly unbearable absolute. It is in this light that the importance of what Beckett declares about the painter Bram van Velde can be grasped. The situation is that of him who is helpless, cannot act, in the event cannot paint, since he is obliged to paint. Because there is nothing to paint and nothing to paint with. DSJ, 142. According to Beckett's experience, the artist or the writer finds himself at the precise point between the nothing to express and the duty to express, between no and on. Marjorie Perloff confirms this intermediate position when she analyzes the vowel sounds of the embers. From on to no, this is the trajectory of Henry's speech, his omega. Note that both Bolton and Holloway contain long O's as well, in conflict with the alpha of his wife's name Ada, and the diminutive of Ada in the child's name Addie. Perloff, 1999. Beckett's phrases strangely echo the sentence where Lacan shows the inadequacy of the notion of communication with respect to the primitive status of the subject, who has nothing to communicate, since all the instruments of communication are on the other side, in the field of the other, from whom he has to receive them. 2004, 314-5. Finding himself perpetually in such a condition, the Beckettian subject remains acutely sensitive to the state of deprivation that, however, in no way annuls the imperative to say. The narrator of the unum able cannot ascribe this imperative to any authority other than the existence of language as such. Having nothing to say, no words but the words of others, I have to speak. No one compels me to, there is no one, it's an accident, a fact. U. 308. That is to say that speaking and not speaking impose themselves as absolutes, not as possibilities at the disposal of a subject who, enjoying the position of a third party, would be free to make a choice or express a preference. The imperative involved here is therefore not mortifying but fundamentally salutary. Interruptions thus situate the subject outside the possible, at a point where signifiers border on the irreconcilable. Weller discerns this experience in the pseudo-couples that seek both to advance and attain an end, and who are consequently caught within the reversibility of the palindrome no/on, 2010, 127. The no, which expresses the impossibility of advancing, and the on, which designates the extreme urgency to move forward, are both equally constraining, imposing themselves on the subject in a univocal manner, allowing for no concession or dialectical compromise. These two antonyms offer no possibilities but compose a dilemma centered on an impossible. It is for this reason that Beckett rejects both the negation and the affirmation, considering them equally absurd. La negation n est pas possible. Pa plus kl affirmation. Il est absurdi de dire que c'est absurdi. C'est encore porter un jugement de valeur. On ne peut pas protester, et on ne peut pas opiner. Après un long silence. Il faut se tenir la ouilny pronom, ni solution, ni reaction, ni prise de position possibles. C'est ce qui rend le travail si diaboliquement difficile. In Juliet, 68. Negation is not possible. No more than affirmation. It is absurd to say that it is absurd. That is still to express a value judgment. One cannot protest, and one cannot consent. After a long silence, we have to stand where there is no possible pronoun, no solution, no reaction, no taking of position. That is what makes the work so diabolically difficult. Indeed, the Beckettian subject is not situated in a place where he can dispose of linguistic means to express himself. He is rigorously correlated with the impossible, as the narrator of the Unamable declares, that the impossible should be asked of me. Good, what else could be asked of me? 331. Beckett thus confirms Lacan, who defines the impossible as the real, 1973, 152. The possible belongs to semantics and constructions afforded by linguistic articulation, which is why Beckett criticized Italian painters, who never stirred from the field of the possible, however much they may have enlarged it. DSJ, 139. For the possible to have any meaning, it must be anchored in what allows it to be defined, in what negates it and which, following a retroactive logic, constitutes it as a limited whole. Here can be measured the existential importance of the absence of a dialectic, the impossibility of making any firm assertion, which Beckett found expressed in the signifier neither, as spelled out in the eponymous text, to and fro in shadow from inner to outer shadow / from impenetrable self to impenetrable unself by way of neither, CSPR, 258. In these circumstances, the alternatives leave no escape route. On either side, the subject encounters the impenetrable, the shadow. The alternations inner / outer, self / unself, do not combine within a hierarchy but are articulated around a radical impasse which is, for the subject, his unamiable being, his unspeakable home. By comparison with the reality expressed by the word neither, the terms that make up the alternatives are little more than lit refuges, temporary abodes. It is in relation to this impossibility that the imperative of the superego intervenes to propel the subject to action, insofar as it gives substance, jouissance, to the latter's attachment to the signifier. Lacan, 1994, 212. For example, the bell that persecutes Winnie represents a real distress. It intervenes like a violent blow that subjugates her body. 142 as much as the tormenting sun. Winnie emphasizes this unbearable and physical nature of the bell. It hurts like a knife. Pause. A gouge. Pause. One cannot ignore it. HD, 162. And yet, this same bell sets her speech in motion. The violence described in how it is takes the form of inscriptions in the body. 143 that are necessary to trigger the production of the voice. That's not all. He stops nails in armpit. He resumes cheers done at armpit song and this music as sure as if I pressed a button I can indulge in it any time henceforward. Hi, 64, the thump on skull signifying stop at all times and that come to think of it almost mechanically, take the opener in my right hand, and drive it into the arse, a cheek. He cries I withdraw it thump on the skull the cry cease it's mechanical. 67. The mechanical quality of these interventions expresses the impersonal manner in which the subject seeks to prompt the verbal production by means of an instrument of torture, the inscription in the body by use of the can opener in how it is, the goad in act without words 2, Croakes Club in words and music 144 the bull's pizzle, RR2 275, in rough for radio 2, along with the cylindrical ruler 145 and the pencil. If these motifs of violent intrusion are so prevalent, it is because the imperative superego serves to anchor the subject's inscription in language, in accordance with the double orientation of the signifier. The signifier is the cause of jouissance. The signifier is what brings jouissance to a halt. Lacan, 1975b, 27. The Beckettian subject finds himself potentially exposed to the imperative contained in the totality of language, one that determines his existence and is marked in his flesh. In this condition where the symbolic borders on the real, the superego manifests itself, as Lacan states, in the form of a law without dialectics, 1981, 312, such as is expressed, for example, in Kant's categorical imperative, which admits no exception. However, it is crucial to recall the role of creation here. By producing the expression of this unleashed violence, Beckett transforms it into a localized cry, that opens a new space wherein the subject finds existence in his continued treatment of the incessant voice. Caprice. The imperative thus constitutes one of the causes of interruption in Beckett's work. In a response to the unbearable, it both repulses the latter and makes its presence heard. Insofar as Beckett's creation is structured by the unlimited, the persistence of interruptions reveals a capricious dimension that obeys no law. Rosemary Pountney, 16, evokes the notion of caprice in relation to the aleatory method Beckett chose to compose lessness, through the mingling of its originally separate sentences. She sees it as the expression of a certain vision. Beyond the man-made or imposed order, lies an arbitrary and capricious world of chance. She also cites All That Fall, where Mr. Rooney is unable to count the station steps, wondering if he is not the victim of some inscrutable malicious will. Sometimes I wonder if they do not change them in the night. AF 189. However, this principle can be extended to the work as a whole, in relation to the question of interruptions, insofar as the intervention of the superego reveals a Mobian equivalence between the demand for absolute rectitude, on one hand, and total caprice, on the other. Brown, 2008, 119. The dimension of the real is suggested by the very term caprice, which comes from the Italian capo, head, and riccio, curl, frizzled, describing the hair standing on end in horror. As Jean-Claude Milner points out, horror is structured by the object in its harrowing decurrent asphericity, 2007, 62. Caprice thus reveals, in language, the total absence of any other to guarantee a fixed law. Indeed, the existence of any law is instituted by the paternal metaphor, which makes signifying repetition possible in the form of regularity. The law thus has a pacifying influence. According to Lacan, the paternal function resulting from the mother's relationship to the father creates a breach in the maternal jouissance, so that the child is not totally at the mother's mercy. Thus is made possible an attenuation of the original anomic violence. Lacan, 1998, 191, characterizing the mother's omnipotence or her caprice, 462. Reversing his earlier elaborations, however, Lacan ended up seeing the real not as the guarantee of the symbolic order, Miller, 2012, 3, both as its negation and its anchoring point, but as inherent in Llewellyn, that reveals the fundamental absence of any law underlying language. Each language is forged by contingency and chance, Miller, 2012, 6. The notion of caprice is thus intimately linked to this absence of law, which testifies to the structure of the unlimited, manifest in Beckett's work. The other, for the Beckettian subject, regularly imposes manifestations that escape any law. In Act Without Words I, for example, the character is subjected to the torment of seeing objects presented and then withdrawn. Each of these interventions is signaled by a whistle, I, 203, that nothing coordinates other than a dimension beyond any meaning, so that, seeing that it is impossible for him to accomplish a completed action, the character ends up ceasing to react. This whistle is comparable to Winnie's bell, which, far from filling her day, subjects her to the logic of caprice. If the bell rings twice in the first act, it goes wild in the second. HD, 160, 161, 162, 164, 168, submitting Winnie's body to its obscure and uncontrolled exigencies. Company provides a particularly instructive example of the impact of caprice, in the vignette, as we could call it, describing the child who addresses a question to his mother. Receiving no answer, you mentally reframe your question. For some reason you could never fathom, this question must have angered her exceedingly. For she shook off your little hand and made you a cutting retort you have never forgotten. Co. 5-6. In this passage, the child seeks a rational explanation for the indeterminate distance of the sky, which is enigmatic for him. Instead of the mother being a source of speech, she walks on and refuses to respond. She is impassive, mortified, just like the calm and empty image evoked. In French, the blue sky is designated by the word ciel d'azur, CIE, 5, which compose a lyrical stereotype, found in the poems of Verlaine and Mallarmé, for example. The maternal silence is not the only decisive aspect in this episode, since it is broken only by a cruel rejection. Here, any mediation is absent, no word allows the child to determine the cause of his mother's reaction. He supposes that she is moved by a speechless violence angered her exceedingly, co. 6, that can only be turned back on him. The rejection is felt in the child's body, for she shook off your little hand and made you a cutting retort. Here, nothing regulates the mother's action, she passes from absolute silence to violence, so that the child can in no way attenuate this outburst by recourse to rationality. It is nonetheless in reference to this very violence that the child has to find his place, and he does so in the impossibility of detaching himself from it. It remains never forgotten. Such an episode was not foreign to Beckett's childhood experience. If biographical fragments are never simply transposed, within a work of creation, from their status as objective experiences, they can reveal or confirm traits that show the subjective resonance of caprice. Thus Deirdre Bear points out that May Beckett often suffered from severe tension headaches, dark depressions, and thundering rages, 13, adding that she could be temperamental, and her moods zigzagged crazily from hilarity at her children's pranks and misbehavior to demands for strict silence and immediate obedience, 22. James Knowlson reports that she was extremely strict and demanding, but also, she used to have moods of dark depression that would last for days on end, when she was extremely difficult to deal with, strange, ill-tempered, bottled up, tricky, and difficult were among the words used by those trying to convey the side of her personality. Knowlson, 1997, 5. Such violence assumes considerable importance in Beckett's works up to the trilogy, in relation to the threat represented by specular doubles. In Mercier and Camille, the voice takes hold of the two protagonists. When a constable seizes Camille physically and delivers him a violent smack, MC, 71, he is not moved by some form of professional zealousness but by the will to cause jouissance for himself and for others, as can be heard in the irony of the following sentences. His interest was awakening. It was not every night a diversion of this quality broke the monotony of his beat. The profession had its silver lining, he had always said so. The policeman's whistle appears as equivalent to the bell that torments Winnie. With the hand that held the truncheon he drew a whistle from his pocket, for he was no less dexterous than powerful, 71. Mercier then kicks the constable in the testicles, causing him to fall howling with pain and nausea to the ground, 72. These cries prove to be unbearable for Mercier and Camille, and must be silenced at all costs. But Camille, beside himself with indignation, caught up the truncheon, sent the helmet flying with his boot and clubbed the defenseless skull with all his might, again and again, holding the truncheon with both hands. The howls ceased. 72. Once their work is done, a new form of irony can be discerned in the calm manner in which Mercier expresses himself, describing the dead constable's skull, like partly shelled hard-boiled egg, was his impression. The dimension of the voice appears in that which is unbearable for the characters. Since words remain totally inadequate, they can only speak of what remains in a strangely detached way. It is impossible for them to give meaning to what has just occurred. The cries, however, anchored in their flesh, continue long after this outburst of extreme violence. On the edge of the square they were brought to a stand by the violence of the blast. Then slowly, head down, unsteadily, they pressed on through a tumult of shadow and clamour, stumbling on the cobbles strewn already with black boughs trailing grating before the wind or by little leaps and bounds as though on springs. MC, 72. These sounds emanating from the environment echo the voices that torment the two characters, and the alternation between opposed qualities, the branches simultaneously trailing and grading, by little leaps and bounds, testifies to the impossibility of pacifying the anomic violence. The structure of caprice gives rise to a series of motifs expressing the fundamental absence of regularity. It is inherent in the question of the tremor evoked earlier in relation to interruptions. These images are particularly manifest in passages where the body remains exposed to an unrelenting agitation. In Mercier and Camille, the cockatoo suffers from erratic breathing that, in the French, is termed arythmie. MC 40 feebly and fitfully its breast rose and fell, faint quiverings ruffled up the down at every expiration. MC 18. The relationship to its emotional state is underlined, shivers of anguish rippled the plumage, blazing in ironic splendor. Murphy suffers from an irrational heart. Mu 4, cf. Ackerley and Gontarski, 278. Beckett spoke of having similar symptoms, following the passing away of his brother Frank in 1954, the old heart knocking hell out of me nightly and like an old stone in the day. L2, 531. Herbert Blau describes the very physical feeling of asphyxiation Beckett experienced. Beckett, actually, in the panic of similar seizures, for him lifelong, and as he has described it once in a conversation, suddenly stuttering, when he was writing comments say even more severe. They call it sleep apnea, a blockage of air in the windpipe, which at its worst seems to be caused by the nervous system's not getting an expected signal from the brain, which otherwise never stops, what leaves you breathless in Beckett. Blau, 38-9. As in the episode of the policeman's assassination in Mercier and Camille, this oscillation between uncontrollable beatings and inertia show the unity of these two opposed positions within a Mobian topology, as Laura Salisbury has also suggested. 2012, 158. The absence of mediation projects the subject, unforeseeably, from one extreme to the other. Before their outburst of violence, Mercier and Camille already methodically allied contrary exigencies. Their watchword is defined by both metonymy and unpredictable rupture, lente, and circumspection, with deviations to right and left and sudden reversals of course. MC 49. The French version ascribes the impulse to these deviations and reversals to the dards obscurs de l'intuition, obscure stings of intuition. 109. The episode from Company articulates caprice with the question of knowledge. The omnipresence of caprice hinders the structuring of experience, in this case, the child's effort to evaluate distance. The cutting retort, Co. 6, excludes any speech that could aid the character to arrive at an answer. The question of knowing is also central to What, where the word caprice expresses the protagonist's inability to situate the episode of the Gauls, in relation to other incidents. It resembled them in the sense that it was not ended, when it was past, but continued to unfold, in What's head, from beginning to end, over and over again, the complex connections of its lights and shadows, the passing from silence to sound and from sound to silence, the stillness before the movement and the stillness after, the quickenings and retardings, the approaches and the separations, all the shifting detail of its march and ordinance, according to the irrevocable caprice of its taking place. W. 72. Nothing allows this episode nor the others in the novel, for that matter, to attain a form of unity. The innumerable parameters that condition it obey no law, a fact that hinders it from becoming an event bearing a subjective meaning. The episode related is conveyed only by the unlimited nature of the voice. The violence of caprice leaves the subject in a situation of total dependence. Thus Endgame provides an example of the superego's caprice in the character of Ham, Bruce. In his position as a tyrant, he constrains Clove to obey his every whim. It is precisely his capriciousness that makes of Clove his slave, for example when he demands to be placed in the center of the room. Ham, I feel a little too far to the left. Clove moves chair slightly. Now I feel a little too far to the right. Clove moves chair slightly. I feel a little too far forward. Clove moves chair slightly. Now I feel a little too far back. E.g., 105. Manifestly, these demands are perfectly contradictory. Just before expressing this dissatisfaction, Ham had asked, "Am I right in the center?" E.g., 104. When Clove says he will measure to be sure of being exact, Ham responds, "More or less." More or less. 105. The sequence is repeated. Ham demands, "Put me right in the center," and when Clove declares he will fetch the tape measure, he responds again, "Roughly." Roughly. In other words, in the absence of any principle capable of providing the subject with a believable center, no position will ever be adequate, not even one situated by metrical coordinates, since for the superego, no universal standard can impose a pacifying law. In this highlighting of caprice and the unlimited, Beckett's work gives a glimpse of the link with language as an event of the body, such as the idea has been put forward in relation to the later theories of Lacan. In this perspective, and contrary to the development undertaken by Marie-Claude Hubert, 1994, the link with the body does not concern the institution of the image, as in Lacan's famous mirror stage, but rather a contingent encounter that escapes any norm or law, and where the body appears thereafter as the signifier's other insofar as the signifier creates the event. Miller, 2010-11. The one evoked here is related not to a unity that founds circumscribed entities, limited wholes, but concerns absolute singularity, which Beckett sums up in the axiomatic formulation, "Impossible de raisonner sur el unique, impossible to reason on the unique," MP. 32. Thus the Beckettian other, like that of the later Lacan, is not the pacifying symbolic that evacuates jouissance, but the body, in relation to a jouissance that cannot be mastered, as Jacques-Alain Miller states. The value of a body event is opposed to interdiction, it is not articulated with the law of desire. Jouissance is of the order of a trauma, a shock, contingency, pure chance, and not the law of desire. It is not caught up in a dialectic, but is the object of a fixation. 2010-11. The absence of a law. The paternal metaphor results in the fact that nothing can protect the subject from the shocks caused by the caprice of the other. All that remains is to seek out responses that will succeed, tentatively at least, to set the torment at a safe distance. The question of the continuous, incessant voice evolves throughout Beckett's work. If the notion conceived by Wilfred Bion of attacks on linking appeared to be particularly important in the novels of the 1940s and 1950s, as studied earlier, it also seems to be associated with the writer's difficulty to extricate himself from the uninterrupted murmur of the voice. In this situation, as Bruno Genest, 2014, has pointed out, the voice, devoid of any hiatus, TPR, 168, leaves no trace on the body, any more than the wind in the leaves. It was therefore indispensable, in order to avoid the fate threatened by a melancholic condition, to create such a breach in the inhuman imperative of the superego. Genest states that what causes the failure of Beckett's melancholy is the writing of the gap, of the blank, 2015. Catherine Laws points out how Beckett ultimately deprives music of its metaphysical status as a breachless whole and as a comfortable escape from the contingency of language, so that musicality becomes present in structures of repetition and association that foreground the sounding qualities of language. 2013, 213, combined with the inability absolutely to divorce individual words from their conventional associations, grammatical, cultural, and memorial. She adds, Beckett plays on the very impossibility of treating syllables as musical notes, pushing in that direction but exploiting the minimal conventional meanings that remain. 223. This is what constitutes Beckett's use of Lolland language as aporia, devoid of any ultimate solution, and situates interruption as an integral part of language and its musicality, making it the very substance of language and, as such, something that takes on form in writing, rather than allowing its asperities to be attenuated by grammatical articulation. The existence of such an opening would help us to interpret Helensix's calling Beckett the neighbor of zero, when she states, since to be alone, one must be more than one. Only one who is accompanied, surrounded, oppressed by solitude feels alone. Alone keeps itself company in the neighborhood of 0, 18. If this one is more than one, it is owing to the prior presence of a symbolic structure allowing the subject to transform the incessant voices into company. That is possible by virtue of the fact that, logically, 0 is what structures any series. This is what distinguishes it from a pure void, as real. As Lacan develops the idea, the series of numbers, one can only represent it by representing 0, in a more or less latent way. Now 0 is the presence of the subject who, at that level, totalizes it, 1973, 205. This discovery or invention of a structuring hiatus is thus decisive for Beckett's creation through to what where, as Michel Boziru has shown, 2000. The interruptions thus appear to be much less violent in the later works, as Stephen Connor has pointed out, seeing, in the Know-How on Trilogy, a more measured pacing, with the gaps in the text seeming to be filled more with rumination than desperate panicked lockjaw, 2014a, 76. Instead of seeking to aggressively drill holes in language, L1, 518, by means of ruptured writing, 521, he works on the fundamental sounds, Beckett, 1998, 24, accommodating the mess, in Driver, 23, cf. Dow, and the equivoque inherent in Llewellyn, that inscribes itself in the body, Nguyen, 2010a. Cecilia Poggian-Labette thus demonstrates how the violence inherent in the universality of the logos is turned against language in Worst Ward Ho, precisely because the affects jouissance prove to remain irreducible. Subjectivity thus thwarts the logos, leading to the creation of a minor literature. 146 Interruption is thus a privileged means whereby Beckett deals with Lacan's fundamental absence of sexual rapport in language, the ultimate non-existence of determination or meta-language. 3. Inscription. The study of the voice in its topological quality as continuous and unbreachable, on the one hand, and marked by uncontrollable interruptions, on the other shows it as a force that largely escapes the subject. We shall now examine privileged ways in which the subject succeeds in responding to the voice by means of producing an inscription, then by creating an image or adopting a reading voice. Inscription, a definition. The process of inscription concerns language in the material effects it produces on the body. If, in the context of limited wholes governed by the name of the father, the subject benefits from a definitive inscription in the register of linguistic semblances, in his confrontation with the unlimited, he is obliged to renew and diversify the forms of his inscription, with an aim to create an indispensable border. It is therefore a matter of an action involving the body, as the encounter with a jouissance that is radically unstillable. 147 In this perspective, writing proves to be of a material order, as Henry Michaud remarkably demonstrates in his paintings. 148 While a signifier names, it also points to the place where it breaks down and encounters, not another signifier capable of reviving meaning, by founding a dialectic, but a void that, then, becomes a jar ever ready to receive jouissance, or at least to invoke it with its artifice. Lacan, 2001, 19. Writing here comes as a substitute for the symbolic inscription usually afforded by a structuring invocation. As such, it is qualified as a literal, figuring an entire domain made for the other frontier, in that they are foreign, to the point of not being reciprocal. Lacan, 2001, 14. A frontier, as such, supposes a symbolic operation of exclusion as a result of which the two protagonists be they enemies are situated together within a set, and are governed by the same law. The literal, however, supposes a total absence of any relationship, neither of the two entities can function as a border for the other, neither can confer existence on the other as a limited whole. In sum, the abyss remains impossible to absorb, to bypass, or to completely hem in. This conception of the literal thus points to the subject as reduced to his founding trait or cut, to the original incidence of the signifier that produced the speaking being, parlitra, in the absence of any symbolic other capable of inscribing the subject within a dialogical construction. This is where the subject encounters the force of the drive as observed earlier when studying mouth in not I in relation to Lacan's demonstration of how Japanese calligraphy provides the conditions for an absolutely singular response to the crushing force of the universal. 149. The material quality of writing is particularly palpable in Texts for Nothing, completed in 1951, where the subject shows himself to be unable to create a distance from the unstoppable voice. Indeed, at this stage of his creation, Beckett had not yet attained the structuring hiatus or blank capable of extricating him from the incessant flow of the voice. As Eric Wessler, 2015, points out, this renewal was only possible as of from an abandoned work and commence. P.J. Murphy also notes, the ultimate paradox of how it is that the syntax of weakness enables the narrator to find a language that has the strength to command being. 75. In Texts for Nothing, by contrast, the narrator lacks a subject in an ontological sense. Murphy, 74. Here he describes words not in their signifying quality but as belonging to the realm of waste or refuse, exhorting himself to void yourself of them. TFN 2, 106. Voiding oneself does not mean to construct a discourse addressed to an auditor, where ideas enter a hierarchy, and words are interpreted according to their differential nature. Rather, it is to eject an excremental object, under the pressure of an unbearable jouissance. In these texts, the materiality of words is manifested by images dealing with bodily secretions, as if there were only the slightest of limits between inside and outside. The voice that remains inaccessible to the symbolic is heard, in a figurative manner, in this comparison of words with tears, I weep too without interruption. It's an unbroken flow of words and tears. TFN 8, 131. These tears flow in an autonomous fashion, independently of any subjectivity, without being attached to any meaning that would allow them to be seen as the expression of an emotion. Thus, when the body loses its consistency, the functions of the orifices are undifferentiated. I confuse them, words and tears, my words are my tears, my eyes my mouth. The submerging by the voice is expressed by a progression towards confusion. Firstly, words are opposed to silence, only the words break the silence, all other sounds have ceased. TFN 8, 131. Then, the narrator notices the impossibility of achieving a definitive absence of sound, but if I were silent the other sounds would start again, those to which the words have made me deaf, or which have really ceased. The subject's silence is insufficient, because the voice that is stopped by means of words inevitably resumes as soon as the latter come to a halt. Then an about turn occurs, by virtue of which the narrator admits he cannot distinguish between what he utters and his muteness. But I am silent, it sometimes happens, no, never, not 1 second. To be silent or not are no longer separate, opposed states. Finally, comes the stream of tears, I weep too without interruption. It's an unbroken flow of words and tears. The absence of a break in the duration and in the quality becomes apparent. Words and tears are of the same substance, leading to a fusion between the three elements, silence/words/tears, but I speak softer, every year a little softer. The lack of distinction between voice, silence, and secretion indicates the impossibility of breaking utterances into separate units. The silence is voice, and to proffer words is only a way for the drive the inaudible, screaming voice to circumscribe an object, to localize itself within the body. A marked difference appears here, with regards to the interruptions produced by certain characters. The knock in Ohio impromptu, or the chime in footfalls, operated breaks allowing the subject to find an anchoring point for representation, they functioned as a substitute for invocation. In Texts for Nothing, a form of metonymy unfolds whereby the subject is only capable of a minimal inscription that cannot bring the voice to a halt, and create a salutary hiatus. The explicit of First Love, written in 1946, describes a somewhat more successful attempt to silence the voice. At this stage in the story, Lulu has given birth to the narrator's child. However, in the absence of a reference to the paternal metaphor, it is impossible for him to find a place in the chain of transmission, and he flees, terrified. Being thus exposed to the fury of the voice, the narrator nonetheless finds a means to attenuate the latter's devastating effects. I began playing with the cries, a little in the same way as I had played with the song, on, back, if that may be called playing. As long as I kept walking I didn't hear them, because of the footsteps. But as soon as I halted I heard them again, a little fainter each time, admittedly, but what does it matter, faint or loud, cry is cry, all that matters is that it should cease. FL, 45. In order to free himself from the voice, the character finds the means to play with it, to find the right distance, one that will act as a literal, in the absence of a frontier. Such a game recalls Freud's description of the Forte, whereby the child makes a spool appear and disappear, in an alternation that Lacan situates just before the moment when one raises the symbolic question of the presence or absence of the other, 2013, 490. Indeed, the recourse to playing is indispensable insofar as silence remains the voice that continues by other means, so to speak. The character must therefore reassure himself that the cries exist, while attenuating the torment they cause him. To this end, he makes the sound of his footsteps heard, to cover up that of the baby's cries, then he stops, in order to feel their reality anew. By contrast with the nomination, this inscription does not halt the cries definitively, it does not create a breach, it only covers up the tumult, stifling it, localizing the voice in the form of the sound produced. With these footsteps that remain foreign to any discursive construction, the character asserts his existence with regards to his other, in the way a child sings to find courage in the dark of night. A parallel to these footsteps can be noted in the following observation Stephen Connor makes about Beckett's and Bruce Naumann's work. There is in both an impulse to walk through or walk out space, as though space would fade unless repeatedly made to start forth by the tread of the foot. Rather than the ground merely preceding and permitting the application of the foot, it comes to depend upon it. Connor, 2000. Michel Boziru also emphasizes the importance of the footfalls of quad, showing that they alone create a boundary against the silence as a void, 2189. The footsteps create space because they operate an inscription that provides the subject with a concrete support to his existence. The inscription of footsteps, footfalls. The dramaticule Footfalls, written in 1975, offers a striking example of the function of inscription. As a means of facing up to the unceasing voice, this play allows us to evaluate the structural importance of May's movements, and discern the link between the latter and the text composed of dialogues and monologues. In this work, the voice appears as a consequence of May's unborn status. In what Beckett called his pacing play, in Knowlson, 1997, 614, and, contrary to what may be suggested by the preponderant presence of written speeches of great lyrical beauty, May's footsteps are a crucial element. Thus Walter Asmus reports, Beckett emphasizes the importance of the footsteps. The walking up and down is the central image, he says. This was his basic conception of the play. The text, the words were only built up around this picture. Beckett asserts that the lifelong stretches of walking are the center of the play, everything else is secondary, in Asmus. He expresses the subsidiary nature of the words by means of a metaphor. In a letter to Billy Whitelaw, the pacing is the essence of the matter. The text, what pharmacists call excipient, February 19, 1976, in Whitelaw, 1996, 139. The relation between pacing and the spoken text is problematic. Lois Oppenheim, 2001, 772, stresses the crucial visual aspect of plays such as Footfalls, while Stephen Thompson correctly points out the indispensable nature of the written text which composes the image of a concrete, prosaic world. Crucially, the two are not merely discrete forces but are inextricably linked. 77. Indeed, it is not surprising that Beckett should state the problematics of his works in terms marked by equivoque. Regarding his well-known refusal to explain his work, if people want to have headaches among the overtones, let them. Beckett, 1998, 24. Catherine Laws points out that musical affect and the perception of form and structure are in part constituted in resonance, timbre, and texture, and the nuances of overtone structures are what a musician is learning to control. 2013, 9. The excipient can be read as a means by which Beckett seeks to do the image, placing his structural priorities within a habitable envelope. Indeed, as in all of Beckett's work, the material combines with the evanescent dimension, revealing two irreconcilable facets that allow for no synthesis. If the spoken text envelopes May's repetitive action, the images serve as signifying resonators conveying meaning and spatial extension to what takes place monotonously and insistently on the level of the bodily movements. Indeed, the assaults of the voice demand an efficient action, and if May's narrative unfolds a story, the latter will remain spectral with regards to the torment caused by the unstillable voice. Basically, there is no verifiable relationship between the story recounted and what May's but is that really her name, achieves, and shows, on stage. What the character accomplishes, her unceasing writing, constitutes the play's structuring element. May exists by virtue of the sound of her footsteps, the latter giving the play its grounding in pure inscription, stripped of the substance suggested by the imaginary. The footsteps abut on the void, on silence. Like those of the narrator in First Love, May's footsteps are destined to stifle the voice, as they doubtless were for May Beckett. 150. The stage directions emphasize, clearly audible rhythmic tread, ff. 399. It is for this reason that May asks her mother to remove the carpet. 401. To hear the sound of the feet is to ensure the possibility of locating the body and limiting the voice. The bodily contact with the ground thus being ensured, she can grasp something of her own existence, she can situate herself within space, even if the latter remains plunged in darkness. It is following this same logic that May leans her head against the wall, bows her poor head against the wall and snatches a little sleep. Stephen Connor, 2000, observes that, in the work of both Beckett and Naumann, there is the possibility of coming to rest against a surface that holds as well as obstructs, defines shape in denying movement. This halt and the presence of a solid substance contrast with the insatiable torment, which May experiences in the invasion of the voice, that only the counting of footsteps enables her to break up into discrete portions. The wall appears as a substitute maternal presence that does not assume a human face. By contrast, to not hear the movement of her feet would be to run the risk of finding herself lost in the innumerable crowd of the ceaseless footsteps described by the narrator of the Una Mabel. All sounds, there's only one, continuous, day and night. What is it? Its steps coming and going, its voices speaking for a moment. 380. The French title of the play, pas, marks the effect of May's steps. The adverbial particle pas also signifies the negation. Cf. Connor, 2007, 178, expressing the effort to impose silence on the other, like the child who protests Jene pas. I don't want to. Shane Weller points out, 2006, 73, that lexical repetition links the narrator's footsteps, described at the end of Premier Amour, to the negation, tant que je marque heis jene les entendais pas, grâce au brut de mes pas, pa. 55. The English version simply reads, as long as I kept walking I didn't hear them, because of the footsteps, fl. 45. The infinite unborn voice of footfalls. However, while representing an effort to withdraw from the torment, the inscribing footsteps paradoxically remain an expression of the latter, for want of being able to operate a veritable separation, contrary to what Lacan evokes in his invention of an apocryphal episode of Robinson Crusoe, where the hero sees a footprint on the sand. Lacan explains 151 that the trace of the footstep, the mark left by real contact, is effaced and forgotten, to become a signifier that only has any relationship with other signifiers. In an inversion of this logic of negation, the motif of the footsteps, in Beckett's work signifies pas, no, symbolization, as well as the tireless efforts undertaken to achieve the latter. The voice thus attains an infinite dimension, suggested by the symbol infinity May inscribes on stage, where she wheels at the end of each stretch of pacing. Brater, 1987, 61. Stephen Connor emphasizes that May's pacing also carries her inevitably away from herself. 2007, 178. Indeed, the counting of footsteps as well as that of units of time is a preoccupation shared by a number of Beckett's characters. Bailey, 151-4, and expresses the action of the unlimited in the sometimes exorbitant figures attained, in the same way as Dom Juan boasts his mille tre, that he can nonetheless only ever approach one by one. Lacan, 1975b, 15. Thus, in the end, May is absorbed by absence, when the spectator finds no trace of May. ff. 403. Her disappearance reveals her existence as pure inscription, devoid of content, and incapable of attaining an ending. From the start, as Beckett said to Billy Whitelaw, well, let's just say you're not quite there, in Whitelaw, 1996, 143. This reduced physical meaning, what can be ascertained within reality presence, is what imposes the irreducible presence of the voice as an object, and which traverses May's body, causing her perpetual pacing. If Ruby Cohn explains that the play is both wrested from the void, 1980, 57, and uncovers a void, 95, it is because May's absence is, nonetheless, a particular form of presence, as regards the voice. While the reading voice, adopted to narrate the sequel, would seem to situate May in the realm of meaningful representations, the description of her movements reveals the interruptions we have observed, animated by caprice, rather than in the regular alternation seen on stage. As a consequence, May's existence becomes even more immaterial. She is seen at a complete halt, stands stark still till she could move again, ff. 402, then in ceaseless movement, paced without pause. Finally, May disappears, before vanishing the way she came. This succession of partly incompatible positions recalls the character of Belacqua, in Dream of Fair to Middling Women. At his simplest he was trine, centripetal, centrifugal and, not, df. 120. Their underlying unity can however be understood in terms of a Mobian topology, where apparently opposed qualities are situated on the same edge. At the same time, in the middle of the strip, can be found a non-negotiable whole, radical absence, expressive of the fact that May has never had any definitive or concrete existence in discourse. Indeed, if the voice has such an incidence on May, it is because she is unborn, a status conveyed by the impossibility for the mother's voice to confirm her daughter's birth. Beckett explains that the mother was about to say, the same where she was born, that May was not born, as Walter Asmus reports, she just began, and he quotes Beckett, it began. There is a difference. She was never born. Indeed, she can only say, where it began. Pause. It all began, ff. 401. These sentences perhaps point to the paronyms began/begot. May began, but was not begot, in that she was not inscribed in a symbolic transmission. Indeed, the expression it all began designates a breachless whole experienced as absolute solitude that does not make up a world. Beckett asserts, the daughter only knows the voice of the mother, in Asmus, 82. Because May is unborn, her mother is not simply a member inscribed in a family history but is a voice that pervades her daughter's existence profoundly, and which she is powerless to detach herself from. The mother is incommensurably intimate. Indeed, in contradiction with any realism, the mother's voice declares, she has not been out since girlhood, ff. 401, thus abolishing all temporality. At the same time, the mother gives a visage to the dimension of the abyss as real, declaring to her daughter, there is no sleep so deep I would not hear you there, ff. 399. The mother's presence is this voice emanating from her deep sleep. In this abyss, there is still the possibility of hearing a voice, instead of the daughter being confronted with the torment of the unamiable. On the structural level, however, mother and daughter both participate in the same Mobian topology. Indeed, the mother's voice is situated in her daughter's head, as Beckett confirms, according to Stanley Gontarski, "My voice is in her head. She hears it in her poor mind," in Gontarski, 1990, 154. The latter expression suggests that everything takes place in May's head. Consequently, the play scene on stage is situated in this same space. What appears outside, in reality takes place inside. And yet, the spectator is confronted with the exteriority of both the stage and this maternal voice, heard through a loudspeaker. This inextricably paradoxical structure makes it impossible to contain the whole within a realistic perspective, where the voice would be situated exclusively within May. The same indeterminacy characterizes the mother-slash-daughter relationship. Beckett unites these two figures so that the concern they express one for the other appears as being reciprocal. In this couple, each one watches over the other, so that it is impossible to separate them, to see them as two totally distinct characters. Thus, the daughter's name May is that of the author's mother, the mother appears here as a daughter. In the same way, the daughter adopts a maternal posture, following Beckett's indication to clasp her hands across her body in a gesture that seemed to encapsulate her whole being and that resembled the posture of the Virgin of the Annunciation of Antonello da Messina, Knowlson, 1997, 256-7. As Marie-Claude Hubert notes, in this image, he unites a waiting for death and a waiting for birth. As the mother before awaited the birth of her daughter, the latter now awaits her death, these two deliverances that mark the limits of life. Hubert ed. 771. To consider death as a birth is also to assert the impossibility of entering existence. The inversion of the mother-slash-daughter roles is also suggested in an earlier version of the text, as Stanley Gontarski points out. Originally, the voice expressed an ancient fear, that the daughter might die before her. A Terrifying Prospect, 1990, 154. In this fear, a death wish can be discerned, on the part of the mother with regards to her daughter, but also the hope that the latter may watch over her mother's death. This reversal reveals something of the latter's powerlessness to give birth to her daughter, as a result of her own anxiety regarding death. Eric Wessler points out that the monologues that follow the initial dialogue echo each other, to form a process of involution. May thus recites what she has heard, and the text folds up, not in a simple loop, by a return to the commencement, but within itself. 2009, 354. As in Rockaby, the content of the text ends up enveloping the context in which it is uttered. 393. This can be seen as an example of what Angelo Muriani calls encrypting, 1990, 21, which points to an intermediate zone of simultaneous deathlessness and lifelessness excluded from the reparation provided both by the work of art and mourning. This may be true, provided this dimension is placed in the perspective of melancholy and the pure pain of existence. Lacan, 1966, 777, articulating the motif of encrypting situated on the imaginary level in relation to its anchoring in the structural fixity Beckett achieves in his later work. 152. Indeed, how it is shows how enveloping involves a risk of mortification, for want of confirmation by another. Brown, 2016. However, such enveloping as seen, for example, in the arms of the rocker in Rockaby represents a means by which the subject lodges his unspeakable, or unborn, being in relation to another, for want of having been instituted in the symbolic register, in relation to the name of the father. Thus, in Happy Days, the mound that slowly absorbs Winnie is both an image exposed to the blinding light correlated with the clichés the character desperately latches onto. Brown, 2011a, and what covers the invisible abyss that fills her with terror. In the plays, this reverse side acquires existence by virtue of such luminous elevation. The Mobian topology of the infinity motif finds another application here, insofar as it reveals what may appear to be opposing sides as being, in fact, a single surface. The visible manifestation takes on form, expands, then dissolves into invisibility. From a subjective point of view, this complex encrypting movement can be seen as the attempt to become one's own other, TFNI, 103, R, 441. In the same way as Balakwa's triple nature, in Dream of Fair to Middling Women, rested on its third term expressing his non-existence, the unity formed by May and her mother circumscribes the former's radical non-existence. May, who combines her own figure on stage and her mother's voice, has never been there. It is this absence that constitutes the union of death and the failure of birth. The fourth part of the play emphasizes May's disappearance, no trace of May, ff. 403. The expression no trace signifies the abolition, by the voice, of everything belonging to the discursive register. By way of contrast, however, the play itself produces a trace, insofar as it gives an amplified form to May's incessant comings and goings. The play also shows the refusal to simply ascribe a positive and univocal value to silence, understood as the unamiable void into which May disappears. Indeed, any disappearance will turn into a new appearance, according to the following paradoxical formulation: a little later, when as though she had never been, she began to walk, 402. Beckett marks the alternation between the absolute effacing and the resumption of the footsteps, thus, the latter give form to the unceasing voice. 4. Image and reading. Do the image. Confronted with the unstillable voice, some characters such as the narrator of the unamable evoke the absence of a word, expressing the idea that there may be somewhere a voceable they could utter, for their torment to come to an end. By virtue of this word, they could have access to a phrastic structuring with a beginning, a middle, and an end, as in the well-built phrase, Mo. 27, that would definitively expel the unbearable jouissance. It is in this sense that the voice of Cascando seeks to recount the story of Woburn. Story: if you could finish it, you could rest, sleep, not before. Oh, I know, the ones I've finished, thousands and one, all I ever did, in my life, saying to myself, finish this one, it's the right one, then rest, sleep, no more stories, no more words. Ca. 297. This string of words expresses the desperate effort to construct a fiction that, were it to be confirmed by a hypothetical other, would relieve the subject of a burden that it is beyond his means to bear. Indeed, the torment this character endures is such that he can only imagine this achievement as an extinction, as dreamless sleep. Thus, for want of a paternal metaphor, many characters strive to do the image, as expressed in the narrative entitled El Image, first published in 1959, and which ends thus: I stay like this no more, thirst the tongue goes in the mouth closes, it must be a straight line now it's done, I've done the image, I'm, 168. Bruno Clement notes the difference between this version and the one included in How It Is, written as Commence, 1958 to 1960, and where the verb changes, I've done the image becomes I have had the image, Hi, 31. Beyond the distinction between the imagination as fabrication or passivity, Clement observes that it is in this preeminence of illusion, in its aptitude to disappear, that the distinctive nature of the Beckettian imaginary resides. 1988, 170. What seems important to notice, however, is the function of the image for the character. The narrator represents himself as situated outside of a luminous space, lodged in the mud that fills his mouth and impedes speech. This is a situation Beckett's characters can be found in from texts for nothing onwards. He occupies the realm of the unborn characters, those who do not have at their disposal speech they consider as their own, who are excluded from any community. Progressively, he perceives an image that represents the contrary of his condition. I look to me about 16 and to top it all glorious weather, egg blue sky and scamper of little clouds, I'm, 166. The pure, unflawed appearance of this image confirms its stereotyped nature. Brown, 2008, 103-6, seeming to indicate its association with an impassive and faultless other, like the mother in Company, Co. 5. Faced with the spotless and idealized aspect of these images, the narrator can only situate himself in the position of refuse. However, by constructing an image, he succeeds in lodging himself in relation to his other, somewhat in the way that the vanishing point in perspective painting, nominee, articulates the subject with the representation as a whole. According to the principle formulated by Lacan concerning the object, the field of reality is only supported by the extraction of the object, which however gives it its frame. 1966, 554. By constituting the image as a whole, the subject succeeds in providing himself with a place with regards to his other who will henceforth watch over him. Thus, in Nacht und Traum, Beckett shows A envisioning a replica of himself, B receiving the succor he longs for, Heron, 2186. As Grally-Heron explains, this composes a mise en abîme of what Beckett himself does in inventing such a character in the setup. Catherine Laws, 2013, 196, in turn associates this construction with the deviser devising it all for Company, Co. 30. The image can thus be situated in relation to speech, and its function of invocation, as Jean-Michel Vives describes it using the image of the lone singer. He invokes, by deploying his voice, an other, who is of course absent, but that the subject's voice has the power to summon for him, but also for those who hear him. 2012, 44. Addressing the other represents a means to silence the tormenting voice. By making his own voice heard, the subject diverts the other's attention. In the same way, the visual image, the icon, in the field of religion, for example, is destined to impede the devouring gaze of the divinity. It serves as a gaze tamer. Lacan, 1973, 100. Catherine Laws is quite right to emphasize that in both Ghost Trio and Nacht und Traum, the use of music to summon the virtual company of an absent other, is nothing so substantial as an assertion of transcendence, redemption, or the suspension of suffering. Rather, it suggests the endlessly replayed echo of the refusal to abandon that possibility. 2013, 198. Insofar as it is not heterogeneous to language but is determined by the structuring the latter imposes, the image is related to the voice, as Michel Boziru demonstrates in connection with Nacht und Traum, when he states that what Beckett makes visible is this unspeakable object that acts as a call for the sign emanating from the other. A dream of a sign of the other of desire. 2193. Thus paradoxically, the voice may be mute, just as the presence of the gaze can sometimes be announced by an audible manifestation. The other mentioned here, situated at the point of an ideal, bears various names, such as the inviolable zenith, where for amateurs of myth lies hidden away out to earth and sky, Lo, 207, or the Wains, FL, 45, the constellation that his father showed to the narrator of First Love, and that the latter is unable to locate alone. However, if the other, for Beckett, is irremediably absent, or the absolute absence of the absolute, DSJ, 33, the imaginary register can designate the place it has abandoned, and which offers a barrier to the real. Michel Boziru, 2193-4, thus notes that the dream in this play is comparable to the name of the father which, for the neurotic subject, is the guardian of the unbearable jouissance. It palliates the unceasing and unlimited sound of the outside that inflicts endless torment. What is at stake in the creation of the image appears at the end of Murphy. When he was naked he lay down in a tuft of soaking tuffets and tried to get a picture of Celia. In vain. Of his mother. In vain. Of his father, for he was not illegitimate. In vain. Mu, 157. Here, Murphy attempts to obtain an image of those who surround him, particularly his parents, those whose gaze, according to Berkeley's principle esse est percipi, would be capable of returning a unified image of himself. 153 Murphy is thus situated at the opposite pole from speaker in a piece of monologue, or the character of film, who both tear up images imposing a stereotyped representation of the stages of their existence. In the end, Murphy's failure to do the image causes his suicide, which is appropriately preceded by a description of fragmentation. He could not get a picture in his mind of any creature he had met, animal or human. Scraps of bodies, of landscapes, hands, eyes, lines and colors evoking nothing, rose and climbed out of sight before him, as though reeled upward off a spool level with his throat. Mu. 157. The image in Rough for Radio 2. Rough for Radio 2, written in the early 60s, illustrates the place of the image, precisely in a context where the auditor is in the presence of the voice alone, in the absence of any visual staging. This play includes animator, accompanied by stenographer. Animator commands Dick, who is mute, and whose function consists of applying a bull's pizzle to Fox's body. Animator and stenographer have the task of making the latter produce the word they are seeking without, however, knowing in advance what it might be in order to be free. If Fox has not yet spoken the word that may be it, RR2 276, he produces a verbal image that unsettles animator and stenographer. Fatigue, what fatigue, my brother inside me, my old twin, ought to be he and he but no, no no. Pause. No no. Silence. Ruler. Me get up, me go on, what a hope, it was he, for hunger. Have yourself opened, Maud would say, opened up, it's nothing, I'll give him suck if he's still alive, ah but no, no no. RR2 279. The irrational nature of this image shocks stenographer's sense of realism, scandalized. But it's simply impossible. Inside him. RR2 280. This image arises as a complete whole, without any link to anything of any kind, as animator remarks, and of a sudden, in the same sentence, a woman, with Christian name to boot, and a brother. Its strangeness results from the fact that this image is not prepared by other utterances. Rather than being the consequence of a preceding construction, it appears without any relationship to an identifiable reality. The other characters cannot refer this motif back to any known family configuration, kith and kin? /s, never a word, sir. I have been struck by it. Mine plays such a part, in my life. The brother is no part of any filial or family link, he is simply a double. As a true subjective creation, this image is situated outside of any family chain, a father, a mother, a friend, a Beatrice. No, that is asking too much. 282. In enumerating these identities, persons who, having seen Fox, could testify to his existence, animator passes from the family 154, the first conventional idea, to the literary, bookish reference, in order to reduce the strangeness of the image evoked. Thus situated outside of any metonymical chain, this image is rooted in the impossible, in the manner of a subject's fundamental fantasy that represents its window onto the real. Miller, 2010-11, Wajkman, 2004. Stenographer emphasizes this fact when she expresses her indignation at the idea that Fox might have a brother inside him, but it's quite simply impossible. Inside him. RR2 280. By its singular nature, this image reveals its status as an exception. As such, it founds a reality, rather than belonging to one. For this reason, it has the function of an anchoring point. Lacan's point de Capitan, 1998, 196, that creates a halt in the flow of speech. Thus, animator observes, this is the first time that he has actually named anyone. RR2 280. This image appears in the place of the word whose absence hinders the creation of a reality. Since Fox is incapable of uttering the word that may be it, 276, the image occupies this place. What counts is not so much the thing, in itself, that would astonish me too. No, it's the word, the notion. 280. Thus, it is not a matter of confirming the actual believable existence of a brother inside Fox, but of grasping the function of naming, the manner in which the image offers a frame that circumscribes his jouissance. This context sheds light on Monique Lyart's qualifying the unborn being as a delirious metaphor, 1993, 30, for Beckett, one that veils the whole inherent in language. This image that is offered up to the other, stenographer, animator, and the auditor can in no way be verified or rationalized, since it imposes a new reality. The appearance of this image represents a form of crescendo in the composition of the play, whose entire final part crystallizes around it. Confronted with Fox, animator exults over the image in turn, with phallic symbols at his disposal, his assistant stenographer, on one side, Dix Bowles-Pizzle, on the other, he is a caricature of his tormented double. He believes he has seized something concrete, here, possibly, we have something at last, RR2, 283. The verb used in French, tenir, suggests the idea of mastery, as if animator were grasping an object in his hand. However, he is far from controlling himself. Seeking to set the image within a credible whole, he demands paradoxically that Fox produce just anything, try, at least, what do you stand to lose? Beside himself. Even though it is not true. 282. He is most excited and delighted, 284, at the image produced, warming to his point, beside himself, 282. In the same way as Fox's image is situated outside of any objective reality, and is unverifiable, animator is troubled by the absence of the right word, so he demands something that excites him. That is also what causes him to accuse stenographer wrongly of omitting a crucial passage. A. Don't skip, miss, the text in its entirety if you please. S. I skip nothing, sir. Pause. What have I skipped, sir? A. Emphatically. Between two kisses, sarcastic. That mere trifle. Angry. How can we ever hope to get anywhere if you suppress gems of that magnitude? RR2, 284. Here and, apparently, without noticing, or without wanting to know, it is animator who inserts the missing words. When stenographer objects that Fox never pronounced them, he calls into doubt her hearing, her memory, and her good faith. However, the passage he finds is apocryphal, replacing what Fox does not say, this phrase that comes, like a verbal fantasy, and covers up Fox's silence does not suffice to free them. The equivoque of the French verb sauter, ne sautes pas, mademoiselle, pr. 84, meaning skip, jump, but also, in its obscene usage fuck, like the other verb used in the text, baiser, to kiss, associates animator with the phallic caricature, by contrast with the gaps, or sots, in Fox's text. In this proxy fantasy, animator aims to enjoy the image created by Fox. However, the effect produced is a form of hypotypesis, an almost hallucinatory vision, the breast. One can almost see it. 283. His excitement is such that animator imagines he heard Fox speak of two kisses. These two kisses are also the ones that animator, whose place is limited to the level of a verbal exchange, desires to receive from stenographer, in his dream of forming a couple with her. Such a fantasy is intended to fill in the irremediable size Zion between these two characters on the one hand, and Fox on the other. If animator is excited by the image that he himself invents, the one produced by Fox reveals its function for the victim. The subject, like a mother expecting a child, lodges his double inside himself. Here, an echo can be discerned of the young unborn girl evoked by Jung during his third Tavistock lecture, that Beckett heard in 1935. In Fox's image, it is the double, this twin, that has failed to be born. The role ascribed to Maud, by Fox, corresponds to the aspiration to revive this double, in accordance with what Beckett confided to Charles Juliet. Jai toujours eu la sensation chu il y avait en moi un être assassin. Assassin avant ma naissance. Il me fallet retro verset etras assign. Tenterdel we redonervi, I have always had the feeling that there was in me an assassinated being. Assassinated before my birth. I had to find this assassinated being. Try to give it life again, in Juliet, 15. According to the series of Mises and Abim created by this text, Fox is animator's double, an idea confirmed by the phonic echo in the final words of these phrases, yes, sir, a life all his own, I might have known, RR2, 278. On a supplementary level, the unborn brother is the double of Fox, who faints at the idea of a brother who may be dead, if he's still alive, 279. The series of women mod 155, RR2, 279, Angel, 180, Nanny evokes the idea of a comforting, maternal presence, capable of saving the subject from his suffering. Their function is thus comparable to that of the image that palliates the void, or the pair of hands that appears in Nacht und Traum. If Maud is to try to revive the part of the subject that is mortified, rejected from nomination, I'll give him suck if he's still alive, but no, 279, the undertaking is desperate, impossible. Of course, the women evoked represent the exact opposite of the torment inflicted by animator and Dixbowl's Pizzle, insofar as their presence makes it possible to deal with something of the unspeakable. However, stenographer as Maud's double offers a contrast with the latter. Animator has the idea of making her kiss Fox, in order to provoke the revelation of the missing word. A confusion can then be observed between the act of kissing and the reaction caused, kiss him, miss, perhaps that will stir some fiber. Where, sir? In his heart, in his entrails or some other part. No, I mean kiss him where, sir? 282. If kissing usually represents an expression of affection, it becomes obscene, and capable of unveiling the flesh, devoid of any protective veil provided by the image. Why on his stinker of a mouth, what do you suppose? Stenographer kisses Fox. Howl from Fox. Till it bleeds. Kiss it white? Howl from Fox. Suck his gullet. As a result of its violence, the kiss becomes equivalent to the whip blows dispensed by Dick. The reading voice, being oneself one's own other. To do the image is thus a means to create a form of what Beckett calls company, in the absence of a symbolic other. As a form of invocation, it is addressed to the other, causing sufficient presence to temporarily still the tormenting voice. However, the company that the character seeks often does not succeed in completely palliating his fundamental solitude. Indeed, the eponymous text concludes with the word paragraph alone, co. 42. The Beckettian subject is constantly obliged to elaborate his constructions from this condition of radical solitude. If, for the neurotic subject, the other functions as a guardian of jouissance, the psychotic has no such guarantee. As Lacan declares, free men, truly free ones, are precisely the madmen. There is no demand for the little a object, his little a, he has it, it is what he calls his voices, for example. He does not hold on to the place of the other, of the great other, by means of the object, he has the at his disposal. Let us say that he has his causa object in his pocket. Lacan, 1967. In the absence of a symbolic other, the character often finds himself in a position to command the voice, to play the role of both himself and his other. The narrator of the first text for nothing experiences the situation as a tiresome repetition, as the inability to produce anything new, always murmuring, the same old mutterings, the same old stories, the same old questions and answers, TFNI, 103. Instead of a dialectic based on two signifiers, S1, S2, the character is condemned to occupy both complementary places, and to rehash the same utterances. Thus it is that he tells himself stories. Yes, I was my father and I was my son, I asked myself questions and answered as best I could, I had it told to me evening after evening, the same old story I knew by heart and couldn't believe, or we walk together, hand in hand, silent, sunk in our worlds, each in his worlds, the hands forgotten in each other. That's how I've held out till now. TFNI, 103. This passage eloquently expresses the absence of any transmission made possible by the inscription of a lac, the non-existence of a structure reposing on limited wholes. The fact that the narrator evokes the father here indicates that the latter, supposedly representative of symbolic transmission, was unable to assume this function, particularly with regards to the mother. He will, of course, be important for the Beckettian narrator that of first love, for example, to whom he pointed out the constellation of the Wains, FL 45, but this love will be accompanied by the recognition of an absence of consistency. The Beckettian father remains radically wanting. 156. To be one's own other means that questions and answers are situated on the same level, as the narrator of How It Is confirms. In the familiar form of questions I am said to ask myself and answers I am said to give myself, however unlikely that may appear. Hi, 144. As Daniel Siboney points out concerning the footsteps at the end of first love, the voice of the other can act as a third, but if one starts it oneself, to measure, in relation to its intensity, one's own small movements, there is no other, and the dual vertigo concludes in coming and going. Siboney, 171. Thus, the Beckettian character is obliged to be himself his own other, like the figure in Rockaby, going to and fro / all eyes / all sides / high and low / for another / another like herself / another creature like herself. R. 435. This quest ends up in a failure, and, when the absence of another is confirmed, she must recognize that she will only ever have herself, was her own other. 441. Henceforth, she must talk to herself, saying to herself / whom else. The Beckettian character must create for himself his pseudo-others. This is possible, however, because language is itself alone company. Lacan 2006a, 179. Structurally, it is the discourse of the other. It can never be a simple emanation of the subject, since it is what founds a speaking being, parlitra. Thus, to be one's own other means to occupy the place of an other in order to construct the simulacrum of a verbal exchange. In company, the narrator formulates as follows the function of poetic invention, divisor of the voice and of its hearer and of himself. Divisor of himself for company, co. 16. Ham imagines his end in the manner of a child, seized by fear of the dark, then babble, words, like the solitary child who turns himself into children, 2, 3, so as to be together, and whisper together, in the dark, e.g., 126. Recounting a story. A children's story is a means for the subject to face up to the terror caused by this darkness that represents the gaping hole of his existence. Thus it is that the narrator of the calmative expects his father to read him a story. He might have simply told me the story, he knew it by heart, so did I, but that wouldn't have calmed me. He had to read it to me, evening after evening, or pretend to read it, turning the pages and explaining the pictures that were of me already, evening after evening the same pictures till I dozed off on his shoulder. CSPR, 64. Here, in order to have a calming effect, the story must be a children's story, one that is repeated and not an invention, not something new. It functions in the manner of a bedtime story, rather than having the status of a literary creation. The repeated story is one that has endured the passing of time. It causes no surprise, since any unforeseen utterance could give rise to the anxiety caused by the unlimited voice. This repetition of the same is intended to create a substitute of the father who, fundamentally, is wanting. Indeed, the weakness of the paternal function seems precisely to manifest its effects in the terror experienced by the child, who can only sleep when he feels secure. Since the father's speech alone cannot provide this reassurance, the mediation of the written text is necessary, acting as a third party, so that the child may feel protected. The story's consistency requires to be guaranteed by its written support. Insofar as it rocks or cradles the child, the story also has a maternal function. Instead of being felt as a source of anxiety, this voice is embodied by the presence of another that conveys it. Such is the function of the story, according to the definition offered by Voice B in that time, making up to keep the void out, just another of those old tales to keep the void from pouring in on top of you. The Shroud, tt. 390. The story is intended to palliate the terrifying void, the voice that manifests itself as unlimited. Once it is humanized, the voice becomes soothing music. Speech lulls the subject, u. 341, because it calms the torment of the persecuting voice, as the narrator of Ellenamable states, ca le endermira, that will lull them, I. 66. These elements could perhaps nuance the opinion Bruno Clement formulates in an analysis based on a conception of genres, seen in the perspective of innovation and modernity. Noting that Ham's novel called A Roman in the French version, fp. 80, is written, 2009, 160, Clement remarks that it is not an existing story but one that is progressively invented in the course of sessions of improvisation, 161. However, this tale is presented as belonging to an obsolete aesthetic, as does the story of the trousers told by Nag, 160. By contrast, Clement points out the qualities of Clove's monologue, which shows that literature will henceforth be interior, 165. It seems nonetheless important to note that Ham's story partially escapes such an evolution. Like the stories that many other characters tell themselves, this one is inscribed in reference to the other, in this case, a known literary genre, and ensures a paternal function. The act of speaking to oneself, of telling stories, can be found in many of Beckett's works. Winnie reassures herself that she can fill up her day. There is my story, of course, when all else fails, HD, 163. The status of storytelling is often signaled by the specific tone adopted. Concerning the reader in Ohio Impromptu, James Knowlson notes Beckett advising him to make his delivery calm, steady, designed to soothe. Bedtime Story, 1997, 666. In All That Fall, Mr. Rooney recounts his perception of the accident that occurred while he was in the train, and, to do so, he adopts a narrative tone, AF, 192, 193, 194. In an effort to ensure the continuity of his story, he asks, "Where was I in my composition?" 194. Behind his artificial narrative tone, can be heard the suggestion that Mr. Rooney might have been linked to the death of the child, Pountney, 105. In this case, his narrative tone may betray a form of overcompensation intended to palliate a feeling of horror. In that time, the character tells himself stories, talking to yourself who else out loud imaginary conversations, making it up, now one voice now another, till you were hoarse and they all sounded the same, tt. 390. The text insists on the absence of any other, that the character is obliged to palliate as best he can, muttering to yourself who else, with your arms round you whose else, 389. In Embers, Henry tells himself stories in order to feel a presence, to procure a vital substitute for the company that he lacks. Stories, stories, years of stories, years and years of stories, till the need came on me, for someone, to be with me, anyone, a stranger, to talk to, imagine he hears me, years of that, and then now, for someone who knew me in the old days, anyone, to be with me, imagine he hears me, what I am, now. 255. The slipping operated in this sentence emphasizes the function of these stories. It is a matter of endowing oneself with a presence and, more profoundly, someone who could reassure him about his former existence, that is to say, logically, someone resembling a parental figure. However, Henry never manages to finish his stories. I usen't to need anyone, just to myself. Stories, there was one about an old fellow called Bolton, I never finished it, I never finished any of them, I never finished anything, everything always went on forever, e. 254. The absence of a conclusion to these stories is consistent with the lack of any ending in general for Beckett's narrators, who evoke the fundamental absence of a symbolic other capable of offering an anchoring point. Confronted with the unlimited, the subject relates stories, talking to oneself, in order to achieve the simulacrum of a limitation, but which never fails to collapse, showing up the unstillable voice that underlies it. Thus it is also possible to grasp the status of what Lacan calls lucubration 157, and which can be seen in the spoken text of the dramatic Llewellyns, that is to say their absence of any hold on a referent. The stories in these plays present no factual truth about the lives of the figures who listen to them, but fulfill a function for them. This orientation is prefigured in the use of the third-person personal pronoun instead of the first. In Malone dies, while waiting I shall tell myself stories, if I can. They will be almost lifeless, like the teller, MD, 174. The link between the teller and his characters resides in this absence of any vivifying quality. As he is himself devoid of life, Malone gives himself a form of existence through his characters. After the fiasco, the solace, the repose, I began again, to try and live, cause to live, be another, in myself, in another. My concern is not with me, but with another, far beneath me and whom I try to envy, of whose crass adventures I can now tell at last, I don't know how. 189. It is when he is faced with death that he endows himself with this new borrowed identity, and on the threshold of being no more I succeed in being another. 188. The story he recounts concerns another named Sappho with whom he shares no trait of resemblance. Nothing is less like me than this patient, reasonable child. 31. However, this borrowed identity knows no durable existence, and suddenly turns into mock man. 222. Here, the nominal identity of the character is secondary, since it enters into a metonymical series where no name has more importance than another. However, the invented character does represent the storyteller in an oblique way. The latter finds himself both in his character Sappho, struggling all alone for years to shed a little light upon himself, 187, and in the identity he attributes to himself, the one who knows the joys of darkness. Basically, this construction testifies to a scission between the plethora of metonymical representations and the subject as inert, impenetrable, and real. This function is expressed in May's story, which starts with the indication sequel, ff. 402, a term that explicitly belongs to the domain of writing, as Elizabeth Berry notes, 2006, 157. Walter Asmus reports Beckett's explanations. The voice in the third part could be a bit more alive than in the first. One can suppose that she has written down everything which she has invented up to this, that she will one day find a reader for her story, therefore the address to the reader, Mrs. Winter, whom the reader will remember. Words are as food for this poor girl. Beckett says. They are her best friends. Asmus. May seeks to constitute, in the guise of a reader, an other capable of replacing the one who remains radically absent. Finally, writing is intended to provide her with company, an idea reflected in the expression best friends, and to be food, that is to say that May seeks to take sustenance from her creations, to endow herself with some consistency, and combat the feeling of dissolution. It is in this sense that, making a distinction that detaches desire from need, Lacan specifies, from the start, the child is nourished by words as much as by bread, and he perishes by words. 1994, 189. If the child is not animated by the desire communicated by the words of his others, he will not be physically sustained by food. 158. Thus Beckett shows that creating a voice object by means of storytelling, and inscribing space by pacing, involve not some evanescent abstraction but point to an eminently material and vital function accomplished by language, that gives the subject consistency and founds an inhabitable reality. This function, as seen previously, remained volatile for mouth, in not I. To conclude, in the place of linguistic linking or dialectical articulation, which is usually productive of representation as a coherent whole, the voice can be seen as assuming specific topological forms, being continuous, and simultaneously engendering brutal interruptions in discourse. Beckett's characters experience the voice as determined by the unlimited, as fragmentation and an endless murmur that leaves no place for the subject, no possibility for him to find his place in a world of reassuring semblances. This denial or abolition of the subject is also manifest in the intrusions of the tyrannical superego, which appears as a persecuting force. Confronted with what is impossible to assume and to bear, the subject finds responses in inscription, whereby he produces an effective anchoring point to bring the incessant voices to a halt, and in the use of a reading voice, both of which restore the tentative presence of an other, and provide access to a calming framework for existence. In this way, the subject succeeds in assuming the two complementary roles in the simulacrum of a dialogue, but, as a construction, this setup is also addressed to an other who, although radically absent, comes to occupy a structuring place in creation. However, Beckettian creation also gives an apparently more material status to the voice, situating the latter as an exteriority to which machines and apparatuses give a strange consistency. It is this aspect of the voice that will be dealt with in the following chapter. 4. Exteriority and artifice. In the course of the preceding chapters, we saw the voice as an intrusive phenomenon produced by language, which comes to the subject as an external force. In spite of this insistence on exteriority and the voice as real, this development risks being seen as limiting the notion of the voice to the verbal or literary realm, the voice as represented in a written creation. While our study of the staging of a piece of monologue did highlight the physical distinction between the scene enacted by a he, supposed to represent the motionless actor before the spectators, it remains to be shown how the voice exemplifies the proximity of the symbolic to the real, in relation to Beckett's use of technology. Indeed, technology has had an undeniable effect on the extension and impact of the voice in our contemporary age, reinforcing the voice's otherness, perhaps, and Beckett made extremely original use of it in his creation. We shall therefore see that technology heightens or intensifies the strangeness of the voice that comes from without, starting with Krapp's last tape, where the character treats his recorded voice as a contemptible object. To further explore the consequences of technology, the latter will be considered as a result of the universalizing implications of science. The voice therefore involves the abolition of the imaginary unity whereby speech is ascribed to a physical enunciator, or action imagined as unfolding within the bounds of stable geometrical space. This aspect is particularly true of the radio voice. However, the effect of the voice is not purely negative, and it will be seen that the Beckettian subject is intimately dependent on it in order to procure a grounding for his existence. It is a vital jouissance that palliates the incessant or unlimited voice. At this point too, the subject intervenes as a form of sound editor. Confronted with fragments of discourse such as the utterances in play, or the split between words and music, the subject cannot rely on a superior agent capable of unifying these elements within an overall dialectic. In order therefore to create for himself a singular place, the subject edits, passing from one voice to another. Indeed, such a position does not suppose a detached point of view or access to an overriding meaning, since the sound editor remains vitally attached to the voices, and aims to be affected by them, not just to determine the order of their utterances. That is to say that technology also reveals the voice as situated over a gaping hole in language. We shall examine the variations on this problematic provided by the plays for radio and television. 1. The voice of the machine. A. The recorded voice. The otherness of the recorded voice. One of the distinctive traits of Beckett's work is the recourse to technological supports to display the recorded voice, thus manifesting the latter's exteriority. This practice is evoked in the prose work How It Is, begun in the early 1960s, as comments a qua meaning on all sides megaphones possibly technique something wrong there, hi, 107, unless recordings on ebonite or such like. In fact, Beckett's actual work with technological means goes back to his creations for the radio, All That Fall dates from 1956, followed by Krapp's last tape, with the use of the tape recorder. Finally, the staging of the dramaticales makes intensive usage of the recorded voice. This mode of creativity is not the result of chance but represents a veritable encounter involving the structure of creation, which leads us to find the origins of Beckett's aesthetic innovations in a relationship to language. Indeed, the study of Beckett's voices reveals to what point language is not experienced as something natural. It does not always allow a subject to have being and habitat, TFN 8, 133, to move in a stable and humanized world. Fundamentally, language engenders an effect of dissonance, in its structuring of the speaking being, parlitra, since the other is already an integral part of the structure of speech. Thus first of all, the subject always addresses his other, situated beyond the empirical interlocutor, and his enunciation is modeled in advance by the punctuation the latter provides. In this way, the subject cannot listen to himself without being divided. Lacan, 1966, 533, since in this case, he evaluates his own utterances as they are interpreted by his other. A subject who is founded in relation to a symbolic other capable of attenuating any confrontation with the unbearable by means of a dialectic is free to consider language as a simple tool destined to serve communication or self-expression. However, if such an other is lacking, the subject will find himself exposed to the torment of the unlimited. What is then experienced is the incidence of the signifier on the body, which no naming can adequately circumscribe. Thus it is that Lacan, in his later works, described speech as imposing itself as a foreign body, inflicting suffering comparable to an illness. The question is rather to know why the normal man, who is said to be normal, does not notice that speech is a parasite, that speech is a veneer, that speech is a form of cancer that human beings are afflicted with. 2005a, 95. Because of its anti-natural nature as irreducible to questions of need or instinct, speech produces the effects of a pathological imbalance that it is impossible to absorb or naturalize. It is because of this exteriority of speech that Mrs. Rooney, in All That Fall, hears herself speak. She says to Christie, "Do you find anything bizarre about my way of speaking? I use none but the simplest words, I hope, and yet I sometimes find my way of speaking very bizarre." AF 173. When she hears herself speak, it is not with the reassuring feeling that she is pronouncing words she intended to say. She does not receive a reflection that confirms the conformity of her will to express and the message her interlocutor receives. Because of this absence of naturalness, words do not appear to convey life. Mr. Rooney remarks, "Do you know, Matty, sometimes one would think you were struggling with a dead language." 194. This character shares the same experience as his wife. "I confess I have it sometimes myself, when I happen to overhear what I am saying." Contrary to the voice of reading, which gives the illusion of a reassuring presence, the effect produced here is that of a strangeness that the characters do not master, one that creates a gap between themselves and their own speech. This experience of strangeness is reinforced by technology which, as Freud pointed out in Civilization and Its Discontents, 1930, has made modern man a sort of prosthetic god. Freud, 2010, 109. Ulrika Maud points out that the possibility of recording sound existed as of 1898, but only reached popular consumption in the late 1950s, 2009, 63. In particular, it had the effect of distancing sound from the conceit of interiority, 62, an essential notion which will be examined later. Recording devices also reduce the relationship to language to what can be subjected to combinations, to its impersonal and reproducible character. Such is the case of music, as François Nicolas notes. The musical phenomenon is born with the feeling of mechanical causalities associated with perceived sounds. Whence this double characteristic: sound is a trace of a body, and as a trace it is entirely reproducible. Such is the human voice, it is the trace of the human body that emits it, at the same time as it can be perfectly reproduced in the absence of this body. It is of the essence of sound matter that it cannot be stocked and that we rather have to stock its causes. Nicholas, 5. The voice thus manifests a paradox, since it appears to be expressive of human singularity, at the same time as it betrays a particular affinity with the mechanical and the non-human. Catherine Laws points out, in relation to the radio play All That Fall, that the recorded voice will always have subtle differences in quality to one emanating from a body in our local acoustic environment, 2013, 169. The recorded voice is thus an artifact. The presence of the recording machine as other is also sufficient to produce a constraining retroactive effect on speech, leading Stephen Connor to note that unlike Vladimir and Estragon's free speech, Krapp's recorded words are destined to enter into the condition of iterability, marked in advance with the sign of writing, 2007, 145. This principle echoes the practice of combinatory games, Sardin, 2011, 537-9, in Beckett's work, and which may be found diversely in the logical variations explored in Watt, in the episode of Malloy's Sucking Stones, Mo. 63-9, and in the repetitive movements of the figures in Quad. It is also this principle that Lacan developed in his structuralist period in his famous text on Edgar Poe's Purloined Letter, for example, and that rests on a conception of the preeminence of the symbolic register that, in this early stage, was deemed capable of covering reality in its entirety. In this perspective, the symbolic is a matter of the permutation of signifiers. The great other, the treasury of the signifier, Lacan, 1966, 806, is situated on the level of language understood as an autonomous and complete whole, Miller, 1985. As such, this register excludes any subjectivity, any human appearance, any unforeseeable dimension. Each movement will be regulated by an impassive other, within a circumscribed arena, drawn out in advance. Regarding the use of technology, Yoshiki Tajiri explores what he calls the prosthetic voice, which he defines as the voice that is mediated by machines or technology, the voice coming from the tape recorder, telephone, or radio, for example, 138. He sees this as already present in the voice of the unamable, where any distinction between sender and addressee cannot but be ephemeral because the other can also be the self, 146. He particularly points out the fact that in this novel, the distance within the subject is literalist and imagined as an actual physical distance to be traversed, 147. He calls on what Derrida calls telephonic interiority, which refers to the way in which the subject is submitted to difference and inhabited by the other as a telephonic techne, 150. Like Stephen Connor, 2007, Tajiri refers to Derrida's notion of the voice as embodying the imaginary presence of the locutor. The within/without distinction is present as difference in the voice, 144. However, when Tajiri intends to distinguish between echo, who repeats other people's words, 153, and the narrator of the unamable, who repeats his own words, which he feels are coming from the other, 153, it can be noted that a conceptual framework is lacking. Indeed, the alterity as such is inseparable from the subject, a fact which inspires Beckett to make the following remark: si on se rend compte el echo, on est fichu, if we notice the echo, we are done for, in Attic, 115. This is why Tajiri rightly feels that associating Beckett with Derrida risks subordinating the former to a general theory, where difference is simply a matter of verbal metonymy. By contrast, the alterity of language points to a real, which allows us to note the specific torsion introduced by technology, which is itself a product of the structure of language. Indeed, if is added, to the linguistic code, the function of the object as radically excluded from the whole, thus founding the latter, one can start to perceive the voice as a dimension that cannot be assimilated. Beckett makes a specific, creative use of this alterity, to which technology gives a singularly new dimension. This problematic of the exclusion of subjectivity is dealt with in an exemplary manner in Krapp's last tape. Voice and gaze, Krapp's last tape. Krapp's last tape enables us to grasp how the sound recording shows up a problematic relationship to language and the dimension of the voice. This play was written in English in 1958, then translated as La Dernière Bande, at a time when Beckett was experimenting with radio production. All That Fall bears the inscription Ussi, September 1956, Ackerley and Gontarski, 11. Grally-Heron stresses that Beckett's breakthrough in Krapp derives directly from his experiments in radio, 2007, 33. The action of this play unfolds at the time of Krapp's 69th birthday. As he has done each year since his 31st birthday, the character recounts the year that has just gone by on his tape recorder, thus externalizing his autobiography, Esposito, 382. It has already been noticed that Beckett situates the play in a vague future, so that the utilization of the appliance does not appear to be anachronistic. Ackerley and Gontarski, 302. The process of recording is a chance, for the character, to rail against himself as he was during the preceding years. This play thus combines the presence of a character on stage and the electrical appliance, which is a support for the voice. Insofar as the voice results from the artificial and exterior nature of language, the practice of recording renders Krapp foreign to himself. If the fact that the subject cannot speak without hearing himself, Lacan, 1966, 533, is a structuring element of language, the intervention of the electromechanical device makes this strange otherness a constant part of the character's experience. Leslie Hill notes that in this play, there is no dominant central presence or unity, save the character of Krapp himself, who is neither fully present nor unified. 129. It can be observed that this is not just a consequence of Krapp's annual memorial ceremonies but a specific result of the recording process. Grally-Heron points out, the convention of tape recording disembodies Krapp's voice, rending his psyche into multiple selves, turning his voice into an objective artifact to be manipulated, and estranging Krapp from himself and from the audience. 2007, 33. Stephen Connor emphasizes that the words Krapp records are not at all spontaneous, but suggests speech under the particular stress that the awareness of a recording brings with it, speech darkened by the threatening shadow of repeatability. 2007, 144. Rosette C. Lamont notes the crucial influence of Proust in Beckett's work, seeing this play as a caricature of à la recherche du temps perdu, everything that, for the narrator of à la recherche is ascension, and finally triumph, remains here a tangling in the linear, the abasement of the mind that is prisoner of matter. 346-7. It is necessary, however, to push these remarks further in order to discern, in this recourse to the tape recorder, a structuring dimension which is revelatory of the degree to which Krapp has always been estranged from himself. Lacan observes, speaking of the recording of a child's voice, we only have it in the state of a remainder. 2004, 316. The voice, conventionally considered as belonging to the subject, thus appears as this fallen remainder exteriorized, and an object of misapprehension that the subject cannot easily accept as his own. Once it is objectivist, the voice becomes that, a thing, stripped of its personalized envelope. It is no longer the element that gives the subject a center of gravity, a comforting or flattering vision of oneself. Irit de Ganiras compares Krapp's tape recorder to the ambivalent motif of the spear of Telephus, noting a crucial difference, whereas in the original myth the wound precedes its healing, that is, he that wounded shall heal, the modern one develops in the opposite direction, that is, it that healed shall wound. 190. Thus, if the tape recorder has the ability to capture moments of Krapp's past and embodies the promise of healing his longing for a lost paradise, 193, it also separates him from his previous experience and old egos, turning them into detached objects. It could be added that it is a machine that recreates both the past and oneself as objects, as a consequence of the utilitarian reason and universality that deny singularity. Therefore if, usually, the voice remains hidden in speech, it no longer does so here, In this process of objectivization, the intimate is projected outside. Structurally, the voice represents an element of instability, since it threatens to operate this reversal in an unexpected manner. As Jacques-Alain Miller points out, we do not use the voice, it inhabits language, it haunts it. It suffices to speak, to see emerge, arise, the threat that what cannot be said may be revealed. 1994a, 29. That which, in the fundamental fantasy, remains hidden, ignored while nonetheless orienting the subject's existence is henceforth exposed to the gaze of the other. With his tape recorder, Krapp finds himself continually at grips with this exteriorization. Krapp undertakes his recordings on his birthdays, that is to say, these dates when one celebrates one's coming into the world. This practice cannot fail to remind us of the problematic nature of birth which, in Beckett's work, is always correlated with death. As Pozzo declares, one day we are born, one day we shall die, the same day, the same second, g. 83. These words do not express the trivial awareness that life leads to death, but rather the fact that the Beckettian subject remains unborn. For Krapp, it is as if he had to reassure himself of the reality of his physical birth, in an effort to come to life for another year. Thus it is that he exclaims, upon seeing the dark young beauty, a big black-hooded perambulator, most funereal thing, k. 219. He sees himself as dead from birth, but under the maternal gaze, it is this aspiration that drives him to identify with the child. Beckett describes as follows Krapp's regular excursions, on stage, into the darkness, escape from unutterable self, Beckett, 1992, 23. It is this unamiable self that has haunted Krapp from his very birth. He notes the ambivalent nature of these birthdays, celebrated the awful occasion, k. 217. The equivocal nature of the word awful suggests the meanings of horrible or inspiring awe. In this context, his birthday continues to remind Krapp of his status as unborn. This is why he calls his annual ceremonies post-mortems, 218. It is also for this reason that he feels, most acutely, to what point each iteration marks his birth, but also his progress towards death. Krapp's birthdays are not an occasion to reassure himself as to the continuity of his existence, but rather to emphasize the latter's discontinuity, and the gaping hole that has always inhabited him. It is this hole that causes the absence of a dialectical link between his successive identities, so that his recordings compose a form of palimpsest, Ackerley and Gontarski, 303, manifesting a layering of character. Each moment evoked appears to be frozen. Beckett already explains something of this phenomenon in Proust, regarding the oscillation between suffering and boredom. This endless series of renovations leaves us as indifferent as the heterogeneity of any one of its terms, and the inconsequence of any given me disturbs us as little as the comedy of substitution, pr. 28-9. What operates here is a sort of temporal telescoping, where the successive selves all end up occupying the same place with regards to the present Krapp. Indeed, to organize the play around birthdays and repetition is to indicate that Krapp's whole life is a repetition of the same, thus annulling the passing of an entire year. The latter appears as a whole, not as an interval situated within a continuous overall movement. The recourse to recordings is not indifferent to the state of being unborn. Beckett observes, speaking to Rick Cliché, his whole life has been interruption, in Lolly, 2007, 90. These interruptions, which Paul Lawley calls a form of editing, 2007, 90, thus testify to his powerlessness to construct a duration that has never been inscribed for him. Indeed, a size Zion is produced by these recordings of the voice. Like all writing, the tape recorder supposes the inscription of a full discourse. It cannot include actions that take place in the empty spaces, like this one, indicated by the stage directions. Broods, realizes he is recording silence, k. 222. At other moment, Krapp switches off, broods, switches on again, 220. The vision of his dreams is thus situated outside of discourse. Indeed, Krapp remains attached to the idyllic memory of the girl in the punt, but can do nothing at present. The dreams take hold of him, in spite of himself. This dissociation shows that he is powerless to reconcile dream and speech. He is unable to anchor his reveries in an effective discourse. On the contrary, he denigrates the latter. Be again, be again. Pause. All that old misery, 223. It is precisely the rejection of his dreams that inspires his use of the tape recorder. Krapp can entertain no dialectic link to the past, but must rely on the recording device to make this past that he violently rejects exist. This size Zion and these ruptures echo the question of asceticism that preoccupies Krapp, and that is expressed through the network of Gnostic images. Krapp describes himself as separating the grain from the husks, k. 217. This action is conceived as an attempt to attain a state of purity, in the prospect of achieving the opus magnum, 218, those things worth having when all my dust has settled, 217. The separation also concerns an eminently Beckettian notion, the opposition between light and darkness. It is Krapp's ideal that drives him to reject love and carnal existence. As Beckett points out, ascetic ethics, particularly abstinence from sensual enjoyment, sexual desire, marriage, forbidden signaculum sinus, Beckett, 1992, 45. Krapp confides to his tape recorder, plans for a less hesitates, engrossing sexual life, k. 218. This concern results in the fate that this editor reserves for all things, cut em out. 217. However, Beckett maintains a fundamental indeterminacy between light and dark, summed up in the image of the equinox, k. 217, which can be associated with the Beckettian vocable perhaps. 159. Indeed, this tension between opposed poles is diametrically opposed to the mingling, Beckett, 1992, 31, that characterizes the decline of a Krapp who manifests his failure to achieve his ideal. In spite of his overt will to eliminate the body and impurity, he finds himself fundamentally attached to the latter, as summed up in the motifs of bananas, alcohol, and sex. Krapp expresses an attitude of denial and, instead of attaining the sublime opus magnum that he could at last offer up to his great other, he only reveals its caricature, grime instead of purity. Indeed, Krapp appears on stage as a wearish old man, k. 215. His trousers and his waistcoat are rusty black, the French says pisserix, piss-colored, db. 7, his white shirt is grimy, his boots are dirty white. Krapp has failed to achieve the memorable equinox, 217, that symbolized his vocation. Instead of reaching the sublime, Krapp only arrives at inertia, the stagnation of his repeated rejections. Dominique Marin points out that having relinquished Bianca to relegate his relationship to the other sex in memory alone, 160, Krapp experiences the implacable repetition of the failure of the eradication of jouissance by means of the signifier. Krapp's decline can be considered in this light, since this ideal determines the character's attitude with regards to his former selves, whose image has been consigned to the magnetic tapes. Krapp's asceticism is a result of the injunction originating in his ideal and imperative other, who orders him to raise himself to an impossible purity. For this reason, it is not astonishing that Krapp fails to realize his ambition. The mingling and the degradation are a result of this very quest. They are the product of his scorn for his former selves, in the name of his ascetic ambition. It is under this pressure that he pursues a continual and renewed process of rejection. As Beckett sums up, he is treading on his life, Beckett, 1992, 17. This rejection drives him to rail against the inadequacy or the failure of his undertaking, his own powerlessness. Krapp's ideal reveals his entire existence as taking place within a notorious and chronic inadequacy. In the eyes of his other, Krapp will never be anything other than a miserable failure, a lump of impurity, unworthy of the opus magnum. This perspective raises the question of what causes Krapp's speech. Indeed, the voice of the character speaking in the present on stage and on the tapes is nothing other than the echo of the voice of his other. Through the voice, it is the lost crap that he hears speaking. He calls the latter crap and, in doing so, he designates himself as the scrap, an echo present throughout how it is, that he by the retroactive effect of his enunciation has now become. That is to say that by continually denigrating his own selves, he is denouncing his current state, not only his past ones. The following statement, about darkness, emphasizes this identity in a striking manner: I love to get up and move about in it, then back here too. Hesitates, me. Pause. Crap, K. 217. When he questions his past avatars, Crap does not ask what desire led him to express himself thus, to make these choices. Were he to address this question of desire, he would recognize himself as having always been the same subject. He would question the link leading from one self to another. In this evolution, he would discern the thread that had guided him throughout his life. However, this possibility is non-existent, in the absence of the dialectic authorized by the closure of limited holes and the paternal metaphor. Crap thus cannot grasp the fact that in the recorded voices, it is himself that he hears, and that he labels thus. In the words of company, he speaks of himself as of another, co. 16. Accepting to be a vehicle for the voice of the other, Crap rejects life as a value, and expects nothing other than death. In this insurmountable misconception, the tape recorder is crucial since, by consigning his successive and objectivist states, Crap participates in the production of this other imbecile self that is incapable of attaining his ideal. He also contributes to perpetuating this same ideal in whose name he speaks. Finally, and conversely, he shows his being as a scrap that is equally impossible to eliminate. The use of the tape recorder testifies to the character's morbid attachment to the past. Paradoxically, in spite of or because of his rejection, these old P.M.S are gruesome, but I often find them a help before embarking on a new. Hesitates, retrospect, K. 218. It is impossible for Crap to move ahead. He constantly returns to the past, that of the recorded tape, and of the past year, in order to reject it and mark his powerlessness to operate or assume a break. The voice emanating from the tape recorder confirms his inability to separate himself from his past, an attitude that Crap shows in his childish character. His back and forth movements in time create no dialectical binding, and his gestures of rejection are only a means for him to hasten to his end, sneers at what he calls his youth and thanks to God that it's over. 218, thank God that's all done with anyway. 222. In practicing these P.M.S, he also inhumes himself. For this reason, Crap is incapable of having a relationship with a woman. He experiences happiness only once the separation with the girl in the punt has been announced, or achieving his vocation of asceticism. He systematically rejects his past in the hope of pleasing his other, the latter being nothing else but the death that awaits him. In this endless series of rejections, the recordings appear as a form of defense against death. The voice of the recorded tape is intended to provide Crap with a protection against this terrifying unknown. It is therefore not a voice that comes from the place of the other, but a reflection, subjected to the scornful gaze of the subject himself, that takes form while he is watched by the other. The voice involves a relationship to the gaze, driving Crap to turn around towards the darkness. As Beckett confided, "Old Nick's there. Death is standing behind him and unconsciously he's looking for it, in hell." It is with this terrifying presence that Crap is struggling, giving consistency to the voice that, paradoxically, only announces his imminent death and the failure of his whole undertaking. James Knowlson notes, Beckett regularly referred to this look as a Hein, following the 18th-century German writer, Matthias Claudius, in Beckett, 1992, 21, and for whom Freund Hein, or Hein, was an allegorical death figure. This is the gaze that appears at the end of the play, in some of the author's stagings, in the form of the tape recorder glowing like a magic eye. Beckett, 1992, 17. This gaze makes of Crap a spectral entity, his past avatars are phantoms announcing the phantom he is soon to be, once the recording of this last tape comes to an end. Beckett's notes concerning the phallic 161 function of the microphone can be read in the light of this defensive position. Beckett indicates, magnetophone compained sa solitude / agent masturbator, tape recorder company of his solitude / masturbatory agent, Beckett, 1992, 67. To listen, for Crap, is to jaw. In his notes, Beckett inserts the indication mechanical with gabble, Beckett, 1992, 32, at each forward wind during the vision. It is associated with the comment, 3 winds forward mechanical, corresponding to this crescendo of ejaculation. The tape recorder thus appears as a support used by Crap for want of being able to maintain human relationships. The character commands this derisory fetishistic adjuvant that is insufficient to repulse the terrifying darkness. He listens to himself, to entertain the illusion of a presence and the feeling of being supported by his ideal other. Dominique Marin emphasizes that as well as attempting to eradicate any impurity, Crap aspires to a last band 162, that is to say a last, mythical, erection, that will definitively calm him, Marin, 182. Crap reveals his petrification when confronted with the threat against which the voices of the tapes ring out, that is to say, the death that Clove describes thus, something is taking its course, e.g., 98, 107. Its presence can also be heard in the expression all moved and moved us, k. 223, which echoes an image Beckett borrowed from the philosopher Llewellyn, whose works he read closely during the 30s, Knowlson, 1997, 219, Beckett, 2012. Beckett evokes thus, in Malloy, the image of the very relative freedom this philosopher ascribes to man, and in which an individual is confined on the deck of his boat, while the vast current carries him away. I who had loved the image of old Llewellyn, dead young, who left me free, on the black boat of Ulysses, to crawl toward the east, along the deck. That is a great measure of freedom, for him who has not the pioneering spirit. Mo. 46. Thus no solution, no choice could have transformed Crap's fate. 163. As a result, he anxiously latches onto the things that give him consistency, that allow him to feel his bodily existence. The tape recorder is one of these objects, as are the bananas and alcohol. The character remains fixed to the past, inert, so that he cannot see death approaching, even if he wishes life were over. So, in the series where Crap deriding permits with Crap denigrated, looms, at the end of the line, the great other who will judge him, you are Crap. It is this ultimate reversal that causes his anxiety. This other who watches over Crap's mortified existence can be associated with a maternal figure. It is in the name of this mother for whom he has remained in perpetual mourning that Crap rejects himself, and refuses to engage a relationship with another woman. Paul Lawley notes, for the broken Crap his machine, has become a maternal erotic substitute, 2007, 93. Crap's various renunciations can be situated in this light. He regrets having given the black ball to the dog. Instead of accomplishing a form of mediation, this object expresses Crap's obsession with his lost mother. After having been pushed aside by the young maid, Crap gives in to the dog's begging, and it is a perpetual regret for him, I shall feel it, in my hand, until my dying day, k. 220. It is following the injunction of his ideal represented by his mother that Crap renounces the object that could have confirmed a certain acceptance of his carnal side, a place now occupied by alcohol and the tape recorder. His mother's death does not constitute a liberation but irremediably fixes him at this moment, confirming his status as a scrap. The thrice evoked, k. 217, 221, 223, story of the girl in the punt is also crucial. This is the girl Crap attempts to imagine at the play's opening, the one who represents an image of happiness, capable of confirming his liberation from his mother. However, she is pushed aside to give place to his ascetic ambition. There was a chance of happiness. But I wouldn't want them back. Not with the fire in me now. 223. Relegated to the status of a simple image, she no longer belongs to the continuity of a life that Beckett defined, in Proust, as a succession of paradises successively denied. Pr. 26. Krapp's relationships are thus doomed to fail. It is following the injunction of the maternal ideal that he rejects his sensual side, as in this exclamation describing the frightened refusal of the dark young beauty, k. 219, to enter into a conversation with him, as if I had designs on her virtue. 220. It is the asexual dimension that triumphs here. Krapp becomes comparable to the Vidua bird. 219. His identification with his mother is indicated by his hesitation regarding the grammatical gender when he reads the definition of this term, state or condition of being or remaining a widow or widower. Mother and son are both struck by a viduita that leads them to death. This mortification drives Krapp to describe himself as burning to be gone. 222, having evoked, as follows, his attitude with regards to his dying mother, wishing she were gone. 219. The intensity of his feeling can be heard in the modification made to the latter expression, which subsequently became, brûlant tuelle and finis, burning for her to have done. Beckett, 1992, 18. Thus, Krapp's relationship to his own recorded voice expresses an inertia that keeps him riveted to the disappearance of this mother, and also leaves him confronted with the gaping hole of his own death. The sound recording is what he offers to his other, it is his company, destined to palliate the anguish he experiences when confronted with what is, nonetheless, soon about to devour him. B. Voice and the radio. Abolition of the imaginary. Krapp's last tape is a mixed creation, insofar as it combines the presence of a character on stage to whom a certain biographical reality can be ascribed, and the intensive use of the recorded voice. It reveals how the effect of strangeness is produced by the voice, in relation to the representation of a person. With the radio plays, however, the instrument comes to the fore, revealing the principle the medium is the message according to Marshall McLuhan's dictum 164 or, in the terms of Lacan, there is no meta-language, 2012, 412, producing a profound mutation in the status of the voice. That is to say that, transformed and transmitted by electrical and mechanical means, the voice acquires a fundamentally structuring dimension. It no longer accompanies the representation of a character and his story, but is the very object of these plays that cover the period from All That Fall, 1956, to Cascando, 1963. For this reason, Beckett's discovery of the radio can be seen as a decisive encounter with a medium that brings to light another facet of the voice. Indeed, Matthew Feldman states that working with the BBC's Third program may have inspired Beckett to write radiogenically even for works not originally written for radio, like how it is in the remaining 3 decades of his creative output, 2014, 42-3. Stephen Connor's History of Ventriloquism, 2009, shows how, over the centuries, the voice has appeared as a detached object, which does not belong to us. Ventriloquism reposes on the idea that ca parle, it a thing speaks, somewhere outside of us, but it also perhaps reassures us with the idea that someone also commands such a voice. Technology pushes this logic further. Indeed, far from being a neutral factor, it not only enhances certain bodily functions but also subtracts from them. Maud, 2009, 114. In speaking of Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's critique of Enlightenment rationalism, Irat Degeneres states that what started as humankind's mastery of nature has been paid for by humans' progressive alienation from nature, eventuating in a radical disjuncture between human beings qua subjects and nature as object that is subordinated to their will. Degeneres, 191. This notion of alienation requires to be pushed much further since, more profoundly, as an extension of language itself, It accentuates the structural imbalance that determines a subject's existence. Indeed, radio is a product of science and capitalism. 165 Revealing the voice as an effect of the universalizing function of the signifier. Both these discourses, as Lacan defines them, are the product of a logical 1, Miller, 2010-11, founding laws that are universally applicable, for all X, and whose function, therefore, consists of abolishing singularity. This is the effect Walter Benjamin diagnosed in 1935 with relation to the disappearance of aura, 75. Indeed, at the dawn of the modern era, Galileo claimed to reduce nature to mathematical laws, which are independent of the senses. Ulrika Maud emphasizes the way new visual technologies, such as the X-ray, opened up a gap between subjective, human, ultimately fallible vision, and the so-called objective vision of technology, 2009, 117. As a result of these inventions, the body no longer belongs to a subject, it cannot remain ignored, unconscious or preserved as the domain of intimacy, closed off from any intrusion by others, its entire functioning is potentially thrown out into the open. The body is henceforth exposed to the unceasing gaze 166 of communication technology, which sees the unseen, and abolishes an individual's status as speaking being, observing him as an inert corpse. 167 Yoshiki Tajiri also notes the consequences of what he calls technological prostheses. The clear-cut distinction between the body, considered internal and organic, and technology, considered external and inorganic, is being rendered obsolete by advanced medical technologies including genetic engineering. Tajiri, 2007, 2. Thus, the prosthetic body is the locus for dynamic interactions between the body and material objects, including machines and technological devices, inside and outside, self and other, and for the concomitant problematization and blurring of these distinctions. 6. These interactions also suggest that the body can be subjected to modifications, while dissimulating the fact that the singular is simultaneously opened up to the unlimited, and is subjected to an obscure will that no tangible or accountable entity controls. This is even more important since the postmodern dematerialization of technology, which leaves an individual without any physical control over what becomes of his words or images, and exposes him to potentially limitless manipulations. In this context, Yoshiki Tajiri criticizes Derrida's notion that the telephonic structure whereby the voice reveals a subject separated from himself constitutes a prior reality, to which technology simply gives an unheard-of extension or amplification. In this framework, the actuality of teletechnology inevitably has only a secondary status as a sort of surplus, an engagement which the internal logic of his theory does not necessitate. Herein lies the difficulty Derrida faces in elucidating the specificity of contemporary teletechnology. Tajiri, 2007, 157. Tajiri's criticism is also directed at other thinkers such as Heidegger, Freud, Lacan, Deleuze, and Guattari, whom he considers reduce technology to its purely subjective function, while ignoring its very real impact. It would seem, however, that both views are correct and necessary. Derrida is perfectly justified in situating the telephonic structure as pre-existing science, and the aim of psychoanalysis is to reveal both the link between subjective reality and such human creations, as well as the latter's subjective impact on each one. This is why Lacanian psychoanalysis points to the extension of the universal through science and capitalism as conditioning our real, and why it is possible, concurrently, to raise the question of the symbolic as having a real dimension. Tajiri is thus perfectly justified when he notes the importance of studying Beckett's specific use of technology, going beyond the simply metaphorical evocation of electric devices. As a result of the radio, the voice appears as an object, detached from the body by an appliance that brings into play the unlimited, serial dimension of technology, radically denying the symbolization produced by address speech. To account for this phenomenon, Pierre Schaeffer introduced the term of the acousmatic voice, one that could be heard, but whose source remained hidden. 168 Michel Caillon, 21, followed by Mladen Dola, 2006, 63, emphasizes the affinity of these modern media with the specifically acousmatic nature of the voice. Stephen Connor also points out that broadcasting sends out a signal with no clear idea of where it will be received, 2014a, 65. Beckett confirms this perception when he speaks of his script of All That Fall, as being for broadcast to the four winds, L2, 670. Connor adds that the reception of a broadcast always has the sense of an overhearing of an address that is not specifically directed at oneself. This strange sensation of overhearing situates the point where the exteriority of the voice meets the intimate. One particularity of the radio voice is that it touches us all the more since its source is not enveloped, relativized, rationalized by an image that situates it among other components of our world. The voice gives rise to this otherness since it does not allow itself to be absorbed within the soothing unity that the image imposes as a deceptive lure. Such is the force of the radio plays, on which Beckett insisted, asserting, for example, when speaking to Paul Louis Mignon, il put être question de la porter au théâtre, car l'expression radiophonique exige une écriture particulière. En écrit autrement pour elle, la parole sort du noir, there can be no question of staging them for the theater, since radio expression demands a special form of writing. You write differently for it, the speech comes out of the dark, in Hubert ed. 2011, 1076. No equivalence can be discerned between the two forms of theater. More specifically, one cannot consider the stage as having more expressive means at its disposal. Speaking of his radio plays, Beckett notes the limits of stage productions, la réalisation scénique détruirait l'ambiguïté, the staging would destroy the ambiguity, in Ziliakis, 83. To grasp the importance of these remarks, it is possible to examine the function of the visible stage space in the light of Lacan's Apologie, the Mirror Stage, 1966, 93-100, according to which the mirror image is placed in perspective when the child turns around, to receive his other's acknowledgement that the reflection he sees is actually his own. Thus it is that the symbolic dimension marks its structural preeminence over the representation of visual unity, which is in itself alienating. The symbolic allows the subject to identify with his own image, and to misapprehend the structure on which the latter rests. In the same way, the stage space tends to comfort a certain idea of mastery, it presents itself as a whole organized by the laws of perspective, Wajkman, 2004, which the spectator dominates and can scrutinize at will. This is all the more true as the action of the play is limited to this lit space, delivered up to the gaze. The recourse to the radio radically removes the calm fascination exerted by the image, leaving the subject alone to grapple with the symbolic register and its implications as voice. The radio voice strips off the imaginary exterior which allows us to identify a character, with his history and personal density, with his proffering of speech opening up a dimension of absence. Leslie Hill sees Beckett's radio drama as proof of his rejection of stage presence as a potential source of recuperative stability, 128. Stephen Connor points out that while the stage provided a kind of relief, with its palpability, its three-dimensionality, in the case of radio, absence and presence enter each other's condition, 2014a, 73. Radio makes it impossible for the auditor to embrace the entire representation, the stage space at a glance, to persuade himself that he is contemplating the objective environment in which words and actions find their place. The auditor remains dependent on words and sounds, and unable to reassure himself by leaning on a unifying representation. More fundamentally, he finds himself in a position comparable to that of the subject who is inhabited by his voices. In these circumstances, speech imposes itself in its anticipatory logic, without one being able, a priori, to take advantage of a single privileged viewpoint, the latter being represented by the final punctuation that retroactively confers its meaning on the utterance as a whole. Speech is thus heard as enunciation, and the voice is correlated with silence and darkness, by contrast with the overall static quality of the lit stage. This is doubtless what leads Martin Esslin to assert, because they are totally immaterial, Oral art forms are in danger of becoming amorphous and demand great clarity of structure and pattern. 366. The voice resonates as the voice of the other, in its strangeness that cannot be assimilated. If it eliminates the body as a specular whole, it imposes itself in its very concrete reality. As Peter Fifield points out, abstraction here seems to mean the condensation of physicality. 2009b, 69-70. The importance Beckett accords to the voice gives rise to a paradoxical reversal whereby it is not the visual dimension which gives the impression one is contemplating living characters but, on the contrary, the prospect of thrusting a visual appearance on the unfolding of the sound that threatens to kill the soul of all that fall as a radio play. In Perloff, 1999, 251. The body must die as a captivating visual image, so that the voice may live. This reversal of the conventional hierarchy produces a feeling of strangeness which can also be understood as an effect of truth, as Beckett describes it in Proust, when evoking Marcel's experience of his grandmother's voice. It is a grievous voice, its fragility unmitigated and undisguised by the carefully arranged mask of her features, and this strange real voice is the measure of its owner's suffering. He hears it also as the symbol of her isolation, of their separation, as impalpable as a voice from the dead. The voice stops. His grandmother seems as irretrievably lost as Eurydice among the shades. Alone before the mouthpiece he calls her name in vain. Pr. 27. Julie Campbell comments, Marcel, Proust's protagonist, is not used to hearing his grandmother's voice in this real sense, as his hearing has always been habitually obscured by his seeing. 149. Here, the visual does not provide a supplement of exactness but, on the contrary, it falsifies the dimension of the voice. According to the logic of language, the chattering nature of the networks of meaning make us deaf to this nothing that does not constitute a less but determines a certain relationship to the real. Yoshiki Tajiri underlines the relation of the prosthetic voice and the theme of death and ghosts. The mechanical and death both stand in contrast to the live, animate presence of the subject or its intention. It is cut off from its live origin. 151. This is a result both of the exteriority of language and the use of technology, which deny the coincidence of a subject with himself. The distance inscribed in the structure of telecommunication opens up this ghostly space where no one is present. 152. However, rather than putting forward a purely negative definition, it is crucial to point out the positive presence of jouissance that constitutes the voice, and the specific impact of its unlimited quality. In Beckett, which justifies the notion of dead voices, the subject's mortification, experienced with or without technology, but to which the latter gives a specific extension. Through the intervention of the technological device, the subject experiences his fundamental absence of interiority. Indeed, the existence of a visual register results from a process of distancing where, following a second extraction of jouissance or a separation 169 instituting the name of the father, the subject is capable of perceiving his reflection as such, he distinguishes right and left hand sides, and intellectualizes his perception as being ordered according to the laws of geometrical space, nomine. Indeed, the presence of the lost object, produced by this separation, drives the subject to scrutinize a picture, to follow its lines of composition, in an attempt to discern what may be hidden behind it. This is why any visible phenomenon appears as an enigma that one seeks to order and interpret. As a consequence also, the experience of interiority is correlated with the subject who is sheltered from the gaze of the other. Wajkman, 2004. This establishing of the visual field attenuates the voice's strangeness, since the latter are assigned to places that have already been designated. That is to say also that the signifier disappears to the benefit of the signified, the field of reality which the subject wrongly supposes to be stable, guaranteed by the other. However, in the absence of this veiling, the voice imposes itself in its radical exteriority, coming directly from the place of the other. Lacan defines this difference between the visual dimension and the voice. We can see ourselves being seen, that is why we avoid it. But, we do not hear from the place where we are heard, that is to say in our head, or more exactly, some do indeed hear themselves being heard, and they are madmen, hallucinating people. They can only hear themselves being heard from the place of the other, where one hears the other return your own message, in its reversed form. Lacan 1991a, 360. In the hallucinatory structure, the subject hears himself from outside, the voices he perceives are his own, but they appear as belonging to the other. While assuming the form of an object, they in no way belong to a generality and objective reality confirmed by others but intimately concern the subject alone. The voices that the radio plays and the dramaticules give substance to thus constitute a subject devoid of any interiority, the latter is, so to speak, completely in the open. The space of the indescribable. The voice reveals the efficiency of the symbolic, its coherence, without enveloping it within any reassuring visual dimension, and the radio makes this radical reduction of the imaginary possible. In this respect, the works for radio should not be considered from the point of view of a deficit, as Rudolf Arnheim rightly asserts, Hartel, 223, preferring to envisage the art of the radio as a whole, complete in itself, supported by its internal coherency, Hartel, 223. To consider the theater for the radio as a form somehow destined for blind people would be to suppose that it is a secondary, impoverished art form, in comparison with the wealth of the real world. It would be to ignore the specificity of this form of creation that assuredly displays the structurally fundamental place of the symbolic, which is revealed in the dissociation between the eye and the ear. While the oral dimension can lead us to see scenes via the imagination, the voice possesses a specific dimension that escapes its enclosure within imaginary unity, with the confusions, voice/person/world, that the latter entails. An echo of these questions can be found in the radio plays. The voice destroys the imaginary envelope, as is specified in Rough for Radio I, when the woman questions the man, "May one see them?" "No, madam." "I may not go and see them?" "No, madam, RRI, 267, one cannot describe them, madam, 269. The works for radio demonstrate the existence of a domain that radically escapes the conceivable and the descriptive, as the idea is expressed in Waiting for Godot, when Vladimir, speaking to Pozzo, asserts the impossibility of depicting the place where they find themselves, it's indescribable. It's like nothing, g. 81. Far from being negligible, what escapes the conceivable borders on the real, insofar as it does not comfort our desire for conceptual mastery. The severe reduction inflicted on the imaginary leads to an ironic treatment of realistic effects, and to a leveling of phenomena that are usually considered distinct. Such is the case of supposedly natural sounds. In All That Fall, Mrs. Rooney speaks. All is still. No living soul in sight. There is no one to ask. The world is feeding. The wind, brief wind, scarcely stirs the leaves, and the birds' brief chirp are tired singing. The cow's brief moo, and the sheep brief baa, ruminate in silence. The dog's brief bark are hushed, and the hen's brief cackle sprawl torpid in the dust. We are alone. There is no one to ask. AF 192. These sounds are reproduced because of their referential, realistic nature, the ones often used to create the impression of an environment that the characters move about in. As Stephen Connor has pointed out, the ventriloquist's voice gives the illusion of being ubiquitous, of being able to conjure up vast and numerous spaces. 2009, 233, 296. It is somewhat, on the oral side, the equivalent of the cinema, in the visual domain. However, their use here engenders the opposite effect. Mrs. Rooney expresses her solitude, and the reduction of sounds to these caricatured interventions only serves to emphasize her divorce from the world. In using such artificial sounds, Beckett followed what was originally a suggestion made by Donald McQuinney, of the BBC, Pountney, 176, and, As Jonathan Kalb points out, they were radio drama clichés even in 1956 but are also continually used in ways that remind us of their radiophonic origin. 2007, 127. In this passage, the character appears capable of controlling these sounds much in the way others command the reading voice which, for this very reason, can in no way give her the impression of inhabiting the world. Eric Wessler points out that these sounds appear solely to illustrate the utterances of the old woman, by virtue of a non-dissimulated deus ex machina. 2009, 302. Consequently, the animal cries constitute no more and no less than a commentary of the occurrences of their names, of their designation. 302. This is all the more true as Mrs. Rooney's discourse confirms the silence that these sounds render even more opaque. These interventions serve only to designate the silence, and to make it audible, instead of bringing into existence a consistent living universe. In Embers, Henry orders, "Close your eyes and listen to it. What would you think it was?" Pause. Vehement. A drip. A drip. Sound of drip, rapidly amplified, suddenly cut off. Again. Drip again. Amplification begins. No. E. 255. At these moments, the auditor does not discern the presence of a person capable of producing these sounds. The latter are therefore situated on the same level as the character who speaks, they are part of his subjective reality. However, their specificity also resides in the fact that they are distinct from his speech, they make us hear the voice that belongs to the latter's totally separate otherness. These sounds that obey Henry's commands are actually things that do not enter into the discursive realm. Such is the experience of the auditor, who finds himself constrained to accept the reality of these sounds as voice, since he is not free to relegate them to the status of a decor, nor to that of purely cerebral phenomena. The same principle also applies to the changes of place. Nothing apart from a will to engender a realistic illusion indicates the passage from one place to another. The reality of the voice causes the abolition of geometrical space, since everything resounds on a background of the absent other. Because of this fundamental uncertainty, in all that fall, nothing can confirm the reality of the journey accomplished by Mrs. Rooney. Such an idea can only be a product of the auditor's suppositions. As Jonathan Kalb indicates, Beckett also clearly intends to suggest that the entire action may take place in Maddie's mind. 2007, 127. That being the case, everything unfolds in the radio set, and only the sounds are real. The characters do not traverse any given space, as Mrs. Rooney emphasizes. "Oh, Mr. Tyler, you startled the life out of me stealing up behind me like that, like a deer stalker." AF 174. For Mrs. Rooney, as for the auditor, the voices arise out of the dark, instead of lodging themselves within a preordained space. The abolition of geometrical space belonging to the visual order and the flattening out of the different types of sound can be observed in Embers. Ulrika Maud remarks that the different spaces permeate one another throughout the sonorous overlap. 2009, 58. In this play, Ada arrives from nowhere, simply because Henry called her. E. 256-7. Ada asks then, about their daughter Addie, "What do you suppose is keeping her?" 258. Next, Henry remarks, "It was not enough to drag her into the world, now she must play the piano." 259. The evocation of her lesson with the music master is unexpectedly interrupted, as it were by the intervention of a sound editor, and the auditor is carried on to Addie's lesson with the riding master, galloping hooves, "Now miss," and Addie's wail amplified to paroxysm, then suddenly cut off. Pause. These interventions occur, in fact, following Henry's reflections, and not after some movement in space. It is when Ada mentions riding that the corresponding sounds are heard. The latter thus reflect Henry's thoughts, or voices. This fact is made palpable by Ada's observation, "You are silent today." Thus, the voices that supposedly belong to another space intervene on the same plane as those of the couple, They impose themselves, however, with a flexibility comparable to that of editing in cinema. In the same way, only the written indication accessible to the reader, but not to the auditor, enables us to distinguish the space in which Henry imitates Ada, and where the latter cries out, during a scene of intimacy situated in the past, "Henry, don't. See suddenly rough / Ada, 20 years earlier, imploring. Don't. 260. If the cinema imposes the reality of the gaze as a force that manipulates the spectator, the radio imposes that of the voice. It produces a reality comparable to that of a dream, where the signifiers that are usually banished during waking, return in all their force, obeying the logic of free association. The radio gives force to the principle according to which the suggestive power of the voice is inevitably addressed to the subject, whether deictic pronouns be present or not. Clas Ziliakis quotes W. H. Auden. In a stage play, the audience overhear, so to speak, the remarks which the actors they see address to each other. In a radio play, each remark is heard as addressed directly to the listener, and its effect upon the invisible characters is secondary. In Ziliakis, 56. A similar effect is described in Company, where the subject, the hearer, co. 20, the one, 3, who lies in the dark, hears a voice, without being able to determine whether he is the true addressee of the messages. He is affected by the voice, but nothing guarantees that he is effectively the receiver intentionally aimed at by another. The reasoning voice of this text 170 voice seeks to determine why, and in what conditions he may be the intended receiver of the utterances he hears. If the voice is not speaking to him, it must be speaking to another. To another of that other. Or of him. Or of another still. 6. This succession of attempts at reasoning serve the precise purpose of maintaining uncertainty on this point. The voice comes to the hearer and affects him, without him being able to determine if the voice is really addressing him. If such were the case, the hearer would also know the identity of the emitter, who would occupy a position symmetrical to his own. Such a blurring of the enunciative framework is manifest in Embers. From the incipit, Henry speaks to himself, on. See. Voice louder. On. He moves on. Boots on shingle. As he goes. Stop. Boots on shingle. As he goes, louder. Stop. He halts. See a little louder. Down. See. Voice louder. Down. 253. The imperative on does not indicate the identity of the you who may be the object of this utterance. Only the written directions, for the reader, or the ensuing sound, for the listener, indicate a cause/effect relationship, suggesting that the character is addressing himself. However, it is still necessary to raise the question of what causes such an imperative. Who is this other that drives the character to speak thus? This question is crucial, because by saying you to oneself, one clearly echoes the discourse of the other. Then, when Henry changes his form of enunciation, the identity of the receiver remains uncertain. Who is beside me now? That sound you hear is the sea. We are sitting on the strand. 38. Of course, it may be supposed that the you designates the auditor. However, the latter is unable to respond, and Henry, like the actor playing his role, can in no way know if anyone is listening. Thus, nothing contradicts the idea that Henry is talking to himself. The question becomes even more problematic when he orders, hooves. Once again, the evocation of a metatheatrical dimension can be reassuring. The actor is talking to a technician. But this hypothesis is ruined straight away. Train it to mark time. A 10-ton mammoth back from the dead, shoe it with steel and have it tramp the world down. 253. The effect thus remains of an extreme strangeness that cannot be absorbed within a reassuring imaginary vision. The fact of addressing someone whose true identity as an imaginary other can in no way be discerned causes this blurring of the enunciation that is specific to the voice. The auditor is obliged to accept the presence of a continual sliding that erodes any hierarchy. Indeed, the you changes, becoming, as may be supposed, the phantom of the Father, my Father, back from the dead, to be with me, e. 253, listen to the light now, you always loved light. You would never live on this side of the bay. Eric Wessler points out that by means of the fiction and the dialogue of his two characters, Henry tries to play over a scene that he does not understand, that of the death of his father, as if his vocation to tell stories arose from that. 2009, 310. The fact that his father's body was never found presents us here a situation reminiscent of that of Hamlet, the absence of phallic semblances embodied by the father capable of veiling the crime of existing. 171, Lacan, 2013, 293. The fact that Henry restitutes the episode of his father denouncing him as a washout, e. 256, points to the difficulty he encounters in existence. The father clearly serves up the insult that is more suited to himself. The latter is inspired by Henry's refusal to go for a dip, and returns in the form of the incessant voice of the sea that he constantly attempts to silence. Wessler notes that Henry recounts the scene as a theatrical staging, with replies and stage directions. 2009, 312. Indeed, this way of proceeding appears as a substitute for a symbolic subjective inscription. Henry desperately attempts to silence the terrible pain he endures, creating a protective and structuring window frame, CSPR, 156, capable of inscribing him as a subject. 172 and freeing him from the invading voice. By contrast, this sliding between the different voices reflects the absence of an other capable of founding a stable reality, a structure that the radio sets into place in a particularly convincing manner. It also echoes the gaping hole that causes Henry's suffering, his absence of a subjective identity, his spectral existence, a state that, for the auditor, has the full reality of the voice. This use of the voice testifies to Henry's efforts that are doomed to a certain failure to make an other exist, by peopling his solitude. Indeed, to speak is necessarily to address an other, but Henry's speech continues to ring out in deep silence. The auditor and the jouissance of the voice. As has been noted, the recourse to the radio medium represents a fundamental transformation in the use of the voice, compared to the practice of the theater. In the latter case, the auditory is relayed by the support the spectator finds in the visual, which mobilizes an entire network of meanings. On the stage, the spectator sees the characters represented. The presence of the body favors a conception of psychological unity and the consistency of a surrounding space. In the same way, on the level of the representation, spectator and actor are united by the unique occasion of the performance and by the prohibition of infringing the fourth wall. By contrast, a rupture occurs when dealing with the radio, annulling any idea of communion between two parties. The voices are heard from a space that remains totally inaccessible to the auditor. Crowley-Heron observes that the television spectator shares neither space nor time with the performers. We see mere traces of past performances, absences masquerading as presence. 2007, 65. Like opener, in Cascando, the auditor can turn the appliance on and off, but this operation will not cause the voices to actually stop speaking. This perception is expressed in the exchange between the man and the woman in Rough for Radio I. Is it true the music goes on all the time? Yes. Without cease? Without cease, RRI, 267. On a realistic level, everyone knows that the radio broadcasts continually. To turn the set on or off in no way affects the emission of the programs. However, on another level, these statements express the structure of the voice as unlimited. All the time, the voice is of the order of the continuous, and without cease, the voice knows no interruption. Thus Stephen Connor points out one specificity of radio: offness signifies a certain kind of readiness, an imminently actualizable possibility, rather than a simple negative. 2014a, 72-3. In the same way, in Beckett's work Film, the soundtrack is not off, but rather full of silence, or offness. 73. The radio listener finds himself in the position of the Beckettian character who recounts or hears a discourse that does not speak directly to him. Whereas a recording remains at one's disposal, so that it can be heard again, or edited, as in the example of crap, the radio escapes the listener's control. The latter can only make himself available to what takes place without him, but which, as a voice, possesses a power of suggestion. The voice concerns the listener. This dimension is also pointed out in Esquisse radiophonique, the original French version of Rough for Radio I, Je vous demande si c'est en direct. / mais bien entendu, Madame, ER, 90. The English version contains the question I ask you, is it live? RRI, 268, but not the man's reply. The principle of a live broadcast with people speaking or playing music at the same time as the auditor hears them also demonstrates a structural reality of the voice. Indeed, the latter affects the listener directly, without any mediation, a fact that is pointed out by the equivoque contained in the French expression bien entendu, meaning of course the listener hears well, entend bien, since he is directly, and necessarily, the receiver of the radio's broadcasting. At the same time, the listener finds himself in a position of powerlessness, reduced to a state of immobility like the unborn subject, since he cannot intervene or express himself in turn, or enter into a dialogue with those he hears. Beckett thus succeeds in exploiting the radio medium, so as to communicate to the listener something of the reality of the voice. Grally-Heron emphasizes the close affinity between the author's creative invasion by mysterious voices and the radio listener's invasion by broadcast voices, 2007, 31. Indeed, the listener resembles the creator who extracts himself from the traversable space, TFN 3, 111, of reality, to devote himself to listening to the voices that are only indexed on the symbolic register. Thus, the radio subjects the listener to the same experience as the characters. He feels the reality of the voices, and that of their regular effacing from his field of perception. Like the critics alluded to in Cascando, it would be supposed that the author's experience is purely a matter of literary convention, a manner of speaking or an invention, and that, for this reason, the voices are situated in his head, a judgment that radio shows to be simplistic. Thus, the invisible comes into play, as Opener points out. They don't see me, they don't see what my life is, they don't see what I live on, and they say, that is not his life, he does not live on that. Ca. 300. Through listening, the radio represents one modality of Beckett's approach to getting down below the surface towards the authentic weakness of being, in Knowlson, 1997, 492. In this sense, the radio does not aim to flatter the public, but rather to set to work the jouissance of the voice, as evoked in Rough for Radio I. The woman asks, "You like that?" It is a need, RRI, 269. Indeed, it is not a pleasure, a term that suggests the possibility of escaping displeasure, of eluding the obstacles that might disrupt the reassurance of meanings. On the contrary, the need is something the character cannot detach himself from. This fact entails the use of the pronoun that, in French, ca, which, designating something that does not belong to any category, has a pejorative connotation, a need. That a need. Besoin? De ca. 92. One has to suppose that the listener finds himself vitally dependent on this sound that enables him to silence the tormenting voice. Indeed, the term need designates particularly the relationship to an object, in this case, the jouissance of the voice, in its unspeakable dimension, its intimate nature, which is unacceptable for the community. The voice is thus related to refuse, scraps, Lacan's object, and, as a consequence, it assigns the man to a position of immobility. So you are here all the time. Without cease, RRI, 167. Riveted to the voice object and in response to the latter's continuous flow, the man's immobility is unceasing. 173. The radio set thus appears as an organ. Pierre Chabert points out that Krapp has an intense physical and visceral relationship with this object, this other body that is the tape recorder, Chabert. In Embers, Henry II, who speaks to himself, proves to be strongly attached to the appliance that accompanies him on his walks. Now I walk about with the gramophone, E. 261. As an organ, the radio permits the subject to frame, to limit the tormenting voice. In the same way as a physical organ expresses a unified perception of the body instead of its fragmentation, the voice as a circumscribed object gives the subject a grounding, localizing his jouissance. 174. The voice as an organ takes on substance by means of a technological device, tape recorder, radio, television, that situates the voice as coming from the other, as exterior. Insofar as it allows the subject to deal with the voice, the appliance organ supposes a topology, constituting a closed space. It creates a separation from the unlimited. Thus it is that, in Embers, the interior of Bolton's house reflects the motif of the refuge or the skull, the sheltered place where the subject finds a haven from the unbearable. In Le Monde et le Pantalon, Beckett defines the topology of this space as follows: E space et corps, a caves, inalterables, Erics au temps parle phaseur de temps, à l'abri du temps dans l'usine à temps, qui passit sa journée dans le sacre cœur pour ne plus avoir à le voir, space and body, completed, inalterable, torn away from time by the maker of time, sheltered from time in a time factory, who spent his day in the sacre cœur so he would no longer have to see it. MP 28. Following a Mobian structuring, the only shelter is situated in the very heart of the danger. Thus, the subject lodges himself in the construction that produces the voice the radio set in order to find shelter from the tormenting voice. How it is formulates this conception when the narrator torments Pym: "That's not all, he stops, nails in armpit, he resumes, cheers done it, armpit song, and this music as sure as if I pressed a button I can indulge in it any time henceforward." Hi, 64. The torment the narrator inflicts on his double Pym is transformed for him into soothing music. The motifs of the skull and the radio represent places where the subject finds himself reduced to silence, cut off from others, identified with inert substance, where he comes to existence as unborn, but where he can also listen to the voices. The radio is the skull or the womb. 175, where the subject is constituted, in the company of his voices. The other, a spectral voice. According to the paradox formulated by François Nicolas concerning music, the recorded voice, by finding a support in a technological device, also appears to restore human presence. Proust noticed as much, with regards to the telephone, in the episode where Marcel hears the voice of his grandmother. A real presence, this voice so close in an effective separation. But also anticipation of an eternal separation. Quite often, listening in this way, without seeing the one who is speaking to me from so far, it has seemed to me that this voice was clamouring from the depths whence no one returns, and I have known the anxiety that was to take hold of me one day, when a voice would come back thus, alone and no longer deriving from a body that I was never to see again, murmur in my ear words that I would have wished to embrace, in passing, on lips forever dust. Proust, 125. The voice transmitted by the telephone is, to a certain degree, comparable to the recorded one. 176. Beckett comments this passage. He hears his grandmother's voice, or what he assumes to be her voice, because he hears it now for the first time, in all its purity and reality, so different from the voice that he had been accustomed to follow on the open score of her face that he does not recognize it as hers. Pr. 26-7. It would be difficult to better express the effect of strangeness engendered by the voice, when it is freed from the body, ceasing to be an auxiliary phenomenon of the persona to become, effectively, a voice. The voice is a sign of the radically inaccessible nature of the other, that by virtue of which the latter will always escape us. At the same time, the reproduction of this voice makes the singularity of the other person present again, as Proust emphasizes. As soon as our call has resounded, in the night full of apparitions to which our ears alone open up, a light sound, an abstract sound, that of the distance suppressed, and the voice of the dear one addresses itself to us. Proust, 125. The one who hears the voice is subjected to its effects of suggestion, since what resonates in him is the way in which he is marked by the signifier, and also the way the latter conveys an intimacy beyond the meaning of the words pronounced. This encounter with insurmountable distance and extreme proximity highlights the spectral dimension of the voice. Kevin Brannigan notes the progressive importance of this quality in the radio plays. With each new radio play, the representation of a phenomenal world is rejected in favor of more and more ethereal worlds which are ideally conveyed through the radio medium. 140. This quality is inherent in the intervention of technology, and also affects the creation for television, which, as Grally Heron points out, is an illusion of light and sound. There is no there. 2007, 4. According to Gabby Hartle, Rudolf Arnheim stresses that in radio, all action grows piecemeal from nothingness. 223. The reality of the characters, or, rather, of the Beckettian figures, is thus rooted in this nothingness. This abolition of space entails freeing the voice from the constraints of distance. The voice can be reproduced anywhere, independently of its emitter. Thus it is that Marjorie Perloff associates this ubiquitous quality with death. If radio, or the phonograph, has the capacity to bring voice into someone else's public or private space, the disembodiment of that voice, Beckett was quite aware, is a sign that its owner is, whether literally or figuratively, dead. Radio, to put it another way, does not allow us to distinguish the living from the dead. Their recorded voices, after all, occupy the same soundscape. Perloff, 1999, 249. This status of the dead voices remains problematic, as can be shown with regards to silence. If, concerning crap, the tape recorder supposes that what is recorded is reduced to the words pronounced, the radio voice gives an important place to silence. Indeed, from a realistic point of view, the one who does not speak, on the radio, disappears. As Arnheim asserts, whoever has nothing to play vanishes completely out of the picture, simply does not exist. In Hartle, 224. The ontological guarantee that the stage seems to offer is deliberately overthrown, in Beckett's work for radio. In All That Fall, Mrs. Rooney declares to Tommy and Mrs. Slocum, "Don't mind me. Don't take any notice of me. I do not exist." The fact is well known, AF, 179. However, she also insists, referring to her silence, "Do not imagine, because I am silent, that I am not present, and alive, to all that is going on." 185. The metatheatrical nature of this remark reminds the auditor that silence is nothing other than the voice continuing in another form. Of course, sound testifying to the efficiency of the signifier is presence, but it also points to a gaping hole, silence, and the subject's disappearance, which also confirms the continuation of the unstillable voice. Mladen Dola points out that the voice stands at a paradoxical and ambiguous topological spot, at the intersection of language and the body, but this intersection belongs to neither. What language and the body have in common is the voice, but the voice is part neither of language nor of the body. 2006, 73. Thus in the context of radio, if the body is evacuated in the sense of an imaginary existence, it persists in its enigmatic connection to the voice. Speaking of the conception of All That Fall, Beckett explains in a letter to Nancy Cunard, "Never thought about radio play technique, but in the dead of t'other night got a nice gruesome idea full of cartwheels and dragging feet and puffing and panting, which may or may not lead to something." 177, July 5, 1956, L2, 631. It is not without interest to note the circumstances of this conception, the expression "dead of night" echoing a piece of monologue, 425, situates the voice in relation both to the effacing of the visible and to death. It is therefore necessary to understand these words in reviving the origin of their metaphorical meaning. Beckett pursues the idea of death, evoking the image of the living dead. That is to say that the mortification, here, does not produce a calming effect but, on the contrary, it places the subject in contact with the unlimited. It is at this place that the subject, deprived of his corporeal envelope, finds himself stripped bare, exposed to the torment of the unstillable voice. The radio voice would thus seem to bring into play the part where a subject is caught in the eternalization of his desire, Lacan, 1966, 319, where he is eternal in spite of himself, since his existence is pinned down by the signifier and absorbed within the signifying chain whence he is unable to escape. The radio renders palpable the state of nightmare thingness, CSPR, 69, experienced by a ghost such as that of old Hamlet, powerless to find a final resting place. Here, the relationship to the body does not concern its image, but rather a contingent encounter, that escapes the regularity of any law. It is in this sense that Beckett's remark about all that fall can be understood, to act is to kill it, in Perloff, 1999, 251. To impose an image on a work intended to show the effect of the voice is to stifle it, since only the voice can give substance to these unborn beings. It is in the radio plays that they find their native place, where they feel as if they have never been there. Aspects of the sound editor. If the radio plays are based on the subjection to the voice, Beckett also constructs the figure of a character who acts as sound editor. Numerous figures occupy this function already observed in the role played by Krapp, the man, in Rough for Radio I, 1961, Croak, in Words and Music, 1961, The Spotlight, in Play, 1962–1963, Opener, in Cascando, in French, 1963, The Voice of Bam, in What Where, 1983, Listener, in Ohio Impromptu, 1981. This final example shows that the presence of the sound editor covers a substantial period in Beckett's work. The function of sound editor does not assume identical forms, from one work to another. Notably, variations can be discerned in the degree of its identification with its status as a character. Thus, the Spotlight, in Play, is a sound editor, but remains completely impersonal as a material element of the staging and intervenes from outside the space of the figures on stage. However, this function acquires a human identity in the works for Radio Cascando and Words and Music, where it appears as a character successively Opener and Croak hesitating between words and music. In What Where, the voice that controls the movements on stage from a small megaphone at head level, WW, 469, is, according to the stage directions, the voice of Bam. This voice is the latter's double, situated at a distance from his visible figure. The idea of the double assumes a visual form in Ohio Impromptu, where listener and reader are, as alike in appearance as possible, OI, 445. The function of sound editor results from the fact that the subject encounters difficulties in considering himself as the bearer of the speech that parasites him. Indeed, the sound editor is cut off from the action or the stories related. This dissociation is not new, it already existed with the subject who, in several works, invented stories for himself, so they would keep him company. In earlier prose texts, the narrator often described himself as being separated from the discourse he develops, such are the narrators of the Unimable and Texts for Nothing. In the following sentence in French, the equivoque is thus heard, according to which je suis, I am, can be understood either as a form of the verb être, to be, or the verb suivre, to follow, je les suis bien, tout ces voix, toutes les parties, tpri, 119, I can follow them well, all the voices, all the parts, tfni, 102. In the Unimable, is there a single word of mine in all I say? No, I have no voice, in this matter I have none, U, 341. In spite of having no voice, this narrator remains the vehicle for the words that traverse him. He seeks to avoid being trapped by this discourse that, paradoxically, imposes itself on him and that he passes on to the reader. In contrast with these prose works, the specificity of the sound editor's function resides in the use of an electric support for recording or transmission. The beginnings of this can be seen in the character of Crap. This function is later developed in the radio plays and in certain dramatic ules. However, it would seem simplistic to only observe the anecdotal dimension, to adopt a constructivist perspective and seek to interpret this approach as a way of making the listener, for the radio, and the spectator, of plays, more active, placing them alongside the creator. This was the idea of Rudolf Arnheim, who imagined the listeners creating their own, personal program, Hartel, 225. On the contrary, when listening to a work of Beckett, the auditor does not receive the work in kit form, he does not create his own broadcast, he hears the effect of an original creation, with a cause and with constraints that remain to be defined. The function of sound editor fundamentally brings to the fore the discriminating nature of the signifier, exposing the irreducible cleavage inherent in language. Such is, for example, the oscillation between words and music in Words and Music and Cascando, where reconciliation proves to be impossible. In the light of this insurmountable distance, it is necessary to identify the structural heart of these plays as being situated in the function of sound editor, rather than in the fable that gives the text its substance. Indeed, one thing that singularizes the sound editor is his absence of interiority or subjectivity, in the ordinary sense of those terms. His relationship to creation is of a performative nature, he turns on, and off, he starts, he stops. However, in spite of this impersonal dimension which appears dominant, it is possible to discern the manner in which he seeks to be affected by these voices he has us hear. This leads us to see the sound editor as the expression of a subjective function. Indeed, Eric Wessler shows how Crap, like Ham in Endgame and Henry in Embers, appears as a failed writer, 2009, 308, and that the dimension of reflexivity, the character acting as stage director, for example, intervenes as a way of compensating for this lack of achievement. This ultimately means that the function of sound editor is a way of dealing with the failure to become a subject. While his characters are thus impelled to resort to these technological devices to palliate their radical insufficiency, and establish a pseudo-unconscious, 2009, 303, Beckett uses writing, creation, to bring into play his status as a subject in relation to language. The Inhuman Sound Editor, Play. Although Play, 1962–1963, is not a work for the radio, its use of the function of sound editor requires to be examined alongside the other texts that resort to such a setup. Here, the sound editor appears as a tormentor, situated above the space of the stage. He assumes the form of a spotlight that points itself at the faces of the three characters, two women separated by one male figure imprisoned in urns, causing them to pronounce fragments relating a triangular love relationship they were once involved in. This setup can be understood as an expression of the persecuting aspect of the signifier. The construction here is developed from the characteristics of the discourse imposed on mouth in not I, or on the narrator of the Unamable. Both not I and Play, cf. Germoni, share this specificity that consists of their texts being delivered at an inhuman pace. Words here assume a material form, insofar as their meaning is evacuated. The voice, as such, becomes primordial. Thus, speaking of Beckett's directing of Play, Michael Lonsdale notes, Il voulait qu'on parle à une vitesse de mitrailleuse, he wanted us to speak at the speed of a machine gun, in Ackerley and Gontarski, 444. Indeed, Beckett himself saw words as dramatic ammunition, in Ackerley and Gontarski, 446. This traumatizing effect is a result of the action of the spotlight, which Billy Whitelaw describes as an instrument of torture, in Ackerley and Gontarski, 445. It is therefore important to discern the dimension of the voice in this combination of a text delivered at an extremely high speed and the intrusive action of the spotlight, both of which contribute to the destruction of meaning. It can be noted that if psychology is largely present in the story of adultery related by the figures in the urns, it is eliminated by the rapid delivery that cancels the slightest effect of effort to speak. Beckett, 1998, 145. The movements of the spotlight goading the figures to pronounce their phrases also render impossible any interaction between them. According to Deidre Baer, 549, Beckett wrote each voice separately, before cutting the text up and interweaving the fragments obtained. In this way, as Marie-Claude Hubert emphasizes, Beckett introduced a true revolution in theatrical dialogue which, until then, functioned as a question and answer game, adding that no dialogue is generated. Hubert ed. 246, even though the three discourses form a weaving pattern, and compose a single story. The separation between the figures is crucial. Stephen Connor observes, "We are to assume that none of the three knows of the presence of the other two, despite the fact that their urns are touching and that they are all contributing to the unfolding of their shared story. Theirs is a condition of non-coincident participation." Connor, 2014a, 77. Eric Tunning emphasizes the effect of the breaks in confirming the character's isolation. Each has only an extremely confined repertoire of clichés at his or her disposal, and the words of the others are not acknowledged as communicative acts, but simply transposed into another closed system of responses. 70. The character's purgatorial condition deprives them of anything that might comfort the realistic perception of their story, such as the circumstances or their psychological motivations. Their speech is deprived of its grounding, their monologues unfold in a void. In a stark contrast to the depiction of their former lives, no interaction is possible. The characters no longer have any means to compare their respective fates, to situate themselves in relation to the others. They can no longer pursue a debate or a combat, each one faces the spotlight alone. Thus the play does not create a world, the latter is definitively abolished. When H exclaims, "To think we were never together," pl. 316, it can be understood that this choice has now taken on its most acute reality. What unity that may be ascribed to the figures is situated exclusively on the side of the spotlight, which functions as a sound editor. Stanley Gontarski reports, concerning the drafts, dialogue disappeared. The figures never speak to one another but respond to a mechanical stimulus, an inquisitorial light like a fourth character, in Beckett, 1999, 18. The central role given over to the spotlight is emphasized by the latter's personification. The stage directions indicate a preference for only one spotlight, to produce the effect of a unique inquisitor, pl. 318, who dominates his victims. This exclusive and persecuting relationship is pointed out in the stage directions of the French version, comedy. La parole leur est extorquée par un projecteur se braquant sur les visages seuls, speech is extorted from them by a spotlight that is aimed at their faces alone. Commander, 10. An anecdote confirms this orientation, since Alan Schneider, 78, recounts how, with the actors, he had identified the spotlight with the author. As a character, the spotlight is comparable to the author/sound editor who imposes his whims on the actors, at the risk of breaking their willpower and emptying them of all humanity. Billy Whitelaw explains the necessity of a human support in rehearsing. "We used to rehearse it with the stage manager playing the light, pointing a finger at us, giving us a cue. And before each performance, we sat down, the three of us and he, pointing his finger," in Beckett, 1999, 18. This tyrannical aspect of the spotlight is not unrelated to the character's dehumanist appearance, which can be compared with Quad, where anonymous and asexual figures wearing jalebas circulate according to the laws of mathematical permutation. This particular play exemplifies Beckett's remark about Leibniz, "Above all reality hovers fate prescribed by logic." 178 Eric Tunning comments that each re-emergence of these figures appears as rigidly bound to the overall outworking of the serial pattern. Tunning, 2007, 243. In other words, character is totally effaced, to the benefit of the signifier's combinatory logic. Consequently, what is manifest in quod, in an impersonal movement regulated on the level of the whole, is inseparable from its effects of depersonalization, apparent in the physical aspect of the actors. A similar effect can be found in play, Three Identical Grey Urns. Faces so lost to age and aspect as to seem almost part of urns, pl. 307. The manuscripts confirm this quest for anonymity, as in this remark made by George Devine, that Eric Tunning assumes was communicated by Beckett, abstract effaced faces like old writing on stone opposite of underlined. 179. The actors' voices should manifest the same anonymity, being devoid of personality or psychology, and marked by what Beckett described as a recto tono, the tone used by monks as they read from sacred texts at mealtimes, Knowlson, 1997, 515. In a letter to Alan Schneider, Beckett also established an explicit link between the tone of the voices and the character's visual aspect, voices grey and abstract as the faces, grey as cinders. That is what seems to me right. November 26, 1963, Beckett, 1998, 145. In spite of appearances to the contrary, the play does not evidence a unilateral relationship, according to which the spotlight would content itself with imposing its will on the powerless figures in the urns. It is thus necessary to study more closely how the interaction between the two parties is constructed. Firstly, it can be noted that, like the actors, the characters experience the spotlight's intrusion as a form of torture or harassment, and want to be free of the persecution, all dark, all still, all over, wiped out, pl. 307. The characters have an antagonistic relationship with the spotlight, as expressed in the meditation section, "Get off me! Get off me!" 313. This persecution is echoed in the story, as if the dimension of meaning were intended to occult what unfolds on the side of the other spotlight. On this plane where all the entangled relationships between the characters unfold, the vocabulary reproduces the expression of physical harassment, "Give me up as a bad job. Go away and start poking and pecking at someone else," pl. 312. The change of love partner reflects the idea that the spotlight may finally abandon his victim, and relieve the latter of his intrusive presence, "Weary of playing with me," 317. The idea both of levity, the possibility of changing partners, and of caprice, insincerity, is suggested by the verb to play. In the use of the verb to go out, the idea of extinguishing the spotlight enters into an equivocal relationship with that of exiting, "When you go out and I go out. Someday you will tire of me and go out, for good," 312. Picking up a topological metaphor used by H. Porter Abbott, Eric Tunning comments, "Such moments may create a kind of Mobius strip effect, where the words seem to refer to the present of performance to our recognition of stifled voices as much as to the torturing light within the fictional world." Tunning, 2007, 69. To this remark it can be added that, in these references, it is rather a form of equivoque, where the words simultaneously echo the characters' love triangle, their situation under the spotlight, and their presence before the spectators in the theater. While Paul Lawley has interpreted the cliched nature of the adultery story as reflective of the relation of the light to its victims, Lawley, 1984, it could be added that this may be understood as a result of having a spotlight play the role of sound editor, contrary to the human characters found in the radio plays. As it appears in the Kilcool manuscript that preceded the writing of Not I, both the light and the assumed voice coming from without, and enjoining the normal voice to live are associated with the imperative dimension, Pountney, 96. In Happy Days in particular, the blazing light is a factor of persecution by the superego, and results precisely in a language composed of rigid stereotypes, Brown, 2011a, 106-8, where meaning is inflexibly determined, to the detriment of the nuances ordinarily afforded by enunciation. On the other hand, as Paul Lawley shows, the characters speak in order to free themselves from this tyranny, Seeking a refuge in the shade of words, Llewellyn, 1984. To the intrusion that they endure from the spotlight, the characters ascribe intentionality, in accordance with their personalized vision of the latter. Have I lost the thing you want? Why go out? PL 315, and you perhaps pitying me, thinking, poor thing, she needs a rest. They imagine that this oppressive presence is animated by an intention that remains inaccessible to them. Their dismay engenders all the questions that they raise, in the hope of knowing what they should do to enjoy relief. Is it something I should do with my face, other than utter? Weep. 314. However, on the side of the spotlight, the existence of such intentionality remains doubtful. The characters wonder, is anyone listening to me? Is anyone looking at me? Is anyone bothering about me at all? PL 314, am I as much as being seen? 317. Sometimes, they formulate the conclusion, looking for something. In my face. Some truth. In my eyes. Not even. Basically, the supposed intentionality is devoid of the slightest content, mere eye. No mind. Opening and shutting on me. Behind the persecution inflicted by the spotlight, can be noticed the anguished intuition that perhaps the spotlight seeks nothing, and that all is falling, all fallen, from the beginning, on empty air. Nothing being asked at all. No one asking me for anything at all. 314. Turning to Berkeley's axiom esse est percipi quoted in Beckett's presentation of film, f. 323, one understands that it is the absence of being perceived, percipi, that is problematic. The spotlight's silence, since it is exclusively confined within the realm of the visible, is thus crucial. The characters appear to consent to the functioning of a system that is preordained, but whose rules remain unspoken. The other never formulates what he is seeking. He never engages himself in discourse but contents himself with triggering speech in the immobilized figures. It is impossible to discern what might cause this other to desire, to know what could satisfy him, arouse his curiosity, in order for him to enter into a dialogue relationship. On the side of the spotlight, there is no personal being to acknowledge receipt. Lacan, 1981, 213, to signal some form of inscription of what is being said. Thus, in the combining of the fragments of discourse, everything unfolds between the characters and the spotlight and, more profoundly, with regards to the gaping hole of an other that remains forever absent. This rupture in the discursive register makes the story insignificant, and poses an obstacle to the weaving of a coherent fiction between the characters. In play, there is no other to satisfy. No mutilation offers the possibility of giving meaning to what the characters endure. Bite off my tongue and swallow it? Spit it out? Would that placate you? PL 314. The will to accomplish a form of sacrifice appears to be dictated by the fantasy, an expedient intended to give meaning to that which, radically, proves to be devoid of any. This absence of any discernible intentionality condemns the characters to eternal repetition, as noted in the final stage directions. Repeat play, 317. The installation this play composes manifests a strong element of constraint. Although the spotlight dominates the stage and the characters, it has its limits, since it is powerless to create or compose. Paul Lawley, 1984, observes that the light obliges them to speak, but it does not necessarily determine what they speak. In this sense, it appears to be just as constrained as the figures in the urns. It has at its disposal a luminous beam to point, to trigger speech, but is itself condemned to remain mute. Its options consist either of soliciting the three characters simultaneously, producing a cacophony, as in the chorus parts, or of passing from one to the other, as if selecting successive radio stations. The spotlight must split itself among the three voices, being incapable of constructing a unified discourse with the material offered by its victims. To describe the stage installation of this play, we can adapt 180 the AL diagram, Schema L, developed by Lacan in his early teachings, 1966, 53. This diagram, which follows the form of an X, shows the symbolic axis indicating a relationship to truth stretching between two poles, subject/other. This axis is crossed by that of the imaginary, which occults the symbolic relationship where the two figures A/A mirror each other. In this layout, it is possible to identify the spotlight, the other, facing the subject which lies outside of any representation, and, finally, the characters visible on stage, along the axis of the imaginary. M caught between W1 and W2 appears on stage as a visible representative of the subject. This principle seems to be valid insofar as the division experienced by the spotlight between the three voices is reflected in M's division between two women. This horizontal distribution of the functions allows us to show that the character's story serves to occult their fundamental relationship to the spotlight. The vertical axis would thus seem to determine the play's perspective, making the spotlight, as Catherine Weiss observes, the prosthetic eyes and ears of the audience. 188. Extending this principle further, it could be said that the spectator subject sees himself represented, in the persecuted figures, as an object manipulated by the light. Indeed, unifying the play's layout within a single dynamic allows us to understand that the subject is not simply the victim of an external torturer, but is the one who is applying the torture to himself. Thus can be found expressed the principle formulated by Schopenhauer, whom Beckett read assiduously in the late 1920s, tormentor and tormented are one. The former is mistaken in thinking he does not share the torment, the latter in thinking he does not share the guilt. 463, 354. Indeed, Schopenhauer states that the difference between the inflictor of suffering and he who must endure it is only phenomenon, and does not concern the thing in itself, which is the will that lives in both. Beckett follows this principle specifically. In play, the inquirer, light, begins to emerge as no less a victim of his inquiry than they, and as needing to be free, within narrow limits, literally to act the part, i.e., to vary if only slightly his speeds and intensities. Beckett, 1999, XXII. Paul Lawley usefully extends this principle to words and music, Cascando and Rough for Radio 2, where the master is seen to be subject to the obligation to create no less than his slave, and to be therefore slavishly dependent upon the slave, for only the slave can create. 1984. If Beckett does not necessarily espouse the metaphysical implications of this theory, and which suppose the purely ephemeral status of the principium individuationis, he does utilize this inescapable looping that implacably binds the two agents within the same construction. Indeed, and by contrast, if spotlight and tormented figures are united within the same structure, they are also separated by an insuperable gap, which can be associated with the following remark Beckett made to Charles Juliet regarding creation: il faut être là index point sur la table, et aussi, index livre les autres, à de millions d'années lumière. En même temps, one must be there index pointed at the table and also index raised millions of light years away. At the same time, in Juliet, 66-7. It is from the point of view of an unfathomable, and totally opaque other situated at the zenith that the spectator observes the paltry drama in which the characters are entangled, and which is their only existence, the hic et nunc in which they are entrapped. What is at stake is not only the love triangle, what M calls all that, but a form of competition aiming to attain an absolute perspective, beyond the insignificant content of existence. I know now, all that was just play. And all this? When will all this, all this, when will all this have been, just play? PL, 313. However, it is precisely this absolute point of view that the characters cannot achieve. The possibility of maintaining the double perspective is the prerogative of the creator only. The characters remain eternally attached to a reality from which they are henceforth excluded, to a world that words constantly recall and place before their eyes. If this vertical perspective seems the most immediately convincing way to conceive of the play's setup, it would also appear useful to rotate the AL diagram slightly, and to situate spotlight and figures in the urns closer to the specular A/axis. Indeed, the role played by the light belongs typically to the imaginary plane, and, in the work of Beckett, it is inappropriate to postulate a subject related to symbolic truth which, as such, belongs to the realm of limited wholes. This modification therefore shows the other/subject axis in relation to the unlimited, centered on a void, while the duality spotlight/figures manifests an unstable and persecutory relationship. Having no point of reference outside of itself, other than language as unlimited, the spotlight is split between the three figures, with nothing to guide it in its quest. The three figures also know not what they are expected to reveal, and possess no truth they might hide. They respond only to the physical aggression inflicted on them with fragments of speech that, in their cliched nature, are the only responses possible, when faced with a speechless and hostile light. That is to say, no fiction or dialogue is conceivable, where there is no other capable of instituting addressed speech. The specular structure thus reveals a complete absence of any relation, which Beckett described, for example when speaking of paintings by Jack Yates as two entities that will never mingle, L1, 540. Thus, the figure of the spotlight appears as an inscrutable sound editor, the one that composes the play as a whole, but who is incapable of providing its meaning. Far from being all-powerful, the spotlight is animated by a force that it is incapable of grasping. It can only rely on the character's stereotyped representations to gather minimal fragments that may however indirectly shed a glimmer of light on its existence. The sound editor as the character's double, what where? In what where, the role of sound editor is played by the voice projected by means of an electric device, the latter being explicitly named voice of BAM, WW, 469. The text revised after the television production in Stuttgart in 1979 also adds this detail, v. This is BAM. Beckett, 1999, 409. In the text, the device is described thus, v in the shape of a small megaphone at head level, WW, 469. The indication of the height invites the spectator to associate the megaphone with the figure of BAM, in the same way as the lamp in a piece of monologue is, by virtue of its being calibrated on the human body, associated with the speaker, PM, 425. The text of what where suggests that the other figures appearing on stage are all doubles of the subject, players as alike as possible. Same long gray gown. Same long gray hair, WW, 469. Thus a hierarchy is established, where the voice is dissociated from BAM who, in turn, is included in a series of doubles, from whom he is distinguished only by his place in the permutations. This voice appears as a reflection of the subject BAM, whose function is to organize the action of the play. Using the pronoun I, his utterances accompany the action, first without words. I switch on, WW, 470, 471. The judgments that the voice pronounces determine the repetition of the same movements, or the progression to the following stage, not good, 470, good, 461, good. I switch off. Light off P I start again, 471. The voice informs the spectator of the temporal scansion of the performance and the fiction, time passes, 470. However, there is no situation of communication since the voice does not directly give orders, the figures enter and exit the stage, as if they know what to do, in other words, as if they shared voices' evaluations. As it is detached from BAM, voice is notable for its particular quality. Pierre Chabert indicates that it is necessary to distinguish two voix souvenir and BAM, two voices memory and BAM, in Beckett, 1999, 451. Martha Fessenfeld notes that in the television production, there was a slightly higher frequency in the voice of the younger BAM, and a lower, deeper effect in the older BAM, in Beckett, 1999, 451. In the Stuttgart notebook, Beckett remarks, about the voice, Stimme, in German S's voice pre-recorded. /BAMS, but changed / inferent removed, distant, in Heron, 2007, 186. He adds, BAM's voice in dialogue with some color. Stimme colorless, Beckett, 1999, 451. Contrary to the plane where the action unfolds, voice appears as the part of the subject that, drawing his authority from the other, orders, observes, evaluates, judges, it manifests the nature of a superego. For this reason, it appears to be devoid of any subjectivity, it dominates the stage, but is incapable of moving physically, contrary to the series of B, M. The mechanical voice assumes the appearance of a mortified entity. This quality is emphasized in the revised text by a mirror effect, where the two identities resemble each other, while giving voice a spectral status. V equals mirror reflection of BAM's face, slightly distorted, faintly lit. 4-5 times the size of P playing area faces. Eyes closed throughout, Beckett, 1999, 409. Stanley Gondarski points out that BAM's face has become an enlarged and distorted death mask, in Beckett, 1999, 415. This replacement emphasizes precisely the strict equivalence between the use of the sound device as a dead voice, and this new iconic element. This invention, however, is rigorously faithful to the very structure of the voice, as it is manifested in what where. Walter Asmus reports, abruptly he begins, the problem of the voice. One could imagine it coming from the grave, trying to reconstruct how it was. And what it was. And where the way out is. Beckett points to the lost ones, in Tunning, 255. Coming back from the dead, the voice is radically cut off from the world of the living. If the voice, by virtue of its function that of a symbolic order dominates the stage, it is because it is a representation of the vantage point of the latter, a reflection of the subject as he is inhabited by the other, and who observes himself from this point. Voice is thus comparable to the spotlight in play, being able to order the action, but powerless to participate in it. However, far from acting as a persecutor, voice here manifests a certain powerlessness, since the reconstruction it achieves of how it was does not necessarily reflect any referential reality. The voice emphasizes, in the present as were we still, WW, 470. Everything is recounted in the present the moment of the performance, but this enunciation hic et nunc is only a pale reflection of what remains radically out of reach. The voice states it is spring, but this indication has no link to a present reality, outside of the enunciation itself. Voice cannot make time past present again, nor extract any truth from it. Thus, its symbolic efficiency, its capacity to organize a scene, is correlated with an entirely spectral existence, that is to say the shadows that trace the outlines of an impossible. If voice belongs to the symbolic, the characters or figures, the series of B.M.S. compose an imaginary plane, in the manner of the three characters of play. This register composes the fictional level of the dramatic action. Here, the voice of BAM is not toneless, BAM's voice in dialogue with some color, Beckett, 1999, 451. The figures that move around on this plane are supposed to relieve the past, or to make it live again. The voice can thus be identified with the BAM1 superimposed on the BAM2 visible on stage. In this fiction where BAM speaks to BAM, etc., the voice is finally identified with a corporeal existence. In order to circumscribe the status of voice more closely, it is necessary to study the permutations it presides over, and which Ulrich Amott associates with looping structures in computer programs, 2009, 131-2. On the stage, BAM receives each one of the other figures' torturers in turn, asks them if their victim said the answer to the questions asked of them. When the torturer responds negatively, he himself becomes a victim. The progression of the combinations can be represented in a series where the torturer is placed above the bar, and his victim below, as follows. It can firstly be noted that according to the self-correction made by the voice, Baum's entry is not a new action. In the end Baum appears / reappears, WW, 471. Then, what reinforces the mystery of this absence of a commencement is the fact that at first, Baum enters, without us knowing whom he may have tortured. He didn't say anything. 472. The pronoun he has no identifiable antecedent, it is therefore indicated by the symbol X. At the end of the chain, Bam exits, followed by Bame, who will be his victim. However, what is missing, to complete the chain, is the combination in which Bam would occupy the place of victim, undergoing an interrogation at the hands of Baum. This eventuality is indicated between square brackets. Susan Breenza finds the same logic at work in How It Is, where the absent fourth part can be interpreted as reflecting the unbearable present, but if the whole book consists of part 4, then the present tense, for how it is to be tortured, is the valid one for the entire monologue, but too painful to be sustained. 111. In the succession thus formed, the represented victim must give the possibility of saying something about one who is forever absent, and who is situated on the hither side of the chain. Torturer Bam. Silent victim / X, absent victim. In this diagram, the torturer transmits to Bam the absence of a response that he receives from his silent victim. In the final analysis, this mechanism must be reported back to voice, which is that of Bam. Torturer voice. Victim / X, absent victim. Indeed, a strange notation appears concerning the number of agents in this play. We are the last 5, WW, 470. The B, MS being ordered by means of the series of vowels A, E, I, O number 4. On this point, Stanley Gondarski notes 2 hypotheses. We are the last 5. With only 4 characters listed, the 5th may be the separate, remembering consciousness, the voice of Bam, the voice, as it were, from beyond the grave, according to Beckett. The 5th character might be the already dispatched figure whose name might contain the missing 5th vowel. Baum does not appear, we may recall, but reappears, having already failed to elicit the required information from another, Bum. He enters head bowed. In Beckett, 1999, 415 and 449. Indeed, it would be appropriate to situate the 5th character both on the side of voice and on that of the missing character. Regarding the latter, André Bernold questions Beckett, Lors du premier interrogatoire, Bam interroge Baum, ilna rien dit, qui sce, il. / c'est celui qui n'apparaît pas. Il est mort, or ledigged. C'est la cinquième voyelle, Bum. C'est un sinister histoire, when, during the first interrogation, Bam questions Baum. He didn't say anything. Who is he? / he is the one who does not appear. He is dead, or ledigged. He is the 5th vowel, Bum. It is a sinister story, Bernold, 37-8. The unnamed Bum is curious, and he can be associated in a very vivid way both with the idea of a vagabond, like his predecessors, Mercier and Camille, Malloy, Vladimir, and Estragon, or with the scatological preoccupations of earlier works. It nonetheless remains that he is excluded, relegated to the domain of the unsaid. The other B, MS compose a spectral domain, the space where the action takes place, in an accelerated temporality, punctuated by the seasons, but where everything falls back into fundamental solitude. That is to say that the imaginary register here conserves this function of veiling the void, without dissimulating it, without offering the illusion of a livable life, without instituting the register of meaning. That is also to say that the B, MS come down to being emanations of the subject alone, represented firstly by the voice that remains present throughout the play, then by Bam, who disappears towards the end. The subject of this play experiences radical solitude, in spite of the ephemeral peopling enabled by the phrase in the present as were we still. WW, 470. The play is structured by an unfolding movement followed by the final unfolding or closure. This folding is discretely outlined in French by the organization of the stage according to the three directions, west, nord, and est, west, north, east, whose initials spell, 1. The play is thus structured according to a distribution between, on the one hand, the paradigmatic axis voice/bam/I, and, on the other hand, the zero, the gaping hole. It is particularly in the darkness off stage that the torture takes place. From this hole, no knowledge can be drawn. Bomb, he didn't say anything? /bam, no, WW, 472. As for vivid words such as torture that we, as critics, so readily resort to, they are totally absent from the text, which uses far more equivocal expressions. You gave him the works. As Matthew Prodin points out, 2014, 284, when emphasizing the contrast with Artaud, Beckett's theatrical works attenuate violence, by stylizing it. In other words, where does not tell a story or evoke dramatic actions, it deals rather with the subject mortified by language and incapable of attaining knowledge. The latter would consist in the possibility of including, by virtue of a dialectic, something of the post out or the unlimited that torments the Beckettian subject, and of subjecting him to a form of exclusion under the aegis of the paternal metaphor. This dimension that can never be absorbed is marked both by the initial whole, the unnamed victim, and by the conclusion, that is all. Make sense who may. I switch off, 476. The subject represented by the voice remains absolutely singular, devoid of equals. Such a subject could be summed up as follows. Voice. 0. The Beckettian death/birth conjunction devoid of any dialectic reappears here. One day we are born, one day we shall die, the same day, the same second. Is that not enough for you? G. 83. That is what can be heard, in the theatrical tradition, announced by the adjective last. We are the last five. In the present as were we still, WW, 470. The adverb still is equivocal, as it signifies both the persistence in time, and immobility. Whereas in tragedies, the inaugural at last announces that the hero is about to find himself grappling with his destiny the moment when his desire will take form, with its terrifying consequences. This conjunction acquires a singular acuity in the case where the subject is directly in contact with the invisible, real thing, as is the case in Beckett's work. 181. That is also to say that there is a whole comparable to E supposed a danger zone, Q, 453, in quod that is linked to the subject's existence as real. The voice arises at the place of this absence of representation that it will never be able to tell of. That is the reason why this zero appears as the real of the subject that the work of creation has the mission to bring to being, and for dia raison dos élève lecri la série de questions pures, l'œuvre, hell of irrationality whence arises the blank cry, the series of pure questions, the work, DSJ, 56. Where gives voice to these questions pures, devoid of any content in the realm of meaning. It is also precisely faced with the cri caused by the torment endured, that the victims offer, in return, there no reply. Far from the imaginary having served to dissimulate this dimension, it has, on the contrary, contributed to its designation as a radical absence. Voice is mortified, because it is understood as the subject who experiences the solitude that consists of never being able to derive knowledge in response to the questions he asks of others, who are only simulacra. There will never be any dialogue, nothing new will ever spring up as a revelation. The sound editor affected in return, cascando, rough for radio I. If Beckett's remark emphasizing the status that the spotlight sound editor in play shares with his victims has been taken into account, it remains to be seen how this common condition manifests itself. Insofar as the sound editor represents a subjective function and not some sort of agent situated in a realistic world, he cannot be considered as the initiator of a univocal action, addressing creatures that he remains detached from. He has a structural relationship with them, and therefore needs to be understood as seeking something that concerns him intimately. Indeed, by inaugurating action on the stage, he is pursuing knowledge that ceaselessly escapes him. In what where, this reciprocity does not only materialize when voice of Bam expresses its reticence or approval of the dialogue, not good. I start again, WW, 473, good. His presence can also be identified in the exclamation, ah. 474 at this moment when Bim returns to Bam the question where. Voice shows that its expectancy has attained its maximal intensity. It is also necessary to understand this exclamation as being symmetrical to the cries which remain virtual of the victims. The latter can be identified with the blank cry, DSJ, 56, that resonates in the silence of the other, that is to say, in the impossibility of any response that causes the Beckettian subject's torment. The play's repeated actions serve to prepare the ground, so that this cry will produce absolute silence. The sound editor's quest to be affected by the play he organizes is particularly illustrated in two works for radio, Cascando and Rough for Radio I. Cascando, written in December 1961, Knowlson, 1997, 497, and published in French in 1963, presents Opener, who seems to be an impersonal presence, but who also expresses an intimate need to listen to the voices emanating from the radio. It is useful to mention that Beckett here inscribes his creation in the field of modernity 182, not postmodernity. Steve Connor points out that Beckett's radio work activates this archaic sense, very literally, of the work of radio, the strenuous ardors of audition, 2014a, 69. It is thus not a question of the pervasive presence of radio apparatuses grafted onto the body, but of listening as a very physical and intentional act, limited in time and space, rather than being dispersed or melting into background noise. Listening here involves a bodily relationship to an external device which occupies an essential function for the subject. In this play, Opener indicates that he opens and closes the appliance, first having voice and music, the latter being composed by Marcel Mihalovici, heard in alternation, then simultaneously. Grally-Heron notes that both Opener and voice of Bam are oral entities who preside from a detached position outside the action proper. Both are clearly invested in the action and yet remain removed, 2007, 183. Indeed, as in What Where, Opener manifests no personality. He is split, insofar as he enunciates and comments his own utterances. Opener, cold. It is the month of May, for me. /pause/correct, Ka, 297. He is thus his own sound editor. As in What Where also, the opening sentence contains the first-person pronoun, and is uttered in an impersonal tone, as if it were indispensable to graft himself onto the symbolic agent in order to found a beginning. That is to say that in the absence of any pre-existing reality, for want of a solid foundation enabling him to keep the real at a distance, the subject has to find a starting point in an imperative, as in the inaugural on, E. 253, of Embers. By means of this command, he gives voice to his mortifying other who is, however, the only one capable of providing him with an inscription in existence. Only then can the subject consent to this utterance, and recognize it as being its own. Opener then intervenes in the manner of the narrator of how it is, with his interpolated clauses, I quote, testifying both to the setting at a distance, or a questioning of the utterance's veracity, and an acceptance that the phrase may belong to him. Opener's action consists entirely of opening and closing two sound sources, and in the minimal commentary he offers. However, this action constitutes the play's structuring element, like May's footsteps in Footfalls, and which Beckett called the essence of the matter, as opposed to the text, what pharmacists call excipient, in Whitelaw, 1996, 139. Stephen Connor points out the central role of the switch in listening to the play. The knobs are the only audible and executive parts of whatever apparatus is being used to convey and listen to the sounds. In a sense, they control the whole play, which then becomes an apparatus for tuning into the organ of listening to radio. 2014a, 75-6. As Clas Ziliakis remarks, instead of focusing on a story, Cascando focuses on the storytelling condition. 143. What Beckett situates at the heart of his play's structure is thus this symbolic dimension. Indeed, Opener undertakes no act of creation. Instead of elaborating a story his own, or that of another, he accomplishes a purely mechanical action. He is not the producer of what he hears and shares with the listener. He receives, in a passive manner, voice and music that come to him as external phenomena. Insofar as they concern the voice, Opener is incapable of assuming them. He can only regulate the delivery of these manifestations that appear to be mutually incompatible, in an effort to reconcile them. In spite of this aim, opening and closing appear as arbitrary movements, devoid of any explicit justification. However, the action Opener accomplishes is vital to him. It's my life, I live on that. Ca. 299. It is worth noticing the chiasm that structures this expression. Whereas my life seems to denote extension, I live expresses the way his life is dependent on this activity. No less remarkable is the insistence on that. This pronoun appears in Beckett's famous response to the question Pourquoi écrivez-vous, bon tuer, why do you write? Only good for that, cf. Hubert ed. 2011, 157. This contracted pronoun ca instead of cella expresses a pejorative evaluation, similar to the titles designating his work as refuse or scraps. Brown, 2013b. To describe his work in such terms is to adopt the perspective of an ideal other, who accepts nothing less than perfection. The Beckettian subject sees himself as a scrap in comparison with such an extreme exigency, and yet this dimension refuses to be eliminated. One is therefore led to conclude that that is related to the object, that is to say, that jouissance, that is not sanctioned by the other but remains vital for the subject. As the voice says in the French version, "C'est ma vie, that is my life," ca. 47. The subject's entire life is at stake in this activity, something that the others who, by definition, are the auditors of this radio play are incapable of seeing. The vital status of this activity distinguishes it from any conception of pleasure. Opener does not seek to procure enjoyable sensations. His activity concerns a dimension situated beyond the pleasure principle, as Freud would say. Opener describes his activity thus: I'm afraid to open. But I must open. So I open, ca. 302. A certain form of courage and duty drives him to open. We find a similar concern in Embers, where the sound of the sea is omnipresent, constituting the enveloping space of the play as a whole. Clas Ziliakis, 89, remarks, more than 200 pauses are called for in the text of Embers. Thus the sea, which goads Henry on by surfacing in every one of them, achieves the dignity of dramatis persona. Ada does not understand how Henry can remain near the sea, since he cannot bear it. 183. And if you hate it, why don't you keep away from it? Why are you always coming here? Pause. There's something wrong with your brain. 260. Moved by simplistic thinking, servile to concrete conceptions, Ada is incapable of comprehending the topology of the organ that enables Henry to deal with the voice, the way creation frames and circumscribes that which torments the subject and will not allow him to forget. In Cascando, the mixing that Opener carries out must have an effect on him, a fact which leads him to express his reaction to what he hears, Opener, with voice and music, fervently. Good. Ca. 304. In this judgment, an echo can be heard of the stages of the creation story. In the book of Genesis, good in French, c'est bien. Ca. 60, expresses the capacity of the radio voice to do the image, to create an object capable of palliating the void. Thus, and in spite of appearances, This activity is a form of artistic creation, with its vital dimension, it's my life, I live on that. 299. The voice's exteriority is a crucial element in the construction of this play. Voice and music are independent of one another. Opener can have them heard together, without them merging, but they are also independent of opener, in the same way as, on a structural level, the subject ascribes the voice to the other. Here, opener connects himself to this jouissance from which he can extract no knowledge in order to regulate it, and to live. He does so in the same way, more or less, as a subject finds support in his ability to have nocturnal dreams. However, as a mortified subject like the other sound editors, opener has no fantasy, he cannot take refuge behind a personal worldview, in reference to an imaginary identification. Consequently, the radio's real presence is indispensable to pacify his voices. For this reason, one cannot conclude that there is any identification of opener with the character Woburn, in the story recounted by voice. 184. Opener is no more Woburn than the speaker is the character whose story is recounted by the dramatic Llewellyn, such as speaker in a piece of monologue. Of course, it is possible to say, as a figure of the writer, like Krapp or Malloy, opener splits into a voice that dialogues with music to elaborate an endless fiction whose character, Manu in the French version, may also reflect the image of the first narrator. Alexander Bergs, 195. Indeed, Woburn's utterance in My Life, Ca. 297, Ca. Mavi, Ca. 47, and that of opener It's My Life, I Live on That, 299, Say Mavi, J. Vista Ca. 52, echo each other, which explains why Woburn's story arouses intense interest in opener. However, one cannot erase this dissociation, this effect of strangeness that opener points out when he reports the opinions expressed about him. They said, it's his own, it's his voice, it's in his head. 302, no resemblance. I answered, and that, behind the pronoun they the indefinite on, in French, 56, can be discerned the voice of literary critics intent on establishing a relationship between the voice and the personality of opener. However, there is no similarity, as opener demonstrates by switching on the music. I answered, and that is that mine too. Thus, music and voice unfold on the same plane, since both voices are situated outside opener, rather than being emanations of his personality which, as can be seen, is almost non-existent. A degree of similarity can be established between opener's activity and that of Beckett himself, listening to his own voices. And yet, what a work like Cascando demonstrates is that these voices cannot be relativized, their specificity should not be devaluated by reducing them to some psychological reality. Thus, opener subjects the auditor of the radio play to an experience that is analogous to his own. The listener experiences the opening and closing of the other voices, voice and music, as movements he does not control, and that keep him in a state of uncertainty. Opener also experiences this arbitrary dimension, which drives him to undertake a succession of operations. As a medium, radio offers precisely the possibility of demonstrating the reality of this invisible object which is the voice. They don't see me, they don't see what my life is, they don't see what I live on, and they say, that is not his life, he does not live on that. Ca. 300. In Rough for Radio I, originally written in French, in 1961, under the title Esquisse radiophonique, the sound editor designated by the simple pronoun he also seeks to obtain an effect on himself. His final distress becomes apparent when he is powerless to control the voices fading. The movement of the play leads us from empty chattering to its reversal, to the absence of any other capable of providing a symbolic response. The play is divided into two parts. The first part sheds light on the function of sound editor, by creating an opposition between two characters. Firstly, the man introduces the subject of the play, composing a sort of exposition. The woman asks questions, having come, apparently, to see what a radio is. This expositional function also extends to the man. insofar as the two characters allow the constitution of an imaginary plane, providing information of a visual nature, by contrast with the voice's invisibility. In the first part, the man endures the woman's intrusion. He emphasizes the reality of his solitude. When one is alone, one is all alone, RRI, 268. She in turn notes that he does not seek her company, you suffered me to come, 267. The equivoque of the verb suffer suggests that the man tolerates her, but also that her visit is somehow unpleasant. In this part of the play, the man remains passive, contenting himself with responding to his visitor's questions by yes or no. The woman's presence seems intrusive. In her desire to institute an imaginary dimension, she insists on having access to a visible representation that would complement the audible. Like one who listens to the radio, so to say, she also switches the set on. She is willing to listen, but she also wants to see, a prospect the man refuses. The woman thus offers a reflection of the listener. Her presence constructs a mise en abîme where she represents the trivial attitude of the latter. Indeed, she appears as superficial, repeatedly seeking to see what cannot be seen, that is to say, the voice, may one see them? No, madam. I may not go and see them. No, madam, RRI, 267. This search for a grounding in the visible inspires her question when she is about to leave, is that a Turcoman? 269. The contrast between the two characters is also reflected in the separation between words and music. The woman questions, they are not together? No. They cannot see each other? No, RRI, 268. Indeed, these same utterances can be applied to the two characters who appear to be engaged in a conversation, but who do not communicate. In particular, the man reveals nothing of what really poses a problem for him, that is to say, the fading of the voices, which causes his suffering in the second part of the play. Not only does the woman belong to the realm of the visible but, insofar as the use of words often supposes the dimension of meaning, she is situated on the side of speech, whereas the man belongs to silence, his words being limited to monosyllables. Not only does he play the role of sound editor, in relation to the radio set, but he also gives directions to his visitor in a neutral, informative tone. Basically, the woman can be considered as the subject divided by speech, insofar as she asks questions, seeks to discover, to interest her interlocutor, to obtain knowledge about what she does not know. She also asks questions about the man's condition, in an effort to understand him. She thus seeks to engage in intersubjective relationship, while her interlocutor feels the irreducible nature of his own solitude. In this way, the two characters together give form to a fundamental absence of any relation, to the abyss that characterizes the voice. This play stresses the limits of the sound director's power. The latter cannot create, but remains dependent on the manifestations of the voice. Whereas, in the first part, the man endures a form of intrusion in his personal space, in the guise of the visit paid by the woman. In the second part, RRI, 269, the movement is reversed, since he seeks contact with the outside, calling the doctor on the telephone. He is worried, and his tone is vehement, most urgent. 270. By mobilizing two supplementary appliances, radio and telephone, this part of the play introduces an apparatus to the power of two, in a mise en abîme. The fading of the voices drives the man seeks help from Dr. McGillicuddy, RRI, 270. The latter has a comical name, particularly when it springs up in the French version, somewhat comparable to the name Godot. Ruby Cohn, 271, puts forward the idea that it blends gills and cud to suggest a monstrous animal. Such an entity is not unlike Caliban, in Shakespeare's The Tempest, and who is called a moon calf, Act 2, Sc 2, and of whom Trinculo wonders if he is a man or a fish, dead or alive. Contrary to the visitor who enters the man's home, this character is situated off stage, since he can only be contacted by telephone. Indeed, it could be said that he embodies a sham character, who serves to point out the absence of the other, in fine, the absence of a word capable of putting an end to the protagonist's torment. This absence is manifest in the incomprehension of the doctor, who obliges his interlocutor to insist, "What? No. No question. Ending I tell you, nothing what? To be done. I know there's nothing to be done, RRI, 270. The man is obliged to repeat because the doctor understands nothing about his problem. His title as doctor suggests that he should be able to provide a response to suffering. Only at the end of the play is an explanation provided for the disquiet that the woman noticed at the beginning, the malaise, whose origin the man had not revealed, was caused by the disappearance of the voices, that had already begun. That is to say that the radio no longer provides the response to the man's need. Whereas the voice provides a form of company, the man's final cry for help confirms his fundamental solitude. On the level of language, this solitude is stressed by the impossibility of achieving a signifying loop resulting from the effective presence of a symbolic other. The man fails to receive an adequate response. Of course, he did assert, "I ask no one to come here," RRI, 267. However, he requests the doctor's presence, but instead of the reassurance of a visit, his demand only serves to introduce the theme of waiting, in the clausula, "tomorrow, noon," 271. These words prolong the waiting, after the doctor's first announcement, in an hour. Not before. The imposed waiting testifies to an enunciation turned towards the future, but which can never attain a final punctuation capable of conferring meaning. The very idea of such an anchoring point is indicated by the verb to reach, used by the doctor's secretary, "can't reach him, no idea." The moment he gets back, 270. The one who could provide a response to the character's suffering remains absent physically, necessitating the use of the telephone, and symbolically, he cannot be contacted, while another answers in his stead. The promise "tomorrow, noon," 271, echoes the derisory signifier "godet," the name that engenders interminable waiting. The auditor of this radio play experiences the same absence as the character. During the first telephone call, the man does not name the problem that motivates his call, so that the listener too does not immediately understand what is at stake. In the same way, the doctor's absence, conjugated with the motif of the telephone, produces an interrupted, partial, dialogue. The listener is led to hear absence, he is deprived of half of the telephone conversation, so that he feels the absence of response that causes the character's suffering. The interruptions thus indicate the place of an absent other. In the second part of the play, the auditor encounters the torment of an enunciation that is stripped bare, that fails to achieve the status of a closed utterance, and the man finds himself definitively alone. "But she's left me, ah, for God's sake, haven't they all left me?" RRI, 270. The character only has the telephone at his disposal to establish contact with others. This solitude sheds light on the function of the insult that comes after the man's supplications, engendering a form of musical alternation. The end of the conversation with the doctor's secretary reads as follows: "I told you so. Most urgent. Most urgent. Pause. Low. Slut." RRI, 270. The end of the conversation with the doctor is symmetrical to the preceding one: "Wait, don't go yet, wait. Pause. Sound of receiver put down violently. Low. Swine." 271. These insults can be understood as a response to the absence of the other, as can be observed in End Game, where Ham concludes his prayer by denouncing the non-existence of God, the bastard. He doesn't exist. E.g., 119. Far from being a provocation, the insult provides the only form of punctuation and signifying looping the characters have at their disposal, a bitter statement of failure. As Lacan notes, the insult is of dialogue, the first word as it is the last, 2001, 487. It contains the same mortifying injunctive force as the U, rendered equivocal in the French 2es/2 or 185, you are to kill. It also offers an anchoring point, whereby the subject frees himself from an invasive other, in order for an eventual dialogue to take place. Jean-Claude Milner emphasizes the dehumanizing mechanism of the insult. Far from the subject's singularity as such being aimed at, it is only seized at the point where it is absorbed into a multiplicity that effaces it. 2007, 100. For the character of rough for Radio I, the insult serves as the only possible way to palliate the void, by the violent rejection of the other, reduced to a mute object. His insults seem to enter into resonance with the sound of the telephone, the auditor actually hears, by contrast with the dying sound of the radio, sound of receiver put down violently. Pause. Click, RRI, 270. Like the click of the receiver, the insult marks the point of an impossible, the absence of a reply, the radical divide that nothing can attenuate for the character. The final absence is that of sound ending, of a gaping hole, wherein the character risks falling and becoming inexistent, as Marjorie Perloff, 1999, seems to suggest. In relation to embers, if there is really no sound, the listener must assume that the receiver isn't working, that there is either failure in the particular channel of transmission or a mechanical failure that has somehow turned off the set. That is to say, an impossibility of silencing the incessant and inaudible voice. Between words and music. If words and music represent two sides of the voice, it is necessary to look more closely at the relationship between these two aspects in the three radio plays Rough for Radio I, Cascando and Words and Music that make use of these two elements. Words and Music written in November, December 1961, Knowlson, 1997, 497, just before Cascando represents two sides of the voice in the form of characters. Pascal Alexander Bergs, 765, sees this personification as a technical challenge resembling that of Jean Tardieu, who had staged a Monsieur Mot Mr. Word and a Madame Parole Mrs. speech in L'Abc de Notre Vie, a performance poem first produced in May 1959. This choice does have drawbacks. For example, it imposes the necessity for the text to activate the register of meaning, without being able to guarantee a comprehensible execution. The same applies to the stage directions referring to the music, discrete suggestion for following. More confident suggestion for following, WM, 293. And yet it seems that the triangle composed by Croak, Joe, and Bob can appear less convincing than the radio set in Rough for Radio I and Cascando. Indeed, the personification of words and music suggests that the characters are united within a homogeneous space, whereas the intermediary of the radio set, in the other plays, allows the voice to be understood directly as emanating from another space. As a heterogeneous element, the listener discovers a subject confronted with the enigma of these voices that come to him, and that he attempts to regulate. In Words and Music, Words is presented as loquacious, characterized by his use of hollow formulae devoid of any subjective impact, somewhat in the manner of Winnie, in her monologue. According to Words, the subject of his discourse is indifferent. Whether he speaks of sloth or love, he reproduces the same speech. Sloth is the love is the most urgent, WM, 288. Words appears as pure verbosity, containing only a slight part of meaning, but without any expressivity. He conveys the discourse of the other, as consigned in the repertoires of rhetoric. Words also represents the trap of meaning, showing that words can deceive, since their meaning is multiple and uncertain, a fact which gives rise to the interrogations: is love the word? Pause. Do. Is soul the word? Pause. Do. Do we mean love, when we say love? Pause. Pause. Do. Soul, when we say soul? WM, 289. Of course, these questions are also stereotyped, serving to show the inanity of Words' discourse. The terms he uses alignent defaken as annular mutual lament, line up so as to mutually annul each other, MP 28, as can be particularly noticed in the repetition of the voceable love. These rhetorical questions reveal above all a hollow discourse. If words rejects music, it is because he demands the light of the discursive realm. He immediately objects to music's presence, how much longer cooped up here in the dark? With loathing. With you. WM, 287. He cannot bear the idea that something might escape the register of meaning, the mastery which is only apparent of speech. However, music obliges him to let go, and to accept the melodic line, trying to sing this, 290. At this moment, he resorts to the versified form, manifesting his lyrical capacity. He nonetheless also falls back into the discursive register, as can be heard in this contrast between the two characters, music, warm suggestion from above for above. / words, disregarding, cold. 291. What follows is discursive, explicative, rather than lyrical, words gently expostulatory. 292. Finally, words ends up by espousing the register of music, all dark no begging / no giving no words / no sense no need, 294. Here, words adopts the register of the voice, as a state situated beyond truth. Such is also the effect produced in the end. Words, feeling alone, turns to music and begs, imploring. Again. Pause. Imploring. Again. Like the sound director croak before him, he seeks to feel the effect of the music, and the last sound he produces is no longer of a discursive order, deep sigh. In reality, the darkness dark, WM, 287, is also that of the radio, however unwillingly. Words is also voice, firstly because of the absence of meaning he makes manifest, but also because the auditor hears him through the radio medium. As the arrangement of words and music suggests, words and music form a pseudo-couple composed of two characters who, being radically heterogeneous, cannot merge into one. Rosemary Pountney, 62, notes that the appearance of the woman's face is the catalyst that unites Croak's two themes and brings about the union of words and music. However, Croak remains powerless to recover the lost opportunity. He cannot return to the woman lost and, as Marjorie Perloff points out, he is prey to the torment inflicted by his own words and music, 2007, 171, which he is unable to control. She adds, regarding the tone of the play, that Yeats's epic image a woman Homer song has become, in the Beckettian universe of the late 20th century, a figure of mock-heroic proportions, no more than the subject of a contest between words and music, which the latter wins, 172. Words and music can only, through the incommensurable distance that separates them, achieve an agreement, in order to let the auditor hear the music of the spheres, as evoked in Cascando, from one world to another. It's as though they drew together, ca. 301, Dionistra elotra, on diritu instrument d'accord, ca. 55. The French word accord can mean both agreement or accord in music. In this play, opener succeeds if only temporarily in achieving a certain unity, as though they had linked their arms, ca. 303. In this sentence, voice and music create a new image, that of the outing. It is perhaps possible to see a link with the two walkers, evoked in Le Monde et Le Pantalon, MP 25, who leave together from Port de Chatillon, and whose paths never cease to part. This association would appear consistent with Beckett's refusal to envisage a union that might abolish the separation inherent in his experience of language. Catherine Laws points out, regarding words and music, the words are not transformed into music. The most that can be said is that words seems to need music's help, and that Beckett implies that the expressive power of language increases when words follows the lead of music and the two are heard together. Laws, 2013, 325. She also indicates that the music Morton Feldman wrote for the play suggests the impossibility of stable roles of leader and follower, or of the words and music ever truly coming together. 339. It is well known that in the artistic field, the question concerning the relative superiority of words and music has been debated for centuries. Cf. Ackerley, 2011, 67-8. In Cascando, voice who represents the musicality of words manifests a very different character from that of words in words and music. Ruby Cohn notes that he has two strands, self and story. 272. That is to say that voice attempts to elaborate a narrative. It is born by enunciation, by the anticipatory movement and the fragmentation engendered by the signifier in its differential dimension. Story, if you could finish it, you could rest, sleep, not before. Ca. 297. The text's fragmentation expresses urgency, the impossibility of attaining a final punctuation that would allow voice to compose an utterance bearing a clear meaning, like narrators in earlier works. The unum able, for example, voice seeks to find or to hit on, TFN 8, 133, the right word. It thus suffers the torment of language that supposes the vital necessity of following the metonymical chain of signifiers, in the hope of arriving at a final punctuation. What voice represents is therefore the opposite of the Beckettian reading voice or bedtime story. Story, if you could finish it, you could rest, sleep, not before. Oh, I know, the ones I've finished, 1001, all I ever did, in this life, with my life, saying to myself, finish this one, it's the right one, then rest, sleep, no more stories, no more words. Ca. 297. This result is inaccessible to voice, because the anticipatory movement leads, with each fragmentary utterance, to a gaping hole whereby language never ceases to escape him. No word, no name, can ever endow the signifying chain with enclosure. The importance of this voice for opener can be understood. The French name mono can be declined as motinu, naked word, or monus, which Ruby Cohn translates as naked miseries. 272. The name Woburn, in the English version, evokes woe, and also the idea burn 186, which may express the urgency that inhabits the character. Rosemary Pountney points out that in the drafts, he was designated as the guilty one. 122. The following remark may be read in the same perspective. Like Embers, Cascando contains Beckett's first rethinking for performance of formal techniques originally cultivated in his stories and novels. Voice's relationship to his subject, read, surrogate self, for instance, is the same as Jacques Moran's in Malloy, Ease in film, and the spotlights in play, One of Pursuit. Woburn is as much chased as described. Kalb, 2007, 133. In each of these examples, the character contemplates his alter ego, who experiences the torment of endless speech. In words and music, music evokes a completely different dimension, thus justifying the contrast between these two agents. It fully testifies to the destruction of meaning as expressed, for example, in Murphy, where Celia reflects about the eponymous hero, each word obliterated, before it had time to make sense, by the word that came next, so that in the end she did not know what had been said. It was like difficult music heard for the first time. Mu. 28. Beckett asserts that words and music ends unequivocally with the victory of music, in Ackerley and Gontarski, 561, thus following Schopenhauer's judgment in this field. Frost, 259. Not all critics share this opinion. Of course, Pascal Alexander Bergs asserts, about the idea of harmony, the latter appears in the play as a utopian ideal, if not an illusion. Words has great difficulty following music in the two songs he composes, and, in the combat that opposes them, it is he who finally seems vanquished. 765. But Chris Ackerley objects, the challenge facing the composer is to construct a score capable of transcending the erotic libretto. This seems not to have been achieved, the music cannot sublimate the eroticism of the poetry, 2011, 72. Everett Frost states that both words and music are catalytic in the presence of each other. They achieve something that neither could have achieved on their own, 262. The opposition between the two is insoluble for structural reasons, and it is this unresolvable quality that Beckett's work as a whole explores and puts to the test. As regards music, Beckett did indeed see music as an ideal form of art, as Catherine Laws points out in relation to his reading of Schopenhauer and Proust. Beckett's negative bias results in part from the elevation of music to a position of metaphysical otherness. His pessimistic presentation of themes arises from his doubting the validity of a literary art that takes worldly experience as its material but aspires towards a state of music. Laws, 2013, 59. And yet, it is patent that Beckett chose to work primarily with language, not with music as a composer. Instead of settling this question, it is necessary to take into account the perspective that will situate both aspects in their relationship to language. According to one perception, speech tends to draw the voice within the enclosure of nomination and meaning, thus reducing the impact of jouissance. Such is the function that Lacan ascribed, in his early teachings, to the symbolic register. Thus, the voice properly speaking remains dissimulated behind the discursive. However, there is also a register where this jouissance continues to penetrate speech, that is encountered, for example, in the autistic subject's experience of what Lacan called Llewellyn 187. His relationship to signifying materiality hinders him from moving towards meaning. Since, to find the effect of meaning in language, it is necessary for the value of jouissance of the sound object to have fallen. In autism, we have a coalescence of sound and words that maintains, without any loss, the wordy jouissance included in language. Bowery, 79-80. Music reveals the presence of the object, the part that remains refractory to meaning. Contrary to speech, which maintains the differential nature of the signifier, and the latter's retroactive mechanism, music is an object. Belonging to the register of the letter, it is identical to itself and devoid of interruption. Indeed, even the silences are music that continues by other means. However, if music can, occasionally, have a soothing effect, it is because it presents itself as a rampart against the torment of the unlimited. Therefore, in the word/music dichotomy, the contrasted reactions of opener, in Cascando, can be observed. On the one hand, confronted with speech, he exclaims, opener, with voice. Come on. Come on. Ca. 302. On the other hand, confronted with music, he sighs, opener, with music. God, 303. The same alternation appears in Rough for Radio I, he, with music. Good God. RRI, 270, he, with voice. Shrill. Come on. Come on. Thus, in Cascando, opener's exhortation expresses the wish that Woburn may arrive at his destination. However, his sigh is associated with the idea of the divinity, as designated in many of Beckett's texts. Precisely, the existence of God is both evoked like Ham as a child, who cried in the dark for his parents to come, e.g., 119, and constantly called into doubt, in accordance with Beckett's aesthetics of indeterminacy, and according to which the non-existence of the other is posited simultaneously with the idea of his existence. One aspect of the writing of Rough for Radio I and Cascando requires attention, the transcription of music in the form of written symbols. This polarity of words and musical signs can be traced back to Dream of Fair to Middling Women, albeit in quite a different perspective, where Beckett quotes an extract from the score of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, Laws, 2013, 93-6. Admittedly, in words and music, in the absence of speech, the role of music is indicated by annotations concerning his action and attitude. Suggestion for following, WM, 290, interrupts with improvement of this and brief suggestion. These indications are important insofar as they support music's personification. Nonetheless, music cannot be associated with speech, or spoken words, a fact that reduces his presence in the written text. In Rough for Radio I, the music appears as the notation of a dotted line, not as a musical score. In the French version of Cascando, music's interventions are indicated by series of discontinuous dashes. These symbols indicate the part that belongs to the voice, the sounds the character listens to. It is significant that Beckett indicates, prior to any form of content, musical work, a text to deliver, the fact that what is in question here is the voice as writing. Michel Proudhon, 2013, has pointed out that, when it comes to stage directions in particular, certain theatrical texts, quod, notably, present Beckett's notation as pure writing. That is to say, they give indications for the execution or, in the case of the radio plays, they only inscribe the place of execution, instead of being this artistic form itself. 188 The text thus gives us writing, a trace devoid of content. It offers another way of designating the voice as invisible, indescribable. François Nicolas stresses this relationship between music and writing. It appears that the primordial letter in music is that of the duration of silence. The scar in the note, because of the fact that musical thought exists, is thus the letter of silence, which leads us to say that the scar of the note is a crochet rest, rather than a pause. Nicholas, 5. Thus, writing is considered as ex nihilo musical structuring, working from the void of the score and not from the infinite of sound material. 6. In this sense, writing thus names what institutes music as a thought, insofar as writing names the fact that music works from the void of silence, and not from sound. Or, writing is what holds together as one an unbridgeable gap between void and infinity, between silence and sound. Nicholas, 6. As Beckett writes, in Worst Ward Ho, blanks for when words gone. When no how on, WH, 99, or elsewhere, regarding Rimbaud and Beethoven, the terms of whose statements serve merely to delimit the reality of insane areas of silence, whose audibilities are no more than punctuation in a statement of silences, df. 102. The blanks are inscribed, they mark the presence of the voice. This recalls Beckett's idea of devoting a play to Beethoven deaf, and in which it would simply be a matter of making heard the absence of a voice. Bernold, 53, a dialogue where only the part of one of the interlocutors would be legible. That is to say that the voice would have been presented as an absence. Thus, the voice is related to writing, to the letter, which is identical to itself. In the same way as music emerges from silence, the voice is, above all, silence, not an oral phenomenon. In the same way as the dotted line escapes meaning, the voice manifests itself where the signifier goes beyond the latter. The written sign dot or dash remains what marks silence, the emergence of the voice. It is for this reason that voice, radio, and silence all belong to what escapes any resemblance. Thus, in Cascando, Opener declares, they say, it's his own, it's his voice, it's in his head. Ca. 302, no resemblance. I answered, and that, voice and silence escape any form of resemblance, since they abolish the imaginary. It is for this reason that Beckett could assert music always wins, in Worth, 137. It should be added, however, that Beckett never ceased to leave such a triumph unresolved. Voice and silence maintain a tension devoid of any resolution. The complexity of the relationship between language, music, and written signs is underscored by Morton Feldman when he explains the task of composing the score for words and music. He notes that Beckett is thinking of music all the time, in Laws, 2013, 341. What however is revealed is that without authoring the score, Beckett was indeed working in relation to what he wished to be heard, he was actually writing the music. According to Feldman's testimony, Beckett's written text thus aimed at circumscribing the place to be occupied by music, the site of the latter is marked by the dots and dashes. In rough for radio I, voice and music emanate from the same appliance. The visitor asks, are they subject to the same conditions? RRI 269. However, they remain heterogeneous, being like two parallel lines that never join up, they are not together? No, 268. Voice and music can only come together in a simultaneity devoid of any resolution. This absence of a synthesis is both the result of an absolute and non-dialectical rupture, and a structural opposition, as can be understood by means of the equivoque in the French version, and absent in the English, ils ne peuvent pas s'entendre? Non, er, 91. In its reciprocal interpretation, the pronominal verb s'entendre has two meanings, to hear each other or to get on together. It thus expresses both the way in which the voice approaches the inaudible, and the absence of any address that might allow the two forms of the voice to enter into a dialectic. In rough for radio I, the voices only meet up in silence, in death, they're together. Like 1, RRI, 271, together, failing, meet. How could they meet? What? What are all alike? Last what? Gasps. 271, the breathing. I don't know, the image of respiration or what engenders this impression serves to express their proximity one to another. The two facets of the voice also unite in the division between death and birth. The voice's death occurs at the same time as the birth. The doctor was to come in an hour, RRI, 271, but his secretary calls to say there are two confinements, so he has to put off his visit until tomorrow. This idea sheds another light on the utterance, what are alike? Last what? Gasps. Not only are last gasps all alike, but they can also resemble the cries of a newborn baby. Instead of being inscribed in a reassuring cycle, this encounter between death and birth dramatically reinforces the character's solitude. He has to get by without the doctor's presence, he is excluded from the succession of generations. He no longer has the possibility of passing as in a weaving movement between voice and music, to situate himself in reference to one and the other. The man finds himself abandoned, the voices die together. Indeed, birth implies paternity, confronting the character with the absence of a paternal metaphor, as described in the explicit of first love. Birth also leaves the character in the presence of the unlimited, deprived of any means to face up to it. Precisely, the announcement of the birth inscribes the absence of a doctor, of a metaphorical other. All that is left is a promise, tomorrow, noon, RRI, 271. At this moment, the man finds himself truly alone. Then, the voice also dies, the word whisper, just before the man's final words, follows the passage, lo. There's more, they're together. Together, the character speaks loudly when he attempts to provoke the other, but he whispers when he moves closer to the voices. Thus, the latter fade into silence and solitude. When the radio falls silent, the insatiable voice reaches extinction, it attains the silent movement of writing. The use of technology in Beckett's works for the radio and the television is particularly revealing of the voice's relation to the real, allowing it to escape fictional evocation, and its reliance on the written word. The reader of Beckett's fiction could content himself with considering the voice as an attractive or vivid metaphor for language, or relegate it to the realm of style, writing marked by interruptions, for example. It is true that the theater imposes the constraints of performance which may give the voice more impact, since the musicality of the text requires to be tested in live situations that show up unforeseen aspects of what may have originally appeared conclusive on the written page. Indeed, this reality led Beckett to revise and modify his texts according to the theatrical space and the actors involved. Technology goes beyond such effects of framing by the act of performance, however decisive they may be. It introduces a far more radical estrangement of the voice object, it demonstrates and makes palpable the fact that the voice does not belong to a subject as a tool or as an attribute of his psychology or body, but is experienced as a foreign body that intrudes on him, that infiltrates his intimacy. As a product of science, technology places the subject in the presence of an unlimited dimension that can never be tamed or assimilated. It is, however, in this dispossession that the Beckettian subject most firmly recognizes his existence. The use of the sound appliance thus becomes a key device to approach and deal with his voices. Some of the plays we have just studied, such as Play and What Where, rely on apparently geometrical arrangements that cannot be limited to the specific function of the sound editor, who alternates between sound sources. These figures, which we have occasionally represented in the form of diagrams, appear to be ascribed the role of structuring discourse, thus offering another way of dealing with the voice. This aspect requires particular attention. 2. Discursive apparatus. The recorded voice, emanating from a mechanical or electrical device, belongs intrinsically to the place Beckett ascribes to the discourse of the other, which it is impossible for the subject to assimilate. However, the recourse to a device destined to give form to the voice is not limited to the use of technology. In this chapter, we shall study the use Beckett makes of geometrical setups, which we compare to what Lacan defined in what he calls four discourses as the material conditions for social bonds. The artificial nature of what appears, in Beckett's work, as specifically subjective structures, rests on the coordination of four functions or roles, including, for example, that of witness and scribe, and aims at engendering a discourse. The voice here does not appear as the incessant and invasive one encountered in the unamable or not I, for example, neither is it the completely disembodied one produced by the radio. The structures studied here take the form of a system destined to circumscribe the voice and contain it. If the linguistic organization of pronouns, examined earlier, manifested an absence of cohesion, the recourse to apparatuses seems to be presented as a response, as an effort to create a substitute form capable of functioning. After defining these structures, and seeing their presence in Beckett's work, it will be necessary to return to the notion of inscription, considered as a material operation, but this time in relation to the effect of language as torture, as the action whereby words anchor themselves in the flesh. If the voice is often a source of torment, this suffering is irremediably a part of language. Here, the notion of the unary trait, Freud's Einzigerzug, will prove important. Lacan defines it as the subject, insofar as the latter is constituted secondarily in relation to the signifier, 1973, 129. He illustrates this point as follows. The first signifier is the notch, which marks, for example, that the subject has killed one beast, meaning, an extraction of jouissance, thanks to which, he will not get mixed up in his memory when he has killed 10 others. He will not have to remember which is which, and it is proceeding from this unary mark that he will count them. Lacan, 1973, 129. As indicated earlier, a signifier only signifies insofar as it is different from any other signifier, including itself, Bruno, 96. Thus the unary trait, as evidenced by Mouth's exemplification of the drive 189, has no complementary signifier to situate it within any sequence, S1, S2. Comparable to what Helensixus calls Beckett's 0, 18, this 1-1, Lacan, 1973, 129, lays the conditions for the actual number 1 to open the series of numbers. By achieving an inscription, through apparently behaviorist methods, the subject succeeds in physically circumscribing and locating the voice, instead of succumbing to the abolition of all subjectivity. This construction also rests on the supposed existence of an absent master, who appears to be motivated by the will to grasp some form of knowledge regarding his own unknown. While such action seems brutal, it occupies a marginal position, since it reveals, on its reverse side, the way the subject escapes all efforts to succumb to complete abolition. The apparatus thus appears as destined to highlight its own point of failure. Discursive structures. A number of Beckett's works evoke a veritable sort of apparatus, whose components are articulated in a form of structuring comparable to the one Lacan elaborated in his seminar L'Envers de la Psychanalyse, 1969–1970, in the four discourses that of the master, the university, the hysteric, and psychoanalysis, working from Freud's 1925 classification of three impossible tasks: to educate, to govern, and to psychoanalyze. 190 to these can be added the discourse of capitalism, which marks the unlimited dimension of our postmodern world, its absence of any breach or outside. Any anti-capitalism simply promotes another form of capitalism, and where new objects of consumption are perpetually produced in order to fill in any lack, thus hindering the subject from questioning himself as to his own singularity. Analyzing the universal misunderstanding surrounding Marx's famous sentence "Religion is the opium of the people," Jean-Claude Milner, 2014, 83–105, shows one comparable effect on language, when the fourfold structure composing the figure of proportional analogy, 2:4 what 3:6, collapses, so that each of the four terms communicate indifferently. This produces the facile but disastrously efficient rhetoric of modern political discourse. Suzanne Dow, 15, speculates that had Lacan pushed his reading of Beckett further back in 1968, he might perhaps have come to theorize the discourse of the analyst a little sooner than he actually does. In accordance with Lacan's principle that a quadripartite structure is always a requisite in the construction of a subjective organization ordonnance, Lacan, 1966, 774, these discourses represent logical constructions composed of four positions, among which four terms permute, thus defining the particular discourse in question. Insofar as they determine the four possible types of social bonds and the conditions productive of speech, these discourses function according to the model of the fundamental fantasy, designating and integrating the lack, via the object. If these structures are thus unmasked in Lacan's teaching, it is a consequence of the decline of the paternal metaphor, the fact that the symbolic register has proven to be no longer adequate to deal with the passed out or the unlimited. Henceforth, the name of the Father and the symbolic register can only be considered as semblances, situated within a context of generalist relativity. In Beckett's work, therefore, bringing such a framework into the open and the necessity of conceiving such an apparatus, results directly from the unlimited nature of the voice, and of the signifier that imposes itself in relation to the real. It is therefore a form of substitute, suppleance, in the absence of an agent that, in the manner of the paternal metaphor, could shelter the subject from the unbearable. In an earlier study, we situated, 2008, 141–4, the figures of scribe and the witness, in how it is, within such a discursive framework. Russell Smith associates this model with the figure of Dante who, as a scribe, notes down the words of Virgil, the latter speaking in the place of the damned who are devoid of articulated speech, 2008, 353–4. In this respect, Smith observes that Virgil serves as guarantor of a unitary truth, 354, that disappears in how it is. Indeed, in this text, two failures are apparent, the indistinction of the I, and the constantly fragmented speech, 356. The presence of these constructions in Beckett's work manifestly originates in the radical split between the subject and his voices, which Ian Bailey, 148–9, associates with the function of scribe presented by the biblical image in the Una Mabel, I am Matthew and I am the angel, U, 295. He sees the origin of this structure in the abandoned text on Le Torture Bien, contained in the second text's Porrine notebook, and traces its presence through various divided figures or pseudo-couples. He observes that the scribe of later works is abstracted and repeated, like the Marxian capitalist or wage laborer, generic identities that correspond to a function, 149. Stephanie Rave sees a form of masochism in the repeated scenes where the passive ego is assailed by a tormentor, 2011, 625, a perception that stands in a marked contrast with Alain Badiou's notion of how it is as offering, in its sadistic encounters, wonderful discoveries of the other, and the evocation of Alteri, 2003, 16. Eric Wessler's analyses, 2009, open up this field in a singularly coherent manner within the perspective of Beckett's particularly complex practice of self-reflexivity 191, whereby through emblematic figures of the writer, the use of specular structures and irony literature reflects the conditions of its coming to being and, by the same token, the way subjectivity is structured. This notion will be studied more precisely in order to situate the general importance of discursive structures. Michel Boziru establishes a contrast between Lacan's discourse of psychoanalysis, and the geometrical figure a square with two diagonal lines traced by the circulating figures in quad. By excluding one of the two diagonals, Lacan's diagram marks the suspension of that which, of the real, remains in abeyance of being written. Boziru, 2000, 188. Beckett's square diagram, on the other hand, reveals the impossible through exhaustion of the possible, as a result of the discourse of the master. The system of the MMM. One of the first expressions of Beckett's prosthetic device can be found in Murphy, written in English in 1935 to 1936. In the psychiatric institution called the Magdalen Mental Mercy Seat, MMM, a nurse does rounds to check on the patients confined in their cells. In passing, he switches on the light and, having looked through the Judas, he presses the indicator, mu, 148, in order to inform Baum, the supervisor. The latter device functions as follows: the indicator recorded the visit, together with the hours, minutes, and seconds at which it was paid, on a switchboard in Baum's apartment. Of course, this system can be replaced in its historical context. Chris Ackerley indicates that Beckett mentioned this procedure in his horoscope notebook, but he also adds that there was such a system at the Bethlehem Royal Hospital, in effect a model of a neurological stimulus response system. Ackerley, 2010, 189. On this point, it is worth remarking the suffering inflicted on the patients by the light, a motif also present in play. Thus, the nurse had merely to depress a switch before each door, flooding the cell with light of such ferocity that the eyes of the sleeping and waking opened and closed respectively. Mu, 148. This light is the same as the blaze of hellish light, HD, 140, that torments Winnie. In the part of the novel dealing with the psychiatric hospital, Beckett undertakes a scathing criticism of the manner in which such institutions deal with mental suffering. However, the origin of such a system in the psychological theory oriented by a conception of conditioning, resulting from what Lacan calls the discourse of the master, also suggests the necessity to address the question of language and the voice. The system used at the MMM depends upon a prosthetic setup composed of four terms: the patient, the nurse, the indicator and, finally, Baum. Each of these elements has a precise function in a discursive structure that can be described as follows: nurse, light, indicator, inscription. Patient, in his cell, / Baum, switchboard in his apartment. The members situated outside the manifest chain, or who appear to be inactive, are inscribed under the bar: the patient who suffers the intrusion and Baum, who observes the result. The inscription that confirms the reality of the visit is achieved by means of the nurse who, firstly, floods the cell with light and observes the patient, then presses the indicator. That is to say that on the upper level, besides the fact of physical movement, also appears a discursive chain that obeys a metonymical cause/effect mechanism. On the lower level, however, appear two terms that remain static, and fundamentally separated. Indeed, this whole mechanism is intended to provide Baum with the information he seeks about the patient, and which is reduced to its simplest expression, since it is a matter of ascertaining that the latter is not causing any problems, who represents the unknown factor in this equation. That is to say, what is important to grasp is what is at stake on the side of the question Baum asks, without really inquiring, since he remains inactive and at a distance, sheltered in his apartment, behind his switchboard, about the patient. However, an incommensurable gap can be noticed between these two terms, the result of the inscription will never reveal the slightest truth about the patient. Structurally, the latter designates an impossible, the importance of which comes to the fore as a result of a systematic malfunctioning. The narrator notes, ironically, the idea that the efficiency of this system could have been improved by a more economical mechanism. The indicator would have been still more ingenious if it had been activated by the light switch, or even by the Judas shutter. For many and many were the visits recorded for Baum's inspection, and never paid, by nurses who were tired or indolent or sensitive or fed up or malicious or behind time or unwilling to shatter a patient's repose. Mu. 148. In this system that appears to be regulated like a machine, the intervention of a human element impedes any perfectly adequate inscription. The recourse to such a mechanism thus indicates the absence of a pacifying structuring, a fact highlighted by the element of chance or caprice that remains incalculable, escaping any recording. The excessively mechanistic nature of this system of surveillance appears to be a woefully inadequate response intended to deal with the voice as passed out or unlimited. Circumscribing the subjects unknown, Malloy. In Murphy, the discursive apparatus appears in the context of the protagonist's search to cut himself off from the big world, Mu. 112, and to confine himself within the little world of the asylum, absolute constraint supposedly giving him access to absolute liberty. By contrast, Malloy would seem to open up traversable space, TFN 3, 111, by its use of the quest structure, based on the idea of an autonomous hero. However, this construction is undercut both by the circularity of the protagonist's movement, and by their nature as doubles, Brown, 2015. Malloy is apparently now, in the first pages of the novel, in his mother's room, but his journey leaves him lying in a ditch. Moran leaves the comfort of his home and ends up in a state similar to that of Malloy. Ruby Cohn observes, the second quest shades the first, and each tale loops back to its beginning, 2001, 161-2. If these characters' many points of resemblance are well established, Muriani, 1976, Ackerley and Gontarski, Connor, 2007, their status as doubles is not univocal, since they compose a chain. Moran has been sent to compose a report on the eponymous hero who, in turn, hopes to settle the question of his mother, who remains absent. Thus, behind the fable of this novel lies the subjective question of writing, which appears as the result of a voice. It is this aspect that sets the story into perspective, and causes its ruin. Malloy and Moran both experience the capricious nature of the voice, which causes words to come and go without warning. Malloy observes, yes, these imperatives were quite explicit and even detailed until, having set me in motion at last, they began to falter, then went silent, leaving me there like a fool who neither knows where he is going nor why he is going there. Mo. 81. Moran encounters the same problem, and when it ceases, leaving me in doubt and darkness, I shall wait for it to come back, and do nothing. 126. The necessity of writing intervenes as an imperative, as an order emanating from without and that imposes itself on the characters. Thus, Malloy evokes the visits of a man, he gives me money and takes away the pages. When he comes for the fresh pages he brings back the previous week's. They're marked with signs I don't understand. Anyway I don't read them. Mo. 3. The visitor represents the agent of a superego, informing the subject that his production does not fit in with what is required by the master. This demand, however, remains undecipherable. It was he told me I'd begun all wrong, that I should have begun differently. 4. What makes these exigencies opaque and disquieting is that the subject has no definable interlocutor, none he could question to obtain further details. Throughout his part of the novel, Moran has the task of writing. He explicitly states the function of the voice, towards the end. And if I submit to this paltry scrivening which is not of my province, it is for reasons very different from those that might be supposed. I am still obeying orders, if you like, but no longer out of fear. For it the voice is within me and exhorts me to continue to the end. The faithful servant I have always been of a cause that is not mine, and patiently fulfill in all its bitterness my calamitous part. Mo. 126. Moran describes himself as a simple executor, not as one who writes from his own invention. He obeys a voice, because he possesses no means to transform it into a subjective function, in order to formulate his own utterances. The dimension of exteriority expresses the fact that the subject feels powerless to determine the part he could take in this writing, that he nonetheless feels to be necessary. The apparently indeterminate appearance of the narration, its seemingly disorderly and metonymical unfolding, finds its structuring aspect in the discursive apparatus that confirms the unity between the novel's two parts. Contradicting the notion of an autonomous hero, the discursive structure reveals what one is subjected to, in relation to the other, a fact that causes the involution of the two quests. Indeed, in his inquiry about Malloy, Moran's writing is part of a structure similar to the one encountered in Murphy. Firstly, the events of the novel have an entirely subjective status and, as Elizabeth Berry notes, the characters themselves become simply outward manifestations of inner needs or desires. 2006, 174. Such is, in fact, the nature of the voice, which only addresses the subject. As Moran recognizes, for who could have spoken to me of Malloy if not myself, and to whom if not to myself could I have spoken of him? Mo. 107. In this sentence, the two characters appear as a pseudo-couple whose existence covers up a dimension radically excluded from representation. Indeed, Moran appears to be the part of Malloy that observes himself from the point of view of an ideal determined by the superego. This character who is obsessed by order appears affected, from the outset, by a degradation that influences his entire existence. My life was running out, I knew not through what breach. 97, and what I saw was more like a crumbling, a frenzied collapsing of all that had always protected me from all I was always condemned to be. 143. It is in these circumstances that he receives the order, 87, to undertake his quest for Malloy. The bond that unites these doubles is instituted by a torsion, whereby the two identities can never meet up and which are therefore rooted in the dimension of the real. This structure can be defined as follows. From the beginning of the novel, Malloy identifies himself with his mother, Mo. 3, whose place he occupies in her room. Moran, on the other hand, undertakes his quest to learn something about Malloy, as if the latter required some external agent to study his case. Moran declares, I knew then about Malloy, without however knowing much about him. 108. Malloy preserves an inaccessible quality, remaining a subjective construction, from Moran's point of view, between the Malloy I stalked within me thus and the true Malloy, after whom I was so soon to be in full cry over hill and dale. The resemblance cannot have been great. 110. The English translation adds the adverbial qualification within me, which is absent from the French. Malloy is thus related to the unborn twin evoked by Fox, RR2 279, cf. Muriani, 2004a, 178. Consequently, Moran's quest appears to be determined by its structure. It can be understood as the mask of an inaccessible dimension. The inquirer cannot know how he knew Malloy, not simply because the latter is part of himself, but because he represents a part that is fundamentally excluded from any linguistic articulation. This construct can be represented thus. Malloy Moran. Mother/X. In this way, a loop is established. Something the X that remains excluded from any representation drives Moran to inquire about Malloy, who is extremely close to his mother. This representation where Malloy appears as a fallen being and, consequently, partially capable of being apprehended is all that Moran can grasp with regards to the voice that torments him. It is because of this impossibility of naming the fundamental gaping hole, that the two sides Malloy/Moran cannot meet. The two characters' paths never cross each other, and Moran acquires no knowledge about his other. Faced with this gaping hole, the subject multiplies the agents that intervene in the act of inscription. The fact was there were 4 Malloys. He that inhabited me, my caricature of same, Gabers and the man of flesh and blood somewhere awaiting me. To these I would add Eudice were it not for Gabers' corpse fidelity to the letter of his messages. Bad reasoning. For could it seriously be supposed that Eudice had confided to Gaber all he knew, or thought he knew, all one to Eudice, about his protégé? Assuredly not. Mo. 110. These 4 Malloys are nothing but attempts to palliate the impossibility of saying anything about the true Malloy, that is to say, beyond the wandering and degenerate character presented in the first part of the novel, and who remains fundamentally nameless. If Moran suffers a process of degradation comparable to that of Malloy, it is because he is himself subjected to a superego that declares him to be as degenerate as any of his patients. Mo. 132. Indeed, in this prosthetic structuring, the orders come from Eudice, originally called Le Directeur, Ackerley and Gontersky, 660, and whom Moran refers to as the chief, 103. The latter never appears, whence his status as cause, the one who gives the impulse to write. As such, Eudice is the name 192 given to this voice that persecutes Moran. He can be seen as an avatar of Mr. Knott, in Watt, of Mr. Endon, in Murphy, of Godet, or of the Master, U. 361, in the Unamable, who commands Worm's persecutors. Indeed, if these multiple tormentors belong to language in its metonymical dimension, the narrator of the Unamable evokes the place of a master whose function, ideally, should be to bind the whole together, that is to say, who should render possible the second extraction of jouissance or separation leading to the constitution of a limited whole, under the aegis of the name of the Father. Such a function continues to be missing, a fact that the narrator of Ellenamable emphasizes in mathematical terms. Ils seraient x tuon orite besoin dion xet unaim, if they were x, we would need a x plus 1, I. 132. By its extraction, this x would at last found a coherent and limited whole. For want of this operation, the narrator of the Unamable formulates the hypothesis of a master who ordains this action. However, the fact that the latter has no palpable existence makes the supposition risible. He'd turn out to be a mere high official, we'd end up needing God, U. 368. The master embodies the obscure will that is symmetrical to the subject who must come to being. Whereas he is perfectly inaccessible, unknowable, he seems none the less convinced of the subject's existence. He is there, says the master, somewhere, do as I tell you, bring him before me, he's lacking to my glory. 361. This symmetry of the subject and the master gives rise to the analogy of the former with God. I alone am immortal, what can you expect? I can't get born. 376. I am alone here, the first and the last. 374. Like God, the subject is the Alpha and the Omega, being situated outside of finite human existence insofar as only one who is subjected to the paternal metaphor and castration can know death. Eric Wessler notes that in Beckett's work, God is always invoked as the ultimate guarantee capable of a stability that could stop the paradoxical self-referential tangling of textual levels. 2009, 361. The solitude evoked by the Unamable demonstrates that the subject constitutes an absolute singularity, situated outside of any series. I too have the right to be shown impossible. 369. There is nothing other than oneself. Finally, the image of the master also collapses, appearing as an everlasting third party and as a simple fiction, which has no consistency when confronted with the incessant voice. This enables Elizabeth Barry to note that although Malloy and Moran seem to have antithetical experiences of authority, one submitting to and one administering it, Barry, 180, even Moran is subjected to an unknown authority, and his quest for power is undone not by his failure to adopt the position of the powerful, but by the doubt cast on the whole edifice of power itself. In Malloy, Gaber is the bearer of a message from Eudice ordering Moran to leave, and then to write. Through his intermediary, the voice addresses the subject exclusively. He wants it to be you, God knows why, said Geber. He said, replied Geber, that no one could do it but you, Mo. 89-90. That is to say that the voice's powerful injunction is not inscribed within any articulation, nor in the composition of any overall reality. It conveys the imperative force of the pronoun you 193, and it must have appeared natural, to me that each agent had his own particular messenger, and to Geber that each messenger had his own particular agent. 194, 102. This absence of articulation results in the fragmented annotations brought by this messenger. It is impossible for the subject to assimilate the voice. Granted, Geber possesses a notebook with inscriptions, but what he consigns to writing has no equivalent in his memory. In the same way as the voice is addressed to a single subject, writing is related to the latter alone. It is thus illegible for others. To be undecipherable to all but oneself, dead without knowing it to the meaning of one's instructions and incapable of remembering them for more than a few seconds, these are capacities rarely united in the same individual. No less, however, was demanded of our messengers. Mo. 102. The articulation of these different agents can be represented by situating them within the following discursive structure. Moran Geber. Malloy / Uday. Uday, who is the source of the messages, represents the unknown, the voice from which emanates the imperative conveyed to Moran through Geber, the messenger or scribe. Situated at the end of the chain, Malloy is the one about whom Uday seeks to obtain knowledge. The whole construction is reversed when Moran has to act as scribe. Mo. 126, following the injunctions of the voice, Moran hypothetically addresses to Uday his story about Malloy, a letter from Uday, in the third person, asking for a report. He will get his report. 169. However, the entire system ends up by being absorbed once again into the realm of the subject, who remains irremediably alone. And, to keep nothing from you, this lucidity was so acute at times that I came even to doubt the existence of Geber himself. And if I had not hastily sunk back into my darkness, I might have gone to the extreme of conjuring away the chief two and regarding myself as solely responsible for my wretched existence. Mo. 102-3. This solitude is of an absolute nature, the state of the subject without any other, and to whom the prosthetic structure gives a visage, by means of the writing undertaken by Malloy and Moran. Inscription as torture. If Malloy evokes, behind the screen of the manifest narration, a discursive setup driven by a threatening injunction, other texts of the same period deal with this voice by describing its impact as a form of physical torture. The latter's inclusion in the prosthetic structuring represents a means to palliate the subject's difficulty finding a representation in language, to ensure a degree of consistency when he is confronted with the unlimited that brings the threat of aphonesis or fading. 195. When the subject is reduced to the cut inscribed by the signifier that represents him. The risk of subjective abolition is, as has already been noted, particularly present both in the unamable and in not I, Knowlson and Pilling. 197, where the character is reduced to the status of a mouth. The aspiration to consistency is centered on the body, marked by the impact of the signifier. According to common experience, the body is something an individual possesses. This verb emphasizes the aspect of exteriority, according to which the subject experiences himself as being distinct from his corporeal representation. Lacan's apology of the mirror stage demonstrates that the notion of the body conceived of as a whole is anchored in the symbolic other, and is thus the result of an evacuation of a part of jouissance which, otherwise, would submerge the subject. However, if the latter finds himself confronted with the unlimited, this possession is radically called into question, since the imaginary then proves to be fragile. The subject finds himself constantly faced with the insatiable drive. The voice has a problematic status here. In the early years of his seminar, Lacan defined its specificity by contrasting it with the visual register. He emphasized that the ears are in the field of the unconscious, the only orifice that cannot be closed, 1973, 178, which means that the signifier imposes itself totally on the subject, to the point of leaving him with no other choice than to express his consent. The refusal to hear is a force that no subject, unless he has a special gymnastic preparation, really has at his disposal. It is precisely in this register that the specific force of discourse is manifested. 1981, 340. It is by invocation or enunciation making oneself heard. 1973, 178, that the subject seeks to silence the other. By contrast with the voice, the advent of the visual register involves having oneself seen. Lacan, 1973, 178, which is indicated by an arrow that really returns back to the subject, allowing the latter to feel his consistency and his independence in the gaze of the other. 196. As Jean-Claude Malival explains, this calming effect results from a second extraction of jouissance, an operation of separation whereby signifiers can support meanings established by convention. 192. It is at this stage that the voice can cease making itself heard. The unamable describes the dematerializing effect of the voice. Whereas the body takes on consistency by the localization of objects, the unamable is powerless to situate himself. No, I can't move, not yet. 1 minute in a skull and the next in a belly, strange, and the next nowhere at all. 346. It is thus the acephalous drive that prevails, reducing the subject to the minimal cut line, trait, produced by the signifier. 197. In the unamable, metaphorical equivalence of this unary trait can be found in the motifs of the partition or the tympanum. Perhaps that's what I am, the thing that divides the world in two, on the one side the outside, on the other, I'm in the middle, I'm the partition, I've two surfaces and no thickness. Perhaps that's what I feel, myself vibrating, I'm the tympanum. 376. The unamable experiences himself as being reduced to the representation imaginary, in this passage of pure difference, the opposition between one signifier and another. As Llewellyn points out, the voice is situated at the paradoxical intersection of language and the body. 2006, 73. It is both separated from the body, and intimately attached to it, notably through the imperative superego. 198, which, as Lacan emphasizes, marks the subject's relationship to the signifier. 1994, 212. Of course, the superego is usually associated with the supremacy of the law, the enforcement of the rules of civilized society. However, such constraints find their foundation following Freud's totem and taboo in the sacrifice of the mythical father of the primitive horde who, as he enjoys all the women, represents an absolute and impossible jouissance. Lacan, 2007, 106. Since the preeminence of the law is founded precisely on this exception, or repression, it can never be free of it, and the more the law extends its universality, the more it activates the unlimited jouissance of the drive that demands the abolition of all law and all subjectivity. In Civilization and its Discontents, 1930, Freud shows how the subject interiorizes the aggressive drives he would naturally turn towards others. If culture life in society demands that the individual renounce his aggressive impulses, this authority is internalized, with the result that nothing can be hidden from the superego, not even one's thoughts. Freud, 2010, 150. Indeed, the more one is virtuous, the more it exerts its severity. 151. Freud then makes an extremely powerful statement when he concludes, what started with the father, the mythical father, then the superego finishes with the mass. 160. The effects of the latter have been manifest in 20th-century totalitarian regimes. Thus, in the words of Llewellyn, the superego presents itself as the other of the other. 2006, 100. Far from having a pacifying effect, it appears as an absolute, and commands the subject to enjoy. Lacan, 1975b, 10, that is to say, it orders the subject to submit himself to the displeasure that underlies all pleasure. In the subject's fantasy, it may appear after a logical reconstruction in the image of the father who beats the child, Freud 1968, revealing the latter's dependency on this violence in order to exist. Henry Rayflaud refers to the example of Dom Lewis, in Moliere's Dom Juan, to illustrate the transformation entailed by the superego with regards to the unary trait, pointing out that the subject is originally founded at the place of enunciation, the site of the mute signifier of das Ding, that it is impossible to articulate, 215. However, the superego transforms the signifier, giving it form and substance. The proper noun is then deprived of its function as signifier of the disappearance of the subject, 214, to become the insignia of the person, an emblem of the ideal that is embodied in a spotless and faultless lineage and which, for this reason, asserts its mastery on the subject, thus revealing, under the waxen mask of the noble father, the sneering of the superego. Whereas the subject's absolute singularity is the living refutation of any postulate of continuity, linguistic articulation and social bonds belong to the realm of the imaginary, reinforcing the superego that presides, like a commander, i.e. the fateful figure that appears at the end of Dom Juan, over everything that, between speaking beings, ensures a form of relationship. Milner, 2007, 12. This continuity can be seen as an absolute as in Kant's categorical imperative that admits of no exception. 199. As a result of the superego's intervention, an insatiable violence will be unleashed, as expressed by the narrator of the Una Mabel. They are too hard to please, they ask too much. Let them scourge me without ceasing and evermore, more and more lustily, in view of the habituation factor. In the end I might begin to look as if I had grasped the meaning of life. 347. Throughout this novel, the persecutors seek to force the subject to accept the restrictive character of words and names, with the mortification that they entail. As in Murphy and Malloy, the Una Mabel reproduces a combination of the roles of master, tormentor, and victim, aiming to cause worm to be born. However, the tormentors are not all-powerful, and the use of force does not produce convincing results. They are doing the best they can, with the miserable means at their disposal, a voice, a little light. 361. They are reduced to supposing that a subject exists, and that he possesses knowledge that they, insofar as they represent pure language, devoid of any corporeal existence, are incapable of possessing. Indeed, they seek to derive knowledge from the body in order to absorb the Una Mabel within language, but how can they know he suffers? He makes no noise. A little with his whinging perhaps. 360. The unspeakable subject possesses a knowledge that escapes words, and which the tormentors/signifiers strive to catch, in order to enclose him within the network of language. In order to free himself from this continual torment, the subject may find himself driven to reiterate the mark of the original inscription that situates him in relation to the other, as is undertaken in the traditional practice of tattooing. Lacan, 1973, 129. Thus, it is in order to continue inscribing this trait that Lemuel, at the end of Malone Dies, inflicts suffering on himself. The narrator describes him as being assailed by his voices. For when not rooted to the spot in a daze he was to be seen, with heavy, furious reeling tread, stamping up and down for hours on end, gesticulating and ejaculating unintelligible words. Flayed alive by memory, his mind crawling with cobras, not daring to dream or think and powerless not to, his cries were of two kinds, those having no other cause than moral anguish and those, similar in every respect, by means of which he hoped to forestall same. MD, 260. Lemuel shows himself to be tormented by his voices, whose assaults know no end. They alternately transfix him or drive him to permanent agitation. If his cries are unintelligible, it is precisely because the invasion by the voice destroys the consistency of any meaning and articulation. However, they are not exclusively the effect of these voices, but are also intended to silence them, to expel the unbearable moral anguish. The actions inflicted on Lemuel's body have the same function as his cries. Physical pain, on the contrary, seemed to help him greatly. And one day, rolling up the leg of his trousers, he showed Mockman his shin covered with bruises, scars and abrasions. Then, producing smartly a hammer from an inner pocket, he dealt himself, right in the middle of his ancient wounds, so violent a blow that he fell down backwards, or perhaps I should say forwards. But the part he struck most readily, with his hammer, was the head, and that is understandable, for it too is a bony part, and sensitive, and difficult to miss, and the seat of all the shit and misery, so you rain blows upon it, with more pleasure than on the leg, for example, which never did you any harm, it's only human. MD, 260-1. To inflict blows on the body does not cause pain as it would for anyone free of such torments, but, on the contrary, it calms suffering. By beating his body, thus adopting the position of his other, with regards to his body henceforth reduced to the status of an object, Lemuel succeeds in imposing a limit on the insatiable voices, so that, instead of traversing him, they are localized in one part of the body. To reinscribe the unary trait thus allows him but only temporarily to evacuate jouissance. The preference for the head, in this operation, appears as the consequence of the fact that the persecuting voice resounds in the skull, evacuating the subject, who no longer finds any place of refuge capable of placing the voice at a distance. It is as a result of the voice's assaults that the head becomes a hell, as the voice tells Joe, you know that penny farthing hell you call your mind, e.j., 362. The metonymical context in which the torture intervenes is described in how it is. In this text, it is no longer language represented by evanescent figures that traverses the subject and makes him suffer, but the narrator and his doubles forming pseudo-couples who inflict the torture on each other. One approach used by the narrator is based on speech, and consists in seeking to make Pym play the role of a mirror, sketching the evanescent outline of an I/you relationship, the possibility of speech addressed to another in order to silence the voice. For the narrator crawling in the mud, the function of his double consists of reporting elements of language and meaning emanating from the world above, in order to obtain an inscription in relation to them, that life then said to have been his invented remembered, that thing above he gave it to me, I made it mine, Hi, 72. The idea of what life may be is passed on from one to the other, dear Pym come back from the living, he got it from another, that dog's life, I'll give it to another, 72-3. In this manner, the narrator hopes to acquire an identity, Bame come to cleave to me where I lay abandoned, to give me a name, his name to give me a life, make me talk of a life said to have been mine above in the light before I fell, 109. The imaginary other is intended, as in the identification with the mirror image, to procure a form of signifying retroaction 200 and dialogue, to give the subject a life above in relation to his symbolic other, that is to say, an existence that will at last be believable, a fiction that is confirmed by his others. This enterprise is thus diametrically opposed to the unnamable's violent refusal to be trapped and imprisoned in linguistic identifications. The narrator hopes that with the aid of Pym, he will succeed in circumscribing the voice as a rigorously external phenomenon. This attempt fails, however, if he heard a voice, if only that if he had ever heard a voice, voices, the voices no knowing surely not, Hi, 74. This failure is followed by relapse into confusion, I talk like him, Bomb will talk like me, only one kind of talk here, one after another, the voice said so, it talks like us, the voice of us all, Quaqua on all sides, then in us when the panting stops, bits and scraps, that's where we get it, our old talk, 76. Thus, the creation of an imaginary other does not suffice to found the retroaction that could situate the subject in the symbolic register, silence and turmoil once again prevail. Silence more and more, longer and longer, vast tracts of time we at a loss, more and more he for answers, I for questions, your life here before me, utter confusion, Hi, 73-4, he has stopped, I have made him stop, suffered him to stop, it's one or the other, not specified, the thing stops, and more or less long silence. Not specified, 84. Although the voice temporarily assumes the identity of a fellow being Pym, no dialogue can develop between the narrator and his double. The verbal association of Pym and the thing both appear to be names of the voice that has stopped talking testifies to the absence of any real difference between them, so that the subject cannot end up disposing of his own voice. The loop of speech goes from me to bomb and back, but the terms of the exchange envisaged mutually cancel themselves out. 201. While Llewellyn sees a negation of the other in Beckett's early work A Process of Saming, 2006, 25, reflected in the violence that breaks out in novels like Mercier and Camille, Malloy and Malone Dies, he does not see ethics in the terms of Levinas, for whom it is precisely the ethical relation with the other that constitutes an escape from the horror of the Ilya. 29, the incessant voice associated earlier with a fundamental noise, Zizek, 1995, 84. He considers that in Beckett the Ilya certainly appears to be irreducible and inescapable in a way that it is not for Levinas, blocking the path to the ethical. Weller, 2006, 29. For this reason, he advances the category of the anethical based on the imperative ilfo. The latter is not a value, but simply a blank at the very heart of Beckett's oeuvre, a very specific nothing around which that oeuvre is painstakingly constructed. Weller, 2006, 193. Weller considers the ilfo as not being characterized by an affirmation that precedes all negation or all value. 194. It is beyond any axiology, or Badiolian affirmation. However, what is lacking, in Weller's analysis, is the notion of jouissance as material positivity. Consequently, it is unclear what this blank is, or what Beckett does with this confrontation. Weller brings us to the verge of the absence of the other, without following it up. As described, this blank appears as a nothing that ignores the presence of a gaping hole or jouissance to be dealt with and constantly hemmed in by writing. And yet, Beckett evokes the idea with extreme precision, la negation n est pas possible. Pa plus kl affirmation. Ilfo se tenir la ouilny ni pronom, ni solution, ni reaction, ni prise de position possibles. C'est ce qui rend le travail si diaboliquement difficile, negation is not possible. No more than affirmation. One has to stand where there is no possible pronoun, solution, reaction, taking of position. That is what makes the work so devilishly difficult. In Juliet, 68. That is to say, the blank represents an untenable position where the subject finds himself devoid of any means or desire, contrabadio nothing but his existence and the imperative to go on. This corresponds to the between of the unum able, where you suffer, rejoice, at being bereft of speech, bereft of thought, 367, but which also includes the unconditional obligation to speak. This is where torture provides the means to find an anchoring. The use of torture which Anthony accordingly studies in terms of pedagogical tyranny represents a different approach, since it supposes a physical efficiency. It is not a question here of following meanings, with their propensity to fade into the unbearable cacophony of the voice. The narrator becomes the instrument of language, seeking to observe on Pym's body what the effect of an inscription might be and, by doing so, to endow his double with a concrete existence, forever in the mud but I'll quicken him you wait and see. Hi, 52. Pym's suffering offers evidence of life, the voice extorted a few words life because of cry that's the proof good and deep no more is needed a little cry all is not dead one drinks one gives to drink goodbye, 122. By virtue of this operation, the narrator is no longer exposed to the void deprived of any bodily consistency rather, he is at last the receptor of the tangible proof of his own existence. The narrator makes the aim of this torture explicit, the paltry need of a life a voice of one who has neither. By acting on the body of his double, the narrator undertakes a form of domestication or training that resembles behaviorist methods, since his will to achieve an inscription in the body does not succeed in instituting a subject. The action appears as stereotyped, since it amounts to applying a system, conceive a system then apply I can't get over it make it work, hi, 94. The actions accomplished consist in driving the fingernails or an opener into different parts of the partner's body, and inflicting blows on his skull. The failure of this approach is already patent in the tools used, since the narrator does not use articulated language but a code intended to produce univocal effects. He cries I withdraw it, thump on skull, the cries cease, it's mechanical. 67. This code is intended to have a performative effect, the thump on the skull signifying stop at all times, and that, come to think of it, almost mechanically. 64. In spite of its rigidly stereotyped nature, the process can end up in confusion. When stabbed in the arse, instead of crying he sings his song, what a cunt this Pim, damn it all, confuse arse and armpit horn and steal the thump he gets, then I give you my word. 67. Instead of instituting an exchange, the narrator acts on his partner to consolidate himself. He imagines he can evacuate a part of his own torment, by localizing it in his double. He creates an external voice that functions in the manner of a calming sublimation. Claw, dig deep furrows, drink the screams. High. 53. The cries are comparable to nourishment, a voice that the narrator can enjoy, like the one produced by a radio set. That's not all, he stops, nails in armpit, he resumes, cheers, done it, armpit song, and this music as sure as if I pressed a button I can indulge in it any time henceforward. 65. The cries that ring out are thus intended to silence the tormenting voice of the other. Insofar as it is a product of the superego, torture supposes an intention that remains obscure, since the tormentor utters nothing. Like the spotlight in play, the one who inflicts the suffering cannot enunciate what he expects of his double, he intervenes through mute torment. As a result, the impulse and the elaboration of hypotheses constitute the driving force behind this training. What else can I do, could I do if I were put to the pin of my collar / think perhaps at a pinch it's possible, what else am I doing at this moment? 68. The torture thus becomes the cause of speech. What son I have said, no matter, I've said something, that's what was needed, seen something, called it above, to have a moment's peace, I have it, I had it, opener arse following scene and words. 86. The breaks in the sentences indicate the torture, since this speech that is supposedly ascribed to Pim is also the narrator's. The torture continues behind the utterances, the tormentors being mute. 119. The failure of this approach is dictated by its very definition. The characters permute among themselves in order to achieve these inscriptions, but in doing so, they propagate the unceasing voice, rumor transmissible ad infinitum in either direction. High. 120. The unlimited remains devoid of any breach, as in the previously quoted expression, infinitum alone commensurate with us. No knowledge can result from this system, since it is impossible to distinguish the interlocutors. As the text hypothesises concerning the encounter between victim and tormentor, he is merely in fact describing himself to two lifelong acquaintances. These hypotheses and ratiocinations about the possibilities of permutations simply represent the extension on a much vaster scale of the initial problematic, such as the absence of knowledge. The necessity to resort to bodily inscription only confirms the absence of the symbolic structuring that, were it to exist, would have instituted the subject once and for all. In the Unum Abel, the narrator finds himself a victim of torture emanating from words conveyed by the voice, and which he identifies in the form of his evanescent tormentors. By contrast, in how it is, the subject appears as a tormentor who finds relief in the cries he produces in others. And yet, the establishment of this relationship serves to explore the subject's relationship to himself as other. By imagining the two reciprocal positions, he endows himself with a representation of these places that remain refractory to any dialectical binding or articulation. As seen in relation to the spotlight in play, tormentor and victim are one, but they are united in the absence of any symbolic other, in the presence of the unlimited dimension that leaves the subject plunged in his profound solitude. It's no I'm sorry no one here knows anyone either personally or otherwise, it's the no that turns up, I murmur it. High. 123. Rough for Radio 2, From Torture to an Ephemeral Birth. Quoting Leo Bersani and Ulysse Dutoit, Terrace Miller, 255, emphasizes that in his later plays, Beckett moved from the representation of a tormented narrator to the question of the coercion he endures at the hands of external agents to make him speak. However, the unity of the various agents involved needs to be examined, as it appears for example in Rough for Radio 2, a play originally written in French as Pochade radiophonique, possibly in the 1960s, Ackerley and Gontarski, 489. In this text, the roles of tormentor and tormented compose a veritable discursive structure, where each of the positions occupied, each of the functions represented, expresses the manner whereby the subject deals with himself and with his own strangeness. This text illustrates the manner in which the apparatus is utilized in an effort to extract speech from the victim, with the aim of humanizing him or bringing him into existence. Angela Muriani sees a form of enfolding of different levels at work, where ghostly figures move within an enwhelmed and entombed theater of the mind, doubled by their tormentors. Muriani, 2004, 179. Rather than this notion of enveloping which remains on an imaginary level 202, it would seem preferable to read the various elements as part of a Mobian structure, where all the components of a theatrical production, via the radio, in this case, are situated on the same plane. Reg Alt, 1989, 115. This is particularly important since the within is radically without, in both senses of the term, and cannot be reduced to a place situated among various mutually reinforcing layers. The discursive apparatus formed by the characters appears as a consequence and a manifestation of the impossibility of being born, a motif that is situated at the center of the play. The characters here are clearly endowed with precise functions. Hélène Laplace-Claverie sees in them the diffracted projection of an ego that is torn between contradictory drives, the representation of the artist exerting on himself a violence that is both creative and destructive, a source of suffering and of enjoyment, in Hubert ed. 805. Rather than simply contradictory drives, however, it would seem that Beckett presents here a construction that lays out in lieu of a structuring dialectic within language the way the writer functions. Thus can be found represented the suffering flesh, the victim Fox, the tormentor, Dick, the director displaying his literary knowledge, animator, the scribe, stenographer, and the invisible other, who remains unnamed. Martin Esslin, 379, compares these characters realistically, at first, to the members of a team of radio employees, then, 381, defines them as an allegory of components situated inside the artist's creative mind, subconscious source, critical faculty, animator, torturing determination, erotic fantasies, stenographer. This interpretation is most appropriate, but, as this work presents a persistent construction in Beckett's creation, it would seem important to view it in terms of its subjective consequences. Once again, these characters are arranged somewhat in the manner of Lacan's four discourses. A.S. Dick, mute. Absent master, / Fox. As the examples of Murphy and Malloy suggest, it is necessary to add, to the characters enumerated at the beginning of the text, the absent and invisible master. He appears as the one who causes the action and the dialogues. Finally, the action bears on Fox, who, in return, is required to shed light on what the absent master is incapable of knowing about himself. The respective roles can be further detailed as follows. Regarding the master, Stephen Connor observes: the absent Godet, in Beckett's first performed play, who is savior and tyrant at once, seems the origin and reference point of all power in the play, even though that power is never visible in itself. 2007, 196. Like Udai, the master of this play, who apparently assumes the collective form of a committee, is the one for whom the others prepare reports. Devoid of any personalized presence, he is manifestly the author of the initial series of recommendations. Expressing no clear motivation, it is nonetheless he who, acting as cause, seeks to extract knowledge regarding the subject. In his status as superego, he expresses himself in a stiff, official, and repetitive manner. Instantly renew our standing exhortations, RR2, 276. His demands concern a report on the results, and are accompanied by exhortations that, in the French version, are described by the stenographer as being anything but lenient, recommandations qui ne sont pas tendres pour nous, pr. 68. For the listener, these remarks do not emanate directly from the obscure master but are relayed by his agents, animator, and stenographer. This master thus situates himself on the purely institutional or symbolic register, demanding that his agent's report only articulate speech, kindly to refrain from recording mere animal cries, they serve only to indispose us, RR2, 276. This exhortation can be associated with Nag's description of Ham's childhood: we let you cry. Then we moved you out of earshot, so that we might sleep in peace, e.g., 119. The parental other appears as one who does not suffer the child's cries, and who, consequently, leaves no breach to accommodate the latter's suffering. The master is also particularly concerned by quantified language, seeking to catch the meanest syllable, RR2, 276. As he is impermeable to nuanced formulations, he cannot know exactly what he himself expects, nor how to orient his quest. Consequently, he demands an exhaustive compilation of Fox's words. Like the sound director's opener, Cascando, or Bam's voice, what where, he embodies an attitude of neutrality, but he also wishes the results obtained to be totally objective, kindly to ensure full neutralization of the subject when not in session, especially with regard to the gag, its permanence, and good repair, 276. This arrangement supposes an alternation between a faultless presence, allowing to gather information, and absence, where Fox is required to remain incapable of uttering a word. Animator and stenographer are the master's agents. Their function is to be the recipients of Fox's speech, they collate his words, in order to inscribe them and raise them to the status of acceptable utterances. In this respect, Angela Muriani, 2004, 178, sees the play as displaying a parody of the psychoanalyst seen as a Kleinian combined parent. This perception is doubtless enlightening, as stenographer and animator appear to encounter the difficulty of making Fox's case fit into the mold of conventional discourse and preconceived notions. As director, animator represents the master's will. He is comparable to Pozzo who, as a tormentor, appears in Godot's absence. Indeed, the similarity of the two figures can be noted, since Beckett toyed with identifying Pozzo as Godot, unaware that those waiting are Vladimir and Estragon, but the messenger, Ackerley and Gondarski, 453. As the receiver of Fox's speech, he attempts to make the latter's words fit into a grid. For example, stenographer raises the question of acceptable expressions: he is weeping, sir, shall I note it? RR2, 279, can one say it in English? I have never come across it, miss, but no doubt. Animator tries to find a link between past utterances and the ensuing production. He seeks to establish what has already been written down and what remains to be said. Has he used that turn before, miss? 277, with the aim of constructing a discourse and composing a coherent form. Being situated on the level of established discourse, animator uses bookish language, by contrast with Fox. He makes an aesthetic comment, RR2, 279, then reproaches himself with his use of literary references. These old specters from the days of book reviewing, they lie in wait for one at every turn, 280. His attitude leads him to address Fox as if the latter were a backward pupil, 281. But since you have failed so far to let it escape you, it is not by harking on the same old themes that you are likely to succeed. That would astonish me, 282. Animator is determined to format Fox's speech: don't ramble. Treat the subject, whatever it is. 281. This notion recalls that of the pensum, U, 304, in the Una Mabel. Animator thus represents the other insofar as he imposes an implacable norm. As for stenographer's role, it is complementary to animators. She gives herself over to personal and affective illusions, describing Fox's tears as being a human trait. 279, thinking of her nanny. 280, or her kith and kin, mine play such a part, in my life. As an agent or appendage, both of the master and the couple animator/stenographer, Dick appears as an ironic figure. The phallic illusion contained in his name is accompanied by the utilization of the bull's pizzle, in French, nerf de boeuf, the boeuf being an ox, and therefore, castrated. By contrast with the couple animator and stenographer, he is mute, RR2 274, and his action bears directly on the body, testifying to the manner in which the signifier imprints itself into the flesh. He is thus situated outside any articulation or meaning. His role is exclusively expressive of the vociferation of the superego, whose action Lacan sums up in the equivocal injunction jouris. Enjoy/Jwees, I hear, and obey, 1966, 821. Such is the function of the bull's pizzle, which uses to full advantage the resources of the radio. Dick's silence is thus associated with pure sound perceived by the listener, aiming to cause Fox's speech. Dick also shows a link with the function of sound editor, since Stephen Connor reminds us that the principal reference for the word switch, until the 19th century, was a whip or lash, usually made of a flexible twig or branch. 2014a, 77, a connotation absent from the French commutateur, used by Beckett. 203. At the heart of the setup, Fox's body is the mute object vox, Llewellyn, 381, from which the others seek to tear speech that remains anchored in his flesh. In return, however, the others are a voice for Fox, filtering and ordering his words according to the criteria of established discourse. Paul Lawley notes this reciprocal relationship. Fox is obviously contained by animator and stenographer, but his discourse, which is itself about containment and issuing forth, seems in turn to contain, by representing, the ontological position of all three figures. 1988, 5. If Fox resembles Lucky, in waiting for Godot in that he speaks at the orders of the other, his role seems more complex than that of his predecessor, as he embodies a paradox. Being exposed to his tormentors, he appears as a supposed source of knowledge. In return, he needs the others in order to speak. Incapable of possessing knowledge for himself, he is obliged to rely on his tormentors to give his utterances some form of reality. Indeed, the recourse to a discursive apparatus is intended to bring about a production. It determines the action of the play, whose goal, RR2 281, is to produce the word that will overthrow the necessity of its existence, and thus set the characters free. 204. However, while the discursive device holds the various elements together, it is constitutionally flawed, since the roles show irremediable breaks between their respective functions. Firstly, the master is a split entity, as he remains absent and thus incapable of intervening in the action that he delegates to his subordinates. Moreover, not only do his sole utterances appear exclusively in written form, but they are not addressed to any you. The imperative he uses is expressed in the infinitive, not by verbs conjugated in a personal mode. Kindly to refrain, RR2 276. If animator and stenographer appear to be united in their action on Fox, they are both complementary and separated. Not only does stenographer resist animator's amorous advances, but they are separated by the barrier of age, as stenographer is much older than her, and laments his lost youth. Fox also manifests a size Zion. He emits cries when whipped, but is incapable of commenting on his situation or the blows he receives. His speech is in no way addressed to his tormentors. He is thus incapable of ascribing meaning to his own words. As he is unable to be animated by his own intentionality, he depends on the tormenting apparatus. This constraining setup has prosthetic value, in that it compensates for the fact that the characters have not the slightest idea of what they are aiming at. They possess no means to guide Fox, they can only goad him on and exhort him. When stenographer asks if she should note the play of feature 2, RR2, 275, animator replies, I don't know, miss. Depending perhaps. To Fox, he admits, of course we do not know, any more than you, what exactly it is we are after, what sign or set of words. 282. Animator and stenographer are subject to hesitation, to failure, so that stenographer also risks noting Fox's cries as well, drat it. Where's that eraser? 277, careful, miss. Have no fear, sir, 278. Animator also has a failing memory, which is one reason why he is dependent on the written reports, but, my dear child, I don't remember yesterday, 283. In fact, if no one knows what the master is seeking, it is precisely because he himself knows nothing in this respect, he is obliged to rely on his agents to extort knowledge from Fox who, in turn, is equally as ignorant, while supposedly possessing the knowledge being sought. The breaks inherent in the mechanism's construction are also apparent in animator, who proves to be capricious, alternating between contrary positions. He declares they have time, the house is not on fire, RR2, 278, then immediately expresses urgency, can't you see that old time is a-flying? In the same way, his self-conscious speech, like Pozzo's, on the use of caress, 278, to make the patient speak is immediately followed by the order to use the whip. He alternates erratically, passing from Fox to stenographer, and is himself unable to keep on the same topic. Despite his effort to link Fox's utterances together, the fragmented result appears as a form of weaving devoid of any structuring articulation, sigh. Good. Where were we? Live I did, no denying, all stones all sides inaudible walls /a, ruler. On. Silence. Dick. 278. The splitting is also echoed in the diverse registers of language used by the characters, Fox, on the one hand, stenographer and animator, on the other. Fox's language broken up into vignettes is lyrical, while that of stenographer and animator is satirical. Whereas Fox's words are borne along by the movement of pure enunciation, his tormentors aim to come up with a result capable of forming a whole. Moreover, Fox's descriptions are devoid of any sexual allusion, he evokes giving birth to his twin, and a miraculous Maud giving suck, but nothing concerning what may have led them both to such a condition. He can only latch onto an unreal image, one that gives consistency to his impossible being. 205. Fox is cut off from the others by his metaphorical language, speech that is aimless, with regards to the institution, and that does not necessarily interest his handlers, RR2, 281-2. By contrast with Fox's absence of sexuality, an excessive multiplication of phallic motifs can be seen on the side of his tormentors. If only the bull's pizzle, 275, actually touches Fox's flesh, animator brandishes his cylindrical ruler. Stenographer taps with her pencil, she strikes with her pencil on her desk, 277, an instrument that imitates animator's ruler, while she reads the text, but no. Pause. No. Silence. Ruler. 279. Ordinarily, the phallus unifies representation, it is the signifier intended to designate as a whole the effects of the signified, Lacan, 1966, 69, by designating a lac, on its reverse side, 710. To operate this function, it remains veiled 206, 692. Here however, the overt and repeated usage of the phallic motif in its caricatured substitutes precisely reveals its absence as a structuring element, the insistent absence of a word. Compared to the static or synchronic nature of the discursive setup, the play as a whole maintains a dynamic movement. Paul Lawley, 1988, has pointed out the numerous images of movement and blocked birth. Indeed, the series of breaks in the structure contrast with the play's metaphors of movement, passing through tunnels, the vermin in the lingerie, RR2, 275, motifs of coupling. These images create a simulation of continuity that unfolds on the background of impossible saying. The play as a whole moves from the opening evocation of the actors in the discursive apparatus, the rules to be applied, the procedure to be followed, towards the final situation where Fox has passed out, and the couple stenographer and animator are united in their excitement over the image of Maud and the unborn twin. The notion of separation remains, since the characters' union only exists in the image, which in turn, is centered on the word between two kisses, 284. This motif can be compared to words and music, the lips part and the eyes, open, WM, 293, or to Ejo, say Joe it parts the lips, 366, and the association with parturition suggested by a piece of monologue, birth. Parts lips and thrusts tongue between them. 207, PM, 428. That is to say, the separation points to the possibility of the subjects coming into existence. Finally, stenographer and animator are powerless to account for the image Fox produces, they can only enjoy it, that is to say identify with it and use it to support their own togetherness, at animator's initiative, meaning the way the real can be repressed and thus serve the establishment of a discursive structure. Fox's collapse seems crucial to the structure of the play, he is reduced to formless flesh by two symmetrical means, firstly by the institutional setup, the tube feed, RR2, 276, per buccam or per rectum, and secondly by the maternal image, when animator orders stenographer to kiss Fox. In this passage, animator's words create confusion, it is unclear whether it is the kiss or its effects that should be located in his heart, in his entrails or some other part, 282. Animator specifies the mouth, till it bleeds. Kiss it white? Howl from Fox. Suck his gullet. This action can be seen as a caricature, not only of Tennyson's Maud, Lolly, 1988, but also of the motif of the comforting but invisible feminine visage present in Nacht und Traum, one that Rosemary Pountney, 28-9, finds in Yeats' The Only Jealousy of Emer, where the goddess Fand offers to free Cuculain from future incarnations by kissing her, or the one in Krapp's Last Tape, or again in Words and Music. All these plays present evocations of lost opportunities, as pointed out by Marjorie Perloff, 2007. Stenographer's violent intrusion causes Fox to faint. He is thus evacuated from the scene, and the auditor is left with the mutual excitement of the couple around the newly discovered image, which enables them to forget the conditions presiding over its appearance. In the end, Fox is forgotten, as are the imperative masters. However, this is the only union stenographer and animator will know, they attain here a form of temporary freedom. This image, a new creation, is the lyrical product of the play's constraining discursive structure. Such a result is nonetheless fragile, as it remains impossible to determine what the word sought may be. The auditor ends up with the suggested possibility of being born, while Fox himself remains inert. The effect of the discursive apparatus is experienced within the context of the radio medium. In the course of the play, the auditor finds himself in the position of stenographer and animator, since he also questions Fox's utterances. But he is also blind, and remains in the dark like the victim, who is incapable of ascribing meaning to his words. The radio represents a womb tomb, DF 121, an external organ where the characters, as pure voices, remain in a spectral state. Thus the radio cannot bring about any birth other than that of the voices produced in the play itself. Whatware, the irremediable abyss. The construction of whatware also depends on a discursive montage centered on the physical sufferings inflicted on a victim. This play shows that which escapes the tormentor's power, and the way in which the subject remains refractory to the influence of discourses, in spite of the signifier's imperative dimension, the influence exerted on the body fails to extort knowledge. This play thus shows the impossible avowal of truth. Both a form of continuity and an evolution can be noticed since Krapp's last tape. Indeed, the places of tormentor and victim were already present in Krapp himself. He is successively tormentor, disparaging his former identity, and victim, insofar as, relegated to the status of a recorded voice, he is railed against by his new avatar. What remains constant in Krapp's last tape and what where, is the role of the superego. The character embodies this voice, in his systematically pejorative appraisals, Krapp, and in the imperative emanating from voice of Bam. However, in what where, the expression of physical and moral degradation disappears. This dramaticule picks up the motif of the torments inflicted in How It Is. The echo is particularly apparent in the use of the variations on the name Bam. 208. A realistic origin has been suggested for the torture theme. Beckett is said to have been moved by the suffering of political prisoners in Turkey. 209. However, the play's construction reveals a will to detach this notion from its historical and political context, so that suffering appears both as purified and more universal. That is to say that instead of basing his creation on an event whose reality is supported by a generalist discourse, in the media, in history books, Beckett raises the question of what such a situation may mean for himself, as a subject. In other words, any readily accessible references would make the play more understandable, but would also make it of more circumscribed interest. Reducing it to its structural components brings the work closer to any intimate meaning it may have for its author, but simultaneously opens it up to dimensions shared by every subject. Whereas Bam engages an exchange with the series of his doubles, the voice of Bam intervenes as a director, only capable of commanding the play's unfolding. This voice appears as devoid of any knowledge, which is reserved for the level of the representation and the victims. Whereas it governs the movements as a whole, the voice cannot dictate the character's actions directly, by means of the pronoun you, for example. Indeed, the characters already know what is expected of them. The structuring of this device thus excludes any dialogue between voice and the figures. As previously seen 210, instead of verbal exchange, the play institutes a series of permutations that unfold following voice of Bam's dictates, which constitute the center of the play. The repetitive nature of the permutations testifying to the absence of a dialectic contributes to the enigmatic force of this text. The presence of two opposed aspects can be discerned here. On the one hand, the permutations indicate their predictable nature and, on the other hand, the dimension they seem to hide the scenes of torture is in complete contrast with this monotony. This antithesis is similar to the one between boredom and suffering, described in Proust 211, and where boredom is correlated with habit, the fundamental duty of habit, about which it describes the futile and stupefying arabesques of its supererogations, consists in a perpetual adjustment to the conditions of its worlds. Pr. 28. However, suffering represents the suspension of this natural adaptation. The pendulum oscillates between these two terms: suffering that opens a window on the real and is the main condition of the artistic experience, and boredom with its host of top hat and hygienic ministers, boredom that must be considered as the most tolerable because the most durable of human evils. Pr. 28. These descriptions allow us to detach what where from its anecdotal associations, the evocation of physical torture, and to situate it in relation to a structural question. What is striking here is that there is no articulation between these two opposed aspects, boredom and suffering, but rather an oscillation, a movement from one extreme to the other. In this sense, either the signifier mortifies the subject and excludes any elaboration of knowledge on his part, or it inflicts unbearable suffering that alone is real. However, in Proust, Beckett uses the word window, a term that reveals the fact that there is never any direct access to the real, only an aspect of it can be perceived, by means of a certain framing. 212. In the same way, in what where, the only access to the subject's real is through partial saying, what Lacan called me dire. 213. The minimalist aesthetics of this play are a result of the fact that it is centered on a question of language, where the signifier inflicts suffering. This idea is already hinted at in French, in the equivoque of the verb that underlies the action of the play, donner la question, to torture. The questions what and where are the very object, the substance of the encounters between victim and tormentor. According to the culminatory rule governing the movement of the play, the spectator sees the exchange between tormentor and victim, but the fragments of dialogue he hears between Bam and the tormentor are followed by the departure of the new couple towards an area off stage, where the torture sessions are supposed to take place. Thus, there is a distribution of space. The calm tone of the dialogue is followed by what can be imagined as the torment inflicted. However, it is in this sense that one can understand the refusal to make explicit the action that unfolds at these moments. Bam questions the tormentor, "You gave him the works." WW 472. These attenuated evocations reveal the dimension of me-dire, demonstrating that the domain outside of speech cannot be understood. Since it is radically excluded from any representation, it is beyond anything conceivable. Something of the status of the torment can be grasped here. Indeed, it can be supposed that the real dimension of the torment inflicted surpasses anything that words are capable of expressing. It can be conjectured that the victims are submerged by an unlimited suffering that abolishes any subjectivity, as seen with Mouth or the unnamable, who lose all perception of their bodies. Consequently, there is no way to convert this suffering into an experience that might belong to the subject. Thus it is that the evocation of each session of torment first makes mention of cries, "He wept," /yes, /screamed, /yes, /begged for mercy, /yes, WW 473. It concludes however by the victims passing out. Then why stop? He passed out. And you didn't revive him. I tried. Well. I couldn't. The use of the modal auxiliary could highlights the absence of means that guides Beckett's experience as a writer, as he expresses it. For example, in Proust, the artistic tendency is not expansive, but a contraction. And art is the apotheosis of solitude. There is no communication because there are no vehicles of communication. Pr. 64. If the sessions cause real suffering diametrically opposed to Proustian boredom, the latter is not endowed with any meaning, and domination reaches its limits when the victim passes out as a result of unspeakable torment. This experience is situated beyond the domain where Lemuel's cries resound. The subject is effaced, escaping the ascendancy of his tormentor and becoming inaccessible to himself. If the action of the play points toward this off-stage area, what the spectator sees is centered on the measured exchanges between Bam and the successive tormentors, bringing to the fore the dimension of speech. Here, the construction of the play, the device it creates, manifests a series of disjunctions resulting from the linguistic question it deals with. The voice of Bam, which arises independently of the body v in the shape of a small megaphone at head level, WW 469, is expressive of an imperative agent, whose action on the body is intended to be unilateral. The voice commands and the figures obey. In turn, the tormentors torture and the victims confess. However, this univocal dimension is fragmented. Initially the visible figures, the imaginary bodies, or the specters, we may say, do not line up correctly. Upon Bam and Bom's first appearance, the voice declares, "Not good," 470. That is because the voice notices that Bam must be alone. The actors do not automatically adapt to the utterances. An unforeseeable element needs to be taken into account. Then, Bam appears as a relay to the voice, but by the very fact of addressing his questions to an interlocutor, he ascribes knowledge to another. These tormentor interlocutors are relays or phantoms of Bam, who entrusts them with a mission and questions them within the visible space on stage. We can recognize the manner in which the Beckettian subject continually seeks, for want of a symbolic other, to institute the two poles of a dialogue. Yes, I was my father and I was my son, I asked myself questions and answered as best I could. TFNI 103. However, it can also be noted that the tormentors display a certain resistance, since they refuse to confess, with the result that Bam accuses them of lying. Finally, the victims refuse to declare anything to their tormentors, they too are radically refractory. The fragmentation can also be observed in the exchanges, in the complement that the interrogations are supposed to elicit. These questions systematically evoke a certain idea of totality. When Bam gives the mission for the following session, his interlocutor replies, "Is that all?" Then stop. WW 473. If, when faced with the equivoque at work in this reply from the next tormentor, Bam never ceases to demand a precise item of information by means of an indefinite pronoun, it is because no real dialogue is possible. This all is thus reminiscent of the expression revolving it all, ff. 400, in footfalls, and all that remains intact, escaping any form of characterization. Indeed, the questions Bam formulates immediately point to a referent that is supposedly known, in a questioning that has, however, always been underway, and that will never cease. He didn't say anything. WW 472, he didn't say it. The indefinite pronoun anything echoes the axiom nothing is more real than nothing, MD 186, that is to say, it brings into play the real, that which surpasses the nameable and meaning. In the same way, the questions in the title appear to be exorbitant: what and where imply the totality of existence. Instead of being circumstantiated articulated in relation to a verb, they are pronounced as a whole, in the form of adverbial phrases. The questioning assumes this form because the subject must confess what his obscure other, the master, U. 361, according to the unamable, is himself unable to formulate. The subject must respond precisely from the place where he has not been instituted. His other can only ask him to provide the response to an exorbitant question. Consequently, what can only express the demand to identify the subject's object of jouissance, that which constitutes his very existence. From a grammatical point of view, this object is indefinite, an object among others. The question where aims to locate this jouissance, in order to situate it within specific coordinates. Here could be found an object accompanied by the definite article, the object, testifying to the accomplishment of a selection among a series of possibilities. In sum, through his questions, the voice aims to grasp the thing that is at the heart of the victim's unamiable. This unlimited exigency causes the disjunctions that appear in the course of the dialogues. According to the title, the exorbitant nature of the imperative emanating from the voice of Bam is split between what and where. Firstly, Bam asks Bim to pose two questions: what must he confess? / that he said it to him. And what? WW 273. These questions are divided into confess that, it is a question that is articulated, by means of a completive subordinate clause linked to the introductive question, and confess what, whose articulation is weaker, since it is only attached to what precedes it by the conjunction and. For this reason, the sentence and what is equivocal, and can be understood in two ways, either, 1 as a direct object, where the victim confesses what, 2 as a question addressed to the victim or to the tormentor, for the latter, well, what? Then the question is split into that and where, what must he confess? / that he said where to him. / is that all? / and where, WW 475. Once again, the utterances seek to define the jouissance in an absolute manner, but they can only do so by accepting a size Zion into two separate utterances. The phrase he said it to you, 473, is addressed to the tormentor who refuses to confess, while the utterance and where concerns the victim, who has still not confessed. Thus a division appears in the meaning, where the victim did it / where he said it. 214. The same question can also be addressed to the tormentor, who should reveal what he knows about the victim. Faced with his interlocutor's powerlessness to produce the truth, Bam is obliged to object, it's a lie. 473, 476. Here he expresses his suspicion of a refusal, on the tormentor's behalf, to give up the truth. Thus, having been constrained to delegate this role to an interlocutor, a fact that, by itself, produces a division, he finds it is impossible to have confidence in the very one he has entrusted with the functions of tormentor. All voice of BAM's efforts are aimed at grasping the combined response of tormentor and victim, and which would constitute the truth. However, whether it be the boredom side or the suffering side, it is impossible to extract any such truth. Torment is doing, not the elaboration of knowledge which, as such, is dependent on a symbolic inscription. The pursuit of the chain of successive couples confirms this fundamental absence of knowledge. Having sought to extort a response from the victim, it is then the tormentor who is questioned. However, the exchange of places does not allow the subject to attain what remains out of reach. The chain is thus potentially infinite, whereas the power BAM exerts is limited in nature. Indeed, the torture started long before the play opens, hence the immediate use of the verb reappear, and it can be supposed that it is destined to be continued after the play ends. The characters disappear from the stage, and do not come back, but everything is ready to start all over. These specters do not die but reappear in turn. They cannot all enter on stage at the same time, testifying to the elusive ferret 215 that never ceases to run behind all the successive combinations. In this alternation devoid of any dialectic, it appears impossible to achieve a total whole. It is certainly worth remarking the absence of a question mark in the title, which suggests that the questions where and what remain bereft of any response, signifiers devoid of a complement. What and where appear as bare assertions, bordering on the dimension beyond meaning, on the place of the subject as real. This helps situate the conclusion to this play, where voice recalls the journeys of the earlier works, in order to negate them, in the present as were I still. / it is winter. / without journey. / time passes. / that is all. / make sense who may. / I switch off, WW, 476. This abrupt conclusion appears enigmatic. It is worth referring here to Eric Wessler's remarks concerning the difficulty of inscribing an ending to from an abandoned work, where the progression of the text which cannot be endless results in its dissolution and a veering out of the itinerary marked out by direct and conscious self-reflexivity, 2009, 304. In this work, the latter device proves to be incapable of symbolizing or integrating within subjectivity the unspeakable latent text, resulting in an arbitrary ending or cutting off. This problematic ending finds an answer in the conclusion of Come and Go, where the subjective dimension is contained within silence. The text is silent about the subject, it exists in its silencing, 330. This leads us to interpret the ending of what where as showing the identity of Beckett's M characters reversed into the interrogative W. Such questioning remains open, and is thus, in turn, forced back onto the spectator, in a self-reflexive gesture. 216 At this moment and as in Come and Go, Wessler 2009, 323, the spectator finds himself abandoned to his own unanswered questions, while the subject that the play brings into being assumes existence through his voluntary silencing. This act is no longer arbitrary but signifies the ultimate confrontation with a dimension devoid of any answer. Here, the subject exists in his accepted non-existence, in his exclusion from signifying language and, ultimately, in his total rejection from representation. It is he who is excluded. Thus, the action of the superego is intimately linked to the ineffable. It is worth noticing that the title What Where is foreshadowed in embers, in the dismay expressed by Addie in her successive questions, What? 258, Where? 259, whereas the music master commands her to strike a precise key, EFF. EFF. Here the superego's imperative demands that the subject name the impossible, a prospect that was already rejected in What, the unutterable or ineffable, so that any attempt to utter or F it is doomed to fail, doomed to fail, W, 62. Defining the superego 217 Michel Silvestre, 267, identifies it as follows: it is from the other that the object is subtracted so that the subject can found his fundamental fantasy on it. This subtraction makes the other incomplete, so that it cannot know in the subject's stead. That is to say that the other is characterized by a breach by virtue of which the subject can come to existence. However, the superego reinforces the guilt that prompts the subject to respond to the limitless exigency to complete his other. Thus, in the equivocation Jouris /Jwes. Enjoy /I hear, where the force of the voice resounds, the superego commands, Jouris. Enjoy only, remember that it is from me that you received it. And bear in mind that I will not allow you to do just anything, bear in mind that now, I am watching you. In the absence of the name of the Father that limits the impact of the superego, the Beckettian subject of the earlier works feels guilty for his very existence, and hears the injunction to repent for being born, g. 13. In these circumstances, it is impossible for him to determine what his fault may be, as the narrator of the Unamable declares, perhaps one day I'll know, say, what I'm guilty of, u. 362. In these later works however, if the injunction to give up the unknown of his existence remains, the latter appears as an impossible. As Elizabeth Berry points out about play, the figures on stage will never say what is required of them, contrary to what can be observed in the encounter between Malloy and the policeman. Beckett's characters at last seem to relinquish the need to find imperatives that might give purpose and meaning to their existence. 2006, 204. She adds, their here and now may feel punitive, but it cannot be connected with the interpretation. The judicial process of recreating the past by seeking the right or incriminating words is thwarted. 205. What where is particularly instructive in this respect. At the same time as the play shows the omnipresence of the superego, it also reveals the point where the latter fails. In speaking to André Bernold, Beckett mused about the importance of the word where, say on va histoire que je comprends pas. Je me suis demanda ce que signifie ou. Put être est l'issue. La vieille histoire de l'issue, it is an old story that I do not understand. I wondered what where meant. Perhaps where is the way out? The old story of the way out, in Bernold, 35. Michel Bozero confirms this perception, pointing to the dimension where language borders on a structural silence, where is the place of the final silence that words cannot reach, the one we encounter before having found our words. 2201. He emphasizes the fact that the confession, were it to be accomplished, would mean the radical abolition of the subject. Was woe is the impossible confession of the where without which jouissance would not take place. Impossible for the subject to give his confession to satisfy the desire of the other, unless he succumbs to that which has made of himself a whole, the voice object, the instrument of the question. The worst would be for, through this confession, truth, and jouissance, to become Siamese. Bozero, 2201. In other words, where is the place where the subject is fixed, located in his materiality, incapable of letting himself be borne away by the endless chain of signifiers scattered by the everlasting words. TFN 11, 144, a position which would suppose that the speaking being is weighed down by no substantiality. In this respect, David Adiman usefully points out how Beckett's written exchanges with Georges Duthut on painting relate identity to aware. 186, a dimension that remains highly problematic in the Unamable. He quotes Beckett, one may just as well dare to be plain and say that not knowing is not only not knowing what one is, but also where one is, and what change to wait for, and how to get out of wherever one is. L2, 98. While, as Jacques-Alain Miller points out with regards to the perpetual metonymy of the signifier, the subject can be perceived as a logical inconsistency, 1994b, 13, the where of jouissance marks a point of consistency that is always true, it is a constant. Thus, by localizing jouissance through torture, BAM designates the gaping hole that cannot be circumscribed, the fundamental absence of an answer that the Beckettian subject is called upon to complete. In the same way, the unamable shows that in the impersonal dimension of language that inflicts a behaviorist manipulation on its victim, U. 361, in the aim of capturing worm within the light of meaning, the victim refuses to dissolve himself in his great other. The subject's very specificity is to constantly resist such a fate, remaining on this impossible border between his alienation to the signifier, and the unlimited that threatens to annul him. Finally, if the interrogations in what where progress towards the where, this final question remains unanswered, since all that will ever be known about it are the words actually exchanged, not those situated in some mythical beyond. The where of it enjoys is nowhere else than there where it speaks, Boziru, 202, that is to say, supported by the speaking being, Parlatra, containing the unlimited. Thus, by means of these various devices or setups, the apparatus aims to provide a border for the voice, instituting an obscure master who emits orders and whose demands expect to be satisfied. A chain is formed, with a witness and a scribe, entertaining the prospect of achieving an inscription that will set the voice at a distance, that will produce limits. However, the narrator constantly finds himself confronted with the malfunctioning of the system. As a consequence of the unlimited, he risks aphonesis or fading. Confusion and the impossible persist as the reverse side of the apparatus. What is being sought is a form of symbolization, the institution of a paternal metaphor allowing the extraction of this jouissance. That is what is expressed in Rough for Radio 2, where the master knows nothing, and the characters seek a word that, once it is pronounced, will at last free them from their endless mission. By contrast, what where shows how the articulation persists, by virtue of the subject's resistance, for want of a word to symbolize his jouissance. He will never let go of that which constitutes him, in spite of the battering inflicted by the superego. The discursive structure or apparatus thus makes its appearance in Murphy, and is present in the trilogy and in How It Is. It is perhaps not fortuitous that it should initially take form in the context of the asylum, where the imposition of constraint is centered on the alienated subject under surveillance, and who is the object of behaviorist conditioning, as indicated by the reference to Skinner, Mu. 147. The possible implication of the situation experienced in psychoanalysis can be noted 218 to the extent that the latter also involves a particular awareness of the discursive structure of language. In spite of its radical difference to the asylum, psychoanalysis is also an artificial structure in which the analysand, brought to consider the foundations of his own symptoms, and to call into question his personal assumptions, the categories that govern his existence, can encounter a degree of persecution associated, for example, with Bayon's notion of a tax on linking. 219 Indeed, Lacan's discourses are structured by a master signifier, a single anchoring point which commands the whole. The presence of the signifier can be felt in the fact that the discursive structure supposes a cause, situated outside the chain of speech, the retroactive mechanism of speech, whereby the words the subject addresses to the other return to him, so he becomes aware of the way his identification is retroactively founded by the latter. Finally, a product, which will never coincide with the cause. Beckett remains in relation to this master signifier, as Suzanne Dow has demonstrated in her remarkable study of one of Lacan's rare allusions to Beckett, as well as experiencing the need to break it up in order to bring into play the unlimited. In Murphy, this signifier is at work in the will to control and condition the suffering internees, in order to curb their folly. The unamable, by contrast, mobilizes a potentially endless unlimited flow of words, revealing the narrator's attempts to detach himself from any linguistic or discursive determination or framework. Discursive structures thus show, firstly, the condition of the production of speech and creation, based on the master signifier, S1, secondly, how the unlimited is partly circumscribed by means of this binding. The subject arrives at no subjective abolition, no existence as will-lessness, a mote in its absolute freedom, Mu. 72, such as Murphy dreamt of. Discursive structures also bring to light the limits of production in the effort to circumscribe the voice. This is one example of Beckett's form that accommodates the mess, in Driver, 23, where the literary construction remains distinct from the formlessness it hems in, as Beckett says, paradoxalement, c'est par la forme que l'artiste peut trouver un sort d'issue. En donnant forme à l'informe. Cen est peut être ce niveau il aurait une affirmation sous-jacente, paradoxically, it is through form that the artist can find a sort of way out. By giving form to the formless. It is perhaps only on this level that there could be a subjacent affirmation, in Juliet, 36. Daniel Katz suggests that the singularity of what lies in its interrogation of group or communal structures, and the mechanism by which the sense of belonging or estrangement is built, 66. He works here from Freud's civilization, society, and religion, which shows the elements necessary to compose a group, and points out what's fixations are less on the other servants or even Mr. Not than on the customs and rituals that constitute the household. Like the Cartesian God, Not becomes a necessary hypothesis for the functioning of a series of repeated rituals that create subjective identifications. Katz, 64. What would thus foreshadow the discursive structures analyzed in this chapter? However, what Katz calls this necessary hypothesis does not found belief in Beckett's work. Contrary to Descartes' vision, the master signifier is not God, precisely because the whole setup is presented as a construct. What Katz's analysis does reveal is how the discursive apparatus allows the subject to find a calming structure that attenuates the force of his unbearable singularity, protecting the subject from unlimited jouissance. Indeed, in linking what to les deux besoins, C.F. Brown, 2011 d. 107, Katz situates the mysterious entities not enudi in relation to a form of absolute jouissance, pointing out that they are beyond need, as is Mr. Endon in Murphy, and drawing a parallel with William Burroughs' work Junkie, 194, n. 16. He points out that such an absolute requires to be refused, the artist needs to need, rather than not to need. Malloy asserts this idea, no, there were no words for the want of need in which I was perishing, Mo. 30. This perception of a vital need indicates that these discursive structures do not produce a homogeneous situation, but allow for the inscription of a form of alterity, which is a question Russell Smith raises with regards to the structures of how it is. He quotes Shane Weller in this respect, who discounts the attainment of speaking the truth of being at the end of this novel, in Smith, 2008, 357. The agents called witness and scribe disappear at the end of the text, and the narrating voice is involved in a dialogue with an unseen other. Smith observes. Significantly, there is no mention of the means to note, which leads to the conclusion that there must be a scribe to produce the text, and thus the narrator's attempt to deny the existence of the witness is belied by the existence of the text itself. Smith, 2008, 358. Contrary to Weller, he sees proof here of otherness, stating that alterity is written back even into the structure of the narrator's claim to solitary autonomous creation. However, what needs to be added to this analysis is the status of allocution, since the narrator speaks to the voice in the same way as the unamable does to his delegates, cf. Katz, 104. In doing so, he asks his unseen other to confirm what he says. The enunciation involved in creation thus entails a struggle with the invasive voice, in order to proffer an invocation, or bring the phatic function into play. Lacan, 2004, 318, it is a way of inscribing the subject's voice, of creating a void in the other. The latter can in no way be seen as an authority, since it remains on the level of perhaps, the sign of a breach created in the unlimited voice. This allows us to show something of the actual functioning of speech, rather than leaning on the vague notion of alterity in its binary opposition to identity. It is possible here to trace the common ground uniting our initial definition of the Beckettian voice as unlimited, and the discursive structures Beckett brings to the fore in certain works. It is here also that Beckett can be situated within the context of modernity in the terms used to define it earlier 220 as distinct from postmodernity. Jean-Claude Milner develops the idea of the fourfold structure which he names quadruplicity, Following translations of Heidegger summing it up in the pairs of terms masculine/feminine, parent/child 221, 2003, 119. This recalls Lacan's assertion, quoted earlier, that a quadripartite structure is always a requisite in the construction of a subjective layout, 1966, 774. The first of the two oppositions points to the encounter with the radically other, limited wholes, in contact with the unlimited, with its complex dialectics that admit of no simple resolution. The second involves the question of transmission, from generation to generation, the dialectical movement, S1, S2, that necessitates continually taking up the past and reinventing it in the incalculable present, for the unknown but necessary future. This structuring principle combines both Lacan's four discourses and his formulae of sexuation 222, which maintain a radical dissymmetry between masculine and feminine, the latter being productive of a dialectical logic. Thus, as shown by Serge André, 295, the response to Freud's question "What does a woman want?" 223 is that she wants a supplement de inconscient, an unconscious supplement, meaning a dimension that, being repressed, becomes part of her subjective structure, instead of abandoning her to an untamable jouissance. The work of art also articulates the limited whole as a discursive structure including the master signifier, S1, to the dimension of singularity, since it makes representations serve to appropriate what tears them apart, Milner, 2007, 59, revealing the unceasing voice that underlies them. Thus the presence of the formulae of sexuation also means that the universal limited wholes do not suffice, but that the unlimited supposes countless names of the Father whereby each one invents his own singular responses to the absence of the other. On the other hand, that also means that the function of the norm and limited wholes are not abolished. In this context, Milner evokes the Jewish name, El-Enam Juif, that is to say the specific function of the signifier or the name Jew. He asserts that it is the only one that has been able to rest solely on quadruplicity, 2003, 119. As such, it creates division within the subject, and is the object of intense and universal hatred 224, because it refuses to be assimilated within the contemporary postmodern unlimited 225, which demands that all the components of reality be transformable, with the ambition of abolishing all differences and annihilating any obstacle to its extension. The combination of sexual difference and the succession of generations is recognized by Eric Wessler, when he notes the structuring whereby certain Beckettian characters masculine and feminine are situated in relation to the unborn subject. For example, Hackett and the Nixons seek to understand what and to impose a meaning on him, in a passage that implicitly alludes to the birth of the subject, 2009, 258. Winnie, in turn, is faced with the shower or cooker couple. The example of animator and stenographer striving to make Fox speak, in Rough for Radio 2 could also be added. The place of the subject can be associated with the assassin, assassinated being, in Juliet, 15, whose existence Beckett felt within him, as represented in All That Fall, when Dan Rooney attempts to hide from Maddie the death of the baby that causes the delay of the train, Wessler, 2009, 305-6. Indeed, Wessler emphasizes that the effort to give, precisely, a meaning to an embryo of fiction, always takes place within a dramatic structure where the relationships between the sexes are marked by conflict, and where the protagonists form a trio, 257. Such a prosthetic structuring is necessary for characters who do not understand how to assume their situation or their function in a sexual logic, nor moreover in the mechanism of reproduction, as if they prove to be incapable of being subjects of their sexuality, 342. To situate more precisely the origin and the impact of such structures both in Beckett and in Lacan, it is useful to go further back, and to take into account the evolution of discourse in Western civilization. In his study of Beckett's self-reflexive structures, Eric Wessler cites sociologist Nicholas Luhmann as demonstrating how art becomes detached from any non-artistic determinant at the beginning of the 18th century, 2009, 163, thus asserting at the same time as its contingency, its autonomy, and its legitimacy, 370. This status is clearly established at the end of the same century, and specifically becomes the instrument by which knowledge is acquired regarding a subject, 188. Philippe Lacoué-Labart and Jean-Luc Nancy, 13-4, point to the origins of Romanticism in a triple crisis, economic, political, and Kantian. This change can be ascribed to an effect of the disintegration of collective ideals guaranteed by the divinity, by an overarching cosmic order that confirms the preeminence of the paternal metaphor. Indeed, the latter manifests the destructive effect of signifiers' universality, and its rejection of any singularity. As a result of the abolition of an external, transcendent agency, authority will henceforth be internal, located in the pure exteriority of language. This evolution unleashes the violence of the superego, as evidenced in the work of Sada and in Kant's categorical imperative. Following such a mutation, the subject can no longer find a foundation in metaphysical certainties, but only in his inscription in the symbolic which, in Beckett's work, will in no way be correlated with an absolute, as it was with the German Romantics. The event of the postmodern era has pushed this problematic even further. The development of capitalism and information technology imposes the unlimited extension of the crushing and universal logic of the one that brooks no exception. In 1955, Lacan stated that the calculating machine ancestor of the computer is essentially symbolic, and is much more dangerous for mankind than the atom bomb. Lacan, 1978, 111. This is ostensibly the case of surveillance technology, Wajkman, 2010, and, as has long been known, in capitalism any revolt or contestation is readily absorbed as part of the overall system. In this respect, Natalie Sharaud points out that the Internet perpetuates a state of alienation since here and contrary to what founds the construction of the subject, the object is not lost. And yet, what distinguishes humanity is the capacity to imagine and create. The subject is not exclusively symbolic since these activities bring lack into play. The subject has to face up to anxiety, angoisse, the sentiment that does not deceive, Lacan, 2004, 92, and which precedes the loss of the object. At this moment, the subject names the other, designating what he is, as an object, in the desire of his other. This is precisely what Beckett regularly does, when his narrators and figures situate themselves as objects exposed to the gaze of another. Discursive structures reveal their necessity for a subject when the latter is faced with the unlimited, understood as a situation devoid of any breach, of any exterior, that effaces subjectivity and the singularity of a subject's jouissance. The principle that Jean-Claude Milner names quadruplicity maintains that a subject's singularity can never be absorbed within another category, such as gender 226 race, or generic humanity. 227 Suzanne Dow's analysis would seem to concur with this approach, when she historicizes and politicizes Beckett in relation to Joyce. Noting that, contrary to his master, Beckett explicitly situated his writing on the side of subtraction, in Knowlson, 1997, 352, she asserts. This practice, following Lacan, works to produce a knowledge that the contemporary shameless subject lacks. This knowledge, is a knowledge of the S1, or master signifier, as determining the singularity of the subject's position within speech, and which causes her sick fading or division beneath it, as the price of subjecthood as such. Dow, 15-6. This fading is particularly tangible in Not I, and it would seem clear that Beckett maintains the eminently crucial status of singularity and the subject's radical division impossible to eliminate that results from language. Regarding the structure he pointed out in what, Daniel Katz states, in the works composed during the famous Siege in the Room, these questions will have largely disappeared through a sort of phenomenological reduction of all that they presuppose. 66. However, the discursive apparatus is indeed present in Malloy, but is pushed to the background, or reduced to episodes in How It is necessarily more tenuous in the fiction, where it is confined to the imaginary register. However, it finds its place again when Beckett chooses to write for and work with the theatre. While the earlier plays retain a degree of fiction, the use of the tape recorder in Krapp's last tape inaugurates the process leading to the minimalism of the later plays. In these texts, the discursive structure is not only represented, but it is also grounded in the real presence of spectators, the constraint consisting of creating a performance in a given place and at a given time, elements that are part of the address to another. Ludovic Janvier thus points out that Beckett's choice to work with the theatrical medium engendered a structural separation. It was intended to break the linearity that culminated in the Texts for Nothing, 2012-15, and where the vectorial tension was unleashed towards a fleeing target, an endless story. H. Porter Abbott, 85, sees the theatre as a way of saving in the guise of the character embodied on stage Beckettian humanity that was perpetually threatened with disintegration in the prose works. This concords with the remark Beckett made to André Bernold, after discussing his work with Jim Lewis and the Sudenjitsker Rundfunk, Il me faudrait d'acteurs substantifs, I would need substantive actors, in Bernold, 65. Mathieu Prodin, 2014, convincingly shows how Beckett's work directing his early plays confronted him with the very concrete components of the theatrical discursive setup, the specificities of different actors, the presence of spectators, the performance as a unique occasion. The play, as staged, becomes a distinct object, while the original text becomes other. He also shows that where the author decomposes, the stage director recomposes, anchoring the actor's lines in the conditions of enunciation in order to achieve a binding of the different exchanges that abolish any chance. 334. Eric Wessler also observes that in turning to the theatre, Beckett abandons his narrator characters who represent a subject that is too disembodied and too self-conscious, the one who until now held the pen, 2009, 195. He adds that these characters cease to consciously confront the absurdity of their human existence, they live it, and often in a grotesque manner, 195. Within this discursive structure, Beckett is able to create a breach or an opening, Genist, 2014, also bringing to light the unlimited dimension as the mess that the artwork contains and gives form to. 228. For a subject faced with the impossibility of being born, such structures succeed in holding together a discursive whole, while revealing unbreachable ruptures. Beckett's concern with what Leslie Hill calls disjunctive effects, 75. They reveal what drives speech, while marking its strict limits. Eric Wessler, 2015, has situated this major evolution as starting with from an abandoned work, 1954 to 1955, where Beckett started using a more brutal and condensed syntax, and where sentences manifest an aspiration towards contraction, where appositions replace conjugation and the syntax regularly tends to evacuate the subject. This movement can be illustrated by the motif of the abscess, as explored by Evelyn Grossman, when she sums up, in its abject or sublime version, the writing of the abscess is at the heart of Beckett's first work. Little by little, however, it is effaced, to be replaced by the dry asceticism of his late works, 1998, 39. Indeed, the melancholy evidenced by the earlier works pointed to the mechanism studied by Freud in Mourning and Melancholia, whereby the shadow of the object fell upon the ego, which could now be condemned by a particular agency as an object, as the abandoned object, 2006, 292. In these conditions, the ego is overwhelmed by the object, 295. This results in the subject's submission to the crushing judgment "you are crap/crap," and the prevalence of the excremental object, such as the mud in which the creatures of How It Is endlessly crawl, or the wealth of Baliba in Malloy, of which the narrator abruptly refuses to speak. Van Hull, 2010a, 72-5. It is this invading presence which stifles the subject's voice in Texts for Nothing, This unnameable thing that I name and never wear out, and I call that words, TFN 6, 125. By contrast, Beckett's ulterior dry asceticism, Grossman, 1998, 39, points to the evacuation of this object. The discursive structure also offers Beckett a fixity that was lacking in the metonymical continuity found diversely in the prose works such as the trilogy and texts for nothing. In Sans, Eric Wessler points out, the rhythm, the sonorities, and the distribution of cadences, particularly by the use of monosyllables, confer above all, the fixity that was lacking in the abandoned works, 2009, 287. He emphasizes how the earlier narrators and protagonists were condemned to express their pain in the boundless forests and immense, measureless plains, where their being ends up being disseminated, so that their cry resounds like an echoless voice, whose gaping hole is a wound, 292. What such a subject aspires to is a structure akin to the window frame, CSPR, 156, that the narrator of from an abandoned work desperately attempts to contemplate. The recourse to both the theater and the closed space writings answer to this need. This is how, for example, in Happy Days, Winnie inaugurates the feminine characters who endure their distress, rather than evoking it from an iron-ical position, contrary to earlier figures, Wessler, 2009, 195. This motif also brings us back to Leon Battista Alberti as the one who, as early as 1435, first gave the modern subject his theoretical grounding. Assimilating the window, fenetra, to the frame of a painting, he endowed the latter with the separating functions of the signifier. The frame operates both a logical link and a separation. It inscribes and detaches an object, Wajkman, 2004, 312, from its surroundings, rendering it visible and offering it up to the subject's gaze. In the same way as the signifier produces repression, the frame not only opens up a vista to the subject, but it also hides the latter in its shadow, 371, sheltering him from the all-seeing gaze, 387, of an omnipotent other. Moreover, the inscription of the frame establishes discursive limits in that it not only encloses what it encompasses, but it also frames the unlimited space surrounding it, 102. Beckett's constant and extremely ingenious use of intertextuality induces us to situate his great other on the side of literature as universal, in harmony with what Eric Wessler emphasizes as the aspiration of the German Romantics, who sought to ground literature in the autonomous subject. He states that for Beckett, a subject only exists in the text 229, 2009, 366. In this perspective, literature legitimizes itself, and gives the subject his juridical grounding, 265, 348, 366. Wessler observes that self-reflexivity is comparable to the devising of the subject in his accession to the symbolic law through the order of language, 299, an observation that can be extended to the discursive structures. The place of the subject is thus essential here, in that self-reflexivity is henceforth assigned a function corresponding less to that of the superego than to the establishing of a pseudo-unconscious, 303. The function of creation is thus to palliate the confrontation with the lack of an unconscious. However, contrary to Joyce, who aimed to include the totality of learning, Beckett worked in the direction of intention. 230. This choice results in his sometimes depreciatory attitude with regards to the loutishness of learning, Scipio, 55, revealing the impact of the superego as pushing towards a goal situated at infinity, comparable to the vanishing point in perspective painting, Wajkman, 2004, 342, and which operates as the only hypothetical guarantee possible. That is to say that Beckett was simultaneously steeped in learning, but that he fought against its pretension to cover the whole of reality by virtue of its power to name and its capacity to signify. This perception suggests the association of Beckettian learning with the secondary excipient, in Whitelaw, 1996, 139, he spoke of in relation to the text of footfalls, as opposed to the crucial importance of maze pacing. Henceforth, the double bar marking the impossible in the discursive structures is located within the very structure of language, the combination of the inclusive perhaps and the exclusive neither, the obligation to go on, and the radical impossibility of doing so. One analysis that singularly sheds light on this new perspective is Mariko Hori Tanaka's comparison of Beckett's theater to Japanese no. This critic shows how the Japanese actor, like the Beckettian 1-231, must discard his/her self-consciousness and be aware of his/her own body objectively, 107, in order to be completely determined by the signifier. She quotes Anna McMullen, who evokes maximum concentration and absolute control of one's body and voice, in Hori Tanaka, 110. This is specifically how the actor works with his body, which, according to Lacan, composes the alphabet, 2013, 328, of unconscious discourse insofar as he lends his limbs, his presence, not simply as a marionette, but with his truly real unconscious, that is to say the relationship of his limbs to a certain history that is his own. In his seminar Identification, Lacan comments Akira Kurosawa's film Rashomon, 1950, where interludes suspend the fighting, and the combatants, separately, turn around 3 times on the spot, making, to I know not what unknown point in space, a paradoxical bow. 232 Henry Rayflaud, 85, states that it is not a ritual but a ceremony that aims, beyond representation, at symbolic death. Contrary to imaginary death where one reflects back on all one is about to lose, the Japanese warrior confronts the instant that suddenly strips him, of all the fortuitous accidents of his history, to place himself at the point of the phallus 233, the founder of his history, where the signifier that is the possessor of all its virtualities avows that it is also the signifier of his death, 86. Contrary to his earlier work, Beckett's later creation brings into play the phallus in this form, the assertion of the subject's existence at the very point of his abolition. 234 This phallus is what gives such force to the theatrical works representing spectral figures and situations, it renders present both the concrete impact of the signifier, and the voice's unlimited quality. If therefore, in the late theater, the actor is subjected to the apparently absolute control of the text and the stage director, his real presence is crucial, since the final effect perceived by the spectator is the way the actor subjects himself to the discourse, to the voice of his other. The latter is, in this case, Beckett as writer and director who, in turn, gives form to the voice of his own other. What is commonly called Beckett's abstraction 235 is the way he puts to work and represents the subject as absolutely determined by the signifier. When Michel Boziru speaks of the movements in quad which aim to exhaust the possible, he notes that the dancers are reduced to silence, what operates as the silent saying of the demand let it function, 236 without flinching, is all the more stripped bare. That is to say, the saying par excellence that is deduced from the discourse of the master, 2190. This shows the discourse of the master as an imperative that gives its grounding to the unconscious, insofar as the master signifier, S1, represses or evacuates the subject. The master demands that institutions function without hindrance, any obstacle must be abolished. He takes no interest in the unease a subject may experience with regards to the system, and speech is perfectly superfluous. The dancers in quad thus efface all manifestation of subjectivity, refusing to put a stain on silence and nothingness. 237. However, through his creation, Beckett does just that. What remains at this stage is the subject as object of this discourse, present in Beckett's work with Llewellyn, which represents the ultimate condensation of discursive structures. Matthew Feldman points to the lasting influence of the radio creations, stating that the especially sonorous nature of Beckett's later work owes a debt of as yet inestimable measure to his extensive collaboration with the BBC, 2014, 54. As we have seen, the radio introduces a radical change in discursive structuring, bringing forcibly into play the signifier in its relation to the voice. Eric Wessler notes that starting with from an abandoned work, in order to deal with incomprehensible internal violence, writing must opt for repetition and rhyme, that is to say for a language that Beckett will draw palpably nearer to in a few years, that of Sans, of Not I, 2009, 338. As Lacan succinctly states it, failure ratage is the object, 1975b, 55. In this perspective, Beckett's rhythm and syntax of extreme weakness 238 belongs to this tight link to the symbolic in its mortifying dimension, and the empêchement, MP, necessarily contained in or produced by the symbolic. This is the contrary of exploiting some sort of formula in order to deploy a wealth of expressivity. Neither does it strictly mean to practice attacks on linking 239 but, rather, to see how the subject is radically determined by the signifier, and to find a form of support in the place where the latter breaks down. It is in this respect that Beckett stated to Charles Juliet, "Le travail antérieur interdit tout poursuite de ce travail. Chaque fois, il faut il un pas en avant." Previous work prohibits any pursuit of this work. Each time, there must be a step forward, in Juliet, 20. This is the point of impossibility that Beckett repeatedly verifies in his later creation. And yet, it is also here that, in creation, something of the phallic register returns, as Henry Rayflaud's remark concerning the Japanese warrior suggests. Or, as Marie-Helene Bruce points out about Endgame, at the point where everything that gives our world its consistency has disappeared there's no more, e.g., 97, creation provides a form of uplifting, the phallus has deserted the stage. But as Beckett is an artist of language, he makes it shimmer miroiter yet again for us, in laughter. Singularity of the voice, a conclusion. In a previous book, Beckett, Les Fictions Breves, voir et dire 240, 2008, we explored the scission between two facets of Beckett's work, a dissociation between the dimensions of seeing and saying that unfold according to the two following propositions. Firstly, of a complete utterance, whose final punctuation confirms its meaning, it can be said that we see what it means, but a sentence that does not come to completion, that is pure saying, is declared to be obscure, we do not see what it means. In Beckett's saying, the subject utters without any other hearing him, however, seeing often reveals the image of a world endowed with a frozen meaning, where the enunciator's subjectivity finds no place to inscribe itself, to be represented. In this context, the dimension of saying reveals pure subjectivity, the reality of a subject exposed to the voice. This same study pointed to the Beckettian voice as unceasing, showing the monologue that unfolds in some texts as rooted in an unbreachable alterity, with no symbolic other present in order to close off saying, and give form to an utterance. The aim of the present work has been to examine in some depth, and more systematically, one of these two dimensions, that of saying, as a manifestation of the voice. This new study can hardly claim to be exhaustive, since the voice manifests itself at every level of Beckett's creation. At most, its aim has been to establish a number of constants defining the voice, and to discover the extent of its presence throughout Beckett's work. The choice was made to approach the voice in its subjective dimension. That is to say that it seemed preferable not to work directly from pre-existing aesthetic categories, since the latter would have limited the voice to its phenomenological dimension, to consider it as a simple given, and to settle for seeing how Beckett innovates in the field of literature. This path would have obliged us to proceed largely by imposing various divisions without discerning their unity. Like Bruno Clement 241 for example, we would have noticed that the voice occupies a regularly ambiguous place, both internal, included in discourse and more often an internal voice, and external, it arises as an apparition, 2007, 24, that the narrator often quotes it, that it has a prescriptive character. We would also have studied the way the voice is affected by the separation or doubling of characters and narrative agents. Following Sarah West, the performative voice would have been investigated, to understand how the written text demands to be rendered vocally, and how it has, in the late theatre, an acousmatic nature. All these observations are perfectly pertinent and enlightening. However, were we to limit ourselves to these aspects, it would have been impossible to discern the logic underlying the voice's diverse and paradoxical facets. Only the theoretical tools offered by Lacanian psychoanalysis provide this possibility. Above all, these approaches would have excluded any chance of discerning the existential importance of the voice, in a subject's relationship to language. If literary creation supposes the articulation of its production to the field of existing forms and to literary history themes, genres, and the history of ideas, it also remains that behind a work there is a subject who feels the imperious need to create, a question that Beckett precisely highlighted, in relation to creation, in his 1938 text Les Deux Besoins, C.F. Brown, 2011 d. Far from being limited to its relationship to the potentially domesticated and remunerative realm of culture, creation is linked to an unbearable dimension of existence. It can then be understood as a subject's response to the latter, one that takes form and existence in a work that also circumscribes it and makes bearable. The association with the voice is patent in this striking formulation offered in Les Deux Besoins, en for des raisons deux élèves lecri la série de questions pures, l'œuvre, hell of unreason whence arises the blank cry, the series of pure questions, the work, DSJ, 56. The subject here is not one who, situated on the plane of utterances, apprehends himself as master of his own consciousness and acts, but rather one who remains unknowable to his own self. To combine an approach anchored in a theoretical framework and recognizing the importance of subjectivity leads us to acknowledge the centrality of Beckett's voices. The latter do not boil down to being one aspect among so many others in Beckett's universe, such as the characters or the spaces evoked. That is to say, to use an example that is nonetheless common in his work, the voices are not simply in the characters' heads. In the same way, the voice cannot be understood as a purely literary device, in a dialogue with the limits of genres. On the contrary, it is an integral part of the subject or the speaking being. In this perspective, the first chapter works from Lacan's conceptualization of the voice as the part that remains excluded from the signifier's retroactive mechanism. It can be heard at the place where nomination, along with the reassuring stability it promises, fails to exhaustively express the subject's being. It was then necessary to go one step further, since the Beckettian voice does not remain dissimulated or stifled behind meanings, on the contrary, it remains in the open. That is to say that it does not only found the signifying chain by pointing to the latter's firm anchoring in an exception that inscribes a limit such as the function of the name of the Father, but it also indicates the possible abolition of this limit, marking the existence of an unlimited dimension which cannot be subjected to negation or extraction. This unceasing voice is the one that is heard, for example, in the narrator of the Unum Abel, or in his successor in Not I. To give its maximal extension to this voice, Lacan's assertion according to which for the schizophrenic, all the symbolic is real, 1966, 392, provided a reference point. Language appears here not as a network of meanings, but as something that parasites, Lacan, 2005a, 95, the subject, confronting him with a dimension that is irreducibly beyond all meaning. The corresponding condition, in Beckett's writing, is that of being unborn, this metaphor serving to designate the status of the subject who, not having been instituted in relation to the desire of his other, finds himself irremediably in contact with the unlimited quality of language. As early as 1929, Beckett indicated that this abandonment confirmed the absolute absence of the absolute, DSJ, 33. The Beckettian subject finds himself facing an absence that nothing can palliate, other than the creation that endows it with form. Both this absence and the Beckettian unlimited, particularly in the works of the middle period, can be linked to the structure of melancholy, where the subject experiences the impossibility of escaping existence, his eternal confinement within language, untouched by any vivifying desire. With the phallic register proving eminently problematic, the Beckettian subject is both born and unborn, being unable to successfully integrate either state. This definition and initial description of the Beckettian voice opened the way in the second chapter for a closer study of the voice's linguistic structure, by examining the role of pronouns. The deictic I and U proved to be problematic since, by nature, they are anchored in an extra-linguistic dimension, which they articulate with social reality, materialized by dialogue. In Beckett's work, the I is absolutely alone, rather than being situated symmetrically in relation to an interlocutor. However, this uncoupling of the system of pronouns is not simply negative, since it gives existence to the voice, as a positive presence. What comes to the fore in not I, is the ceaseless drive that destroys any notion of bodily unity, but whereby mouth gives expression to this real by her insistent rejection of the pronoun I. The singularity of company, however, consists of describing an attempt to found a hypothetical subject identified by the I, by means of binding the you and the he. The fictional failure is precisely what renders the voice palpable in this text. A piece of monologue offers a fiction using the pronoun he, which nonetheless is expressive of the very real subject who remains excluded from the I. However, the staging of the play attains the status of a ritual offered up to an other capable of recognizing the unborn subject, who thus acquires a temporary and substitute birth. The third chapter looks successively at two topological aspects of the voice as real, then two forms of response. In earlier texts waiting for Godot, the trilogy the voice appears as a continuous rustling or a murmuring that nothing can silence. This aspect is expressed in the motif of the dead voices, which testify to the original absence of an interlocutor capable of instituting the subject within a vivifying exchange. They inhabit a subject that is mortified, incapable of moving in the consistent or plausible reality that Beckett named traversable space, TPR 3, 111. However, they manifest their potential superego nature when they persecute the character of Ejo, who endeavors to reduce them to silence. On the reverse side, this force of the unlimited voice produces the interruptions that are constant throughout Beckett's work, but particularly in the utterances composing plays such as Krapp's Last Tape, Not I and Play. Any such rupture is absolute, hindering discourse from producing the continuity associated with the register of plausible reality of a linguistic articulation. For the Beckettian subject, no third term mediates between two irreducible poles. Some characters make this alternation audible by means of the knock, Ohio impromptu, in an effort to mark an end, and inaugurate a new start. In doing so, they also cause the imperative nature of the voice to resound, exhorting themselves to continue, in the face of the impossibility of moving on. This voice of the superego also manifests itself by intrusions in the body, the bell that, for Winnie, is like a gouge, HD, 162, or concretely physical attacks in How It Is or Rough for Radio 2. The only law governing the frequency of the interruptions is, precisely, the absence of any regularity or governing principle. The interruptions manifest the incidence of caprice, the anomic dimension that is precisely a function of the unlimited. In the course of his work, however, Beckett puts this fragmenting force to work, showing it as a way of accommodating the uncontrollable mess of existence, engendered by language. Confronted with this radical absence of any pacification ensured by the symbolic register, the Beckettian subject invents responses. Inscription represents one of the possibilities at his disposal. It is a physical response, for want of a nomination capable of repressing the unbearable. To inscribe, whether it be by weaving words and sentences or making footsteps heard, first love, footfalls, is not to inaugurate a symbolic enunciation capable of silencing the voice. It is for want of achieving an extraction of jouissance once and for all to trace an edge, to produce sounds that remain impregnated with the substance of the ceaseless voice. Another response to the voice is for the subject to do the image, as is expressed in the text entitled The Image. The subject produces a representation, in relation to which he occupies the place of waste or refuse. Such an image offers a degree of protection from the voice. In Rough for Radio 2, it takes the place of the word, the paternal metaphor, whose absence can pollute the whole of speech, MD, 186, for the Beckettian subject. Finally, the adoption of a reading voice playing oneself the role of the absent other, texts for nothing, Rockaby, Embers, represents a means to face up to the voice. This simulacrum of a dialogue is addressed, as a whole, to the other, as can be seen in the staging of the ritual in a piece of monologue. This address offers the possibility of procuring some consistency and reassuring oneself when confronted with the void. The fourth chapter showed that the conception of the voice is not limited to the purely literary realm, but reveals its relation to the exteriority and otherness materialized by technological devices, particularly by the recourse to the recorded voice in the plays, from Krapp's last tape to the dramatic Llewellyns, including the plays for radio and television. Technology intervenes as a consequence of the universalizing discourse propagated by the extension of science and capitalism, whose effect is to radically deny or exclude the subject, thus extending the impact of the voice. Notably, the intervention of technology reveals strikingly how the voice is an object detached from the body. It is heard as a spectral manifestation of the unlimited, instead of it being enclosed within corporeal bounds. Krapp uses his tape recorder as a means to keep at bay his anxiety of death, while also revealing his frozen and mortified character, his inability to assume his own choices and his evolution from one year to another. Beckett's use of radio allows him to show the voice at work, destroying the imaginary dimension that occupies the visual aspect of the stage. On the radio, the voice is what cannot be imagined. Even in All That Fall, the form of the play removes any idea that the characters are moving about within any concrete space. In these circumstances, the listener is, like Beckett's unborn characters, entirely dependent on the voice's movement. He is deprived of any interiority. The radio is the voice of the other, or the other as voice, of which the listener feels himself to be the sole addressee. Such a device is not purely negative, since it also functions as a vital organ, offering the subject a means to palliate the unbearable or unlimited voice. In the radio plays, as in some dramatic Llewellyns, the voices conveyed by electrical devices are often manipulated by a sound editor who makes them heard, or who turns them off. Experiencing his exclusion from subjective enunciation, his inability to create, this character produces his singular place through this structuring activity. In the absence of a superior or detached viewpoint, he passes back and forth, from one voice to the other. In play, this role is played by the spotlight which orders the discourse of the figures situated in urns. As the light is itself deprived of speech, it can only induce the latter in the figures on stage. For this reason, far from being a simple persecutor, it experiences a torment symmetrical to that endured by its victims. In What Where, this role is played by voice of Bam, emanating from a megaphone, and who organizes the movements of the figures on stage. The director thus appears to be situated in relation to the symbolic register, whereas the visible figures belong to the imaginary, the function of these two dimensions being to circumscribe the gaping hole present in language. It is always a question, as in play, of the sound editor being affected by the play he organizes, as can be observed in Cascando and Rough for Radio. He actually needs the voices, and is overwhelmed by extreme anxiety when they disappear, being unable to bring them back. The opposition between words and music, Cascando, offers another treatment of this function. The sound director testifies to the impossibility of achieving a true mediation between the register of meaning, and the voice devoid of meaning. Only the work of creation can deal with this breach on a material level. Finally, certain works, Murphy, How It Is, Malloy, show the effort to contain and localize the voice by means of a geometrical apparatus or prosthesis, comparable to Lacan's four discourses that found social bonds. Thus four figures arranged and endowed with distinct functions form a discursive whole: subject, witness, scribe, master, and their efficiency consists in achieving an inscription. These structures seem to be, to a certain extent, a response to the dislocation of linguistic binding noted in the use of pronouns. While with Lacan, they determine the nature of social bonds, Beckett's devices serve a specifically subjective function. At the basis of this setup, An absent master appears to be the agent who seeks to grasp something about his own unknown, that is to say, he is the subject insofar as the latter is real. In this way, the subject who finds himself in the most absolute solitude can imagine he is facing another, within a situation of interlocution. However, the artificial character of these systems rapidly becomes apparent, since they inevitably reveal the point where they fail to found a coherent and autonomous discourse. The torture sessions of What-Where show how the subject finally escapes any attempt to absorb him within the register of meaning. This setup brings into play the way the categories of sexuation and the succession of generations combine to fundamentally structure language, and are vital for subjectivity as refractory to any categorizing. Discursive structures create a vital window frame allowing the subject to exist in his radical singularity. This enables us to define the acute and very concrete relationship to language that marks Beckett's late work, and the movement from mortification by the signifier towards a vivifying use of creation. One of the aims of this study has been to affirm the centrality of the voice in Beckett's creation. On this point, we heartily agree with Daniel Katz's assertion, for Beckett, consciousness starts not with speaking, but with hearing. The Beckettian cogito would be, I hear, therefore I am. 86. We have attempted to push this perception further, and to point out the way the voice involves jouissance that borders on the real, on an inhuman dimension of language. The recourse to the insights of Lacanian psychoanalysis is crucial here, not to lay claim to any definitive interpretation but, on the contrary, to open up a field that merits further exploration. The extreme musicality of Beckett's writing, the density of his use of the resources of language, be it intertextuality or equivoque, could be appreciated more deeply, it would seem, by taking into account the subjective construction required to deal with the opaque dimension of jouissance inherent in what has often been called Beckett's abstraction. In other words, the way a creator plays out his existence in his relation to the materiality of words. In particular, it is crucial to see how a work of creation constitutes a response to the unfathomable absence of any other. Thus, the fragmenting of linguistic structures, the omnipresent interruptions, or the absence of meaning is a domain that can be developed in relation to what is at stake for a subject. This also means dealing with the aspect of Beckett's creation that borders on the non-literary. In this study of the unlimited voice, any idea of pathology has been resolutely excluded. If the question of the passed out or the unlimited was explored by Lacan in relation to feminine jouissance, and to psychosis with Joyce the Symptom, 1975, many years after his first approach in Seminar 3, 1955 to 1956, its importance is that it does not simply concern some negligible or pathological cases but, as Beckett put it, every man, in Feldman, 2006, 112. Everyone is mad, that is to say delirious, as Lacan stated in his later developments. 242. Indeed, if, in set theory, a whole is founded by the part that is extracted and that negates it, then any limited whole will in turn be anchored in a part that is unlimited, that cannot be defined, to which one cannot ascribe attributes. In return, this dimension is what allows us to put all naming and all discourses into perspective, to ascertain the part that founds and structures them. Thus, if Beckett deals with the voice as unlimited, it is certainly not in the postmodern spirit of optimism and exaltation, denouncing or challenging conventional structures. As Suzanne Dow has shown, commenting an allusion by Lacan 243, Beckett maintains the importance of the master signifier that founds discourse, seeing it as a necessary artifice or construct. By this means, his creation circumscribes the dimension of the impossible and makes it operative. Creation is doing, not producing a meta-language destined to communicate or convey meaning which, as Lacan pointed out, is always based on a fundamental incomprehension or misunderstanding. Beckett's creation, like Joyce's, is that something itself. DSJ, 27. His work makes the voice present for the reader or spectator, who thus experiences an encounter with this part that touches and disturbs him profoundly, in an intimate way and, paradoxically, as something completely foreign and impossible to tame, as Beckett expressed, according to Tom Driver's account of their conversation. What I am saying does not mean that there will henceforth be no form in art. It only means that there will be new form, and that this form will be of such a type that it admits the chaos and does not try to say that the chaos is really something else. The form and the chaos remain separate. The latter is not reduced to the former. That is why the form itself becomes a preoccupation, because it exists as a problem separate from the material it accommodates. In Driver, 23. If form and chaos remain separate, it is because the latter, like the voice, cannot be assimilated, it carries within it its inherent part of otherness. 244. In relation to Hamlet, Lacan stated that poetic creations engender, more than they reflect, psychological creations, 2013, 296. They do not duplicate, but produce a completely new, unheard of reality. Thus Beckett's use of voice technology does not reproduce the given. 245. On the contrary, it represents a response to the postmodern world. His creation reclaims subjectivity from the disastrous effects of technology and science. Beckett creates a singular voice, a salutary silence in the midst of the infinite chattering of modern capitalism and technology, the endless verbiage that aims to block out perception of the structure, jouissance, that founds such a discourse as an imperious, ferocious voice commanding obedience. By creating a breach, a rift, in such a voice, Beckett's creation produces a dimension of freedom. If making one's voice heard gives the real weight of a subject's being, Lacan, 2013, 458, and silences the other, it can be asserted that such is the function of Beckett's work. As Mladen Dola, 160, says, the voice comes back to us through the loop of the other, but, it should be added, it is the latter's absence that thus takes on form in Beckett's work. By addressing a public, his creation resounds in the absolute absence of the absolute, DSJ. Cutting short any effort to make meaning, his creation makes possible a response on the part of the reader and the spectator.